I've created a brand new MLB team, and today we're starting the long journey of turning them into a World Series champion. You guys have been asking for another series ever since the Portland Pickles, so after a few months of brainstorming, I finally decided to create the Alaska Polar Bears. Due to Alaska's low population and extreme weather conditions, I really don't know how an MLB team is gonna do here, so as the owner and the general manager of this squad, I'm signed up for a rough rebuild. Since we had no players, the league was kind enough to set up an expansion draft just for us, where we could take a lot of veteran minor leaguers, but as you can see, this roster is still complete garbage. Because Alaska is so small, there is nowhere for our fans to sit, and our stadium is basically smack dab in the middle of a ski resort, but at least the one positive is we have a beautiful mountain view. I know right out the gate, this storyline feels very similar to the Portland Pickles, but I can promise you there are a few changes that I'm very excited about. Unlike in the Pickles series, I really want you guys to feel more involved, so for the first time in channel history, I'm giving my subscribers a chance to be on the team. If you are interested, stick around and I'll explain more when we get to scouting, but for now we have a ball game to play, and here is Ben Gamel going deep for the first run in team history. Overall, I do have to say I'm pretty proud of these jerseys and think they look pretty clean, as that combination of blue and white with the pink accent make these really fun. By the way, I did not make this logo, and it's kind of just been copy and pasted all over the vault, so I don't know where to give credit for the original design, but you can download it and play with the team yourself. Surprisingly, our team of scrubs is actually playing pretty decent so far, despite just giving up the lead. So while I don't expect us to win very many games, I do hope that a few players can emerge as regulars, because Alaska is not a good draw in free agency, and I'm the poorest owner in the league. Ben Gamel's home run has definitely kept us in this game, and look at this, Jamison Hanna has a double into the gap. All we need is a sacrifice bunt to score the tying run, and that is executed beautifully. So in our first game in franchise history, we are putting up a fight against a playoff squad, although that is not good. One of the players from my Pickles series, David Fry, goes deep, and now I'm definitely a bit concerned because it took a lot of luck to even get 2 runs. Gamel did get 2 on those, so there is still hope, but there are 2 away for Miguel Andujar. Here comes the 3-2 pitch, and he's gonna walk, so the bases are loaded for Jamison Hanna. This has been incredibly stressful, but unfortunately that grounder is not gonna leave the infield, so unfortunately we strand 3 runs, and with a team this bad, that may be the difference between winning and losing. It is so frustrating because just a minute ago, this game was so competitive, and even though our offense did exceed expectations, our pitching staff is too bad to keep us in games, and now Ben Gamel misses the diving play. Pretty much every single player on this team is either washed out of the major leagues looking for a second chance or never even reached there, and one of those guys, Matt Duffy, just made an amazing play. This squad is much better suited to compete at the AAA level, but even then, I have to say they showed a lot of heart against the Guardians, and even though that is not going to win you baseball games, they put up a pretty solid fight. Checking out the box score, I'm not entirely sure what happened, but it seems they did not count Ben Gamel's solo home run, and at first I thought that maybe I made a mistake, but here it is right here in the game log saying that he homered to right, so clearly MLB The Show is still broken and robbed him of a 2-hit performance. One thing I haven't mentioned yet is we did replace the Oakland Athletics in the AL West, so that means we have to deal with 2 teams who have made the playoffs in the last 2 seasons, along with the Mariners, who are always right on the cusp. We're going to simulate the rest of this first series against the Guardians, and as you can see, this was a very close second game, and I think we should jump into this third one. Getting our first victory is definitely going to be elusive, but a huge milestone that I don't want to miss play out, and right on cue, here is a huge double from our catcher that will score the runner from first base. Now here's Ben Gamel, who is the MVP of our first game, and he's just going to keep raking with another double. This is already a way better start to the season than I ever imagined, but now we have to close them out, and that is what makes me nervous. Our bullpen is terrible, so in this situation, I think Michael Marriott is our best option, and all we need him to do is not blow a 2-run lead. However, with this team, I'm always going to be pretty nervous, but after a walk, Marriott settles down for 2 strikes. With 1 on and 1 away, getting up on his next batter is a big deal, and thankfully there's a fly out, so all he needs is 1 more out, and there is strike 2. He is ahead in the count, so no need to hurry, and I cannot believe we have a chance to win a game this early on, and there it is, a fly out into left field is gonna get it done. The Alaska Polar Bears win 3-1 thanks to 2 runs in the 8th inning, and to be 100% honest with you guys, I really was not expecting that, and because this is gonna be a tough season, I will take any victories we can get. Because we're replacing the Oakland Athletics, we are picking at number 4 overall, but also have 2 picks in the second round, and right off the bat, from looking at this draft class, it looks like there's a lot of starting pitchers at the top, and honestly only a handful of position players, which kinda makes me nervous. I'm gonna start out the season scouting Kurt Guerrero just because he's a guaranteed high potential guy, but even though I don't like drafting starters high in the draft, I may not have a choice. Looking at our farm system, there is certainly nothing wrong with taking the best player available, because looking at our top prospects, there's pretty much nothing in the cupboards for the future. The Polar Bears still only have one victory on the season, going into their first division series against the Rangers, and after intentionally walking Corey Seager, we're just trying to get to extra innings, and thankfully Garcia flies out. With the extra inning runner on second, all we need are 2 sacrifice bunts to send him home, and while the first one worked well, I'm a little concerned about Mulreen's bunt rating. I think our safest play here is to go for the sacrifice fly, and that breaking ball was left right over the plate, which made that job very easy. Now all we need are 3 outs to earn our second win of the season, and to be honest, I really don't trust any of our closing options, so we're sticking with Jonathan Boland. So far, he's really given us no reason not to trust him, especially after another flyout, and he's just 1 out away from earning the save. That was a huge swing and miss from Duran, who's now gonna line it straight to second base, so in their first division game of the series, the Polar Bears pick up a win. In this universe, the Rangers are technically still the defending champs, so that is a big deal, and we really can't give enough credit to Jonathan Boland for pitching 5 relief innings and picking up the save. That is gonna make us 2-9, and honestly, we're off to a better start than I imagined, and it seems a big reason for that is that several of our players like Ben Gamble, Miguel Andujar, and Willie Calhoun are all playing pretty well out the gate. I know it's early on, but I'm pretty surprised that we have a few pitchers who haven't been complete duds, as even in the bullpen, guys are proving that they need more opportunities. I don't know how long this decent play is gonna last, but I'm all here for it to start out the season, as we have a chance to earn another victory against the Nationals, but we are not up 1 run anymore, and they just took the lead. That is very unfortunate, because all we needed was 1 more out to get to the 9th inning, but now instead of potentially closing this game out, we gave up 3 runs and are playing from behind. That will very likely be the story of the first few years of this franchise, because getting more talent's gonna take time. So as I mentioned, this first year is all about trying to turn some careers around, and maybe Juan Yepez is one of those players who can make an impact. Unfortunately though, we were unable to score another run, so this is our last chance to redeem ourselves for blowing the lead, and maybe there's still hope. Poor defense in left field just got Alvarez an easy double, and now this pass ball brings him to third, so we're still alive, but the count is full. This next pitch will decide the game, and unfortunately we did not catch the slider, so we blow this home game against Washington. To be honest though, considering how bad our team is, even getting that close to a victory kind of is one, but we're gonna keep our focus on the MLB draft, where it looks like Kurt Guerrero could be a pretty solid player. Don't get me wrong though, I'm glad we have an option in the first round, but he's definitely not a blue chip player, so I'm gonna keep looking at more options, starting with Steven Sanchez, who looks like a really good athlete. Guerrero does look decent, but that lack of power, combined with the fact that he's not a good defender and is more of a platoon bat, kinda worries me. Getting back to the games though, we are not any closer to getting another W, so we're still on a losing streak going into this game against the Guardians. There are 2 on with 2 outs in the 9th inning, and that was a nice check swing, so this just got interesting as the bases are loaded for Mulring, who swings on the first pitch he sees, and that is going to be able to drop in the shallow outfield to score 2 runners. What a clutch play from our catcher, as that one just barely dropped, but could make all the difference in this one. We are now just 3 outs away from a very rare victory, so I am pretty nervous, but thankfully this one's gonna stay in the yard. So Michael Mario gets his first out, followed by a Josh Naylor double. I'm definitely scared with Ramirez at the plate, so even if we walk him, I'm not taking any chances. A 2-run shot would immediately tie the game as he turns on this one, but fortunately it is going foul, so the count is now full, and he looks at strike 3. In 2.2 innings pitched this season, Michael Mario has a 13.5 ERA with a 2.63 whip, so putting him in a high leverage position may not have been a good idea, but thankfully I'm not going to get punished for it as we secure another victory. Funny enough, 2 of our victories have been 3-1 wins against Cleveland, and this one snaps a 9-game losing streak, so even though we're in dead last in our division by a long shot, I will take whatever we can get. Last time I reviewed the stats, I was pretty impressed with several bats on our team, but in the wake of the recent losing skid, it seems many of them have cooled off, although it seems our center fielder Jamison Hanna is still going strong, leading the team in home runs. Unfortunately, it looks like Steven Sanchez might be a bust, but there's still one more player I haven't scouted in Jose Calderon. It looks like he's a pretty good athlete at third base, but the hit tool just isn't ever gonna be there. So for now, I think I'm gonna pass on him because he's just not a blue chip player. And to be honest, I think the only guys that are Lamar, Werner, and Reggie Petter. I really want to draft some high ceiling players, but it's also really important we get some guys that aren't gonna take a long time to develop just because our team is so bad and is gonna need guys to play pretty much right away. A good example of this is Gary Shaffer, who might come in with low 80s potential, but the most important thing here is he's coming in as one of the best hitters in the entire class, and he's not projected to go until the late second round. As you can see, after a week of scouting, Gary Shaffer's exactly the type of player we thought he would be, so I'm going to keep looking for quality offensive players who can help us out sooner than later because we really can't afford to wait for a bunch of guys to develop. I wanted to give the Polar Bears a huge chance to show us what they had in season number 1, but right now they're 3-25, and I'm really not seeing any reasons to play a lot of games in this season, but maybe they can win this game against the Pirates. Andujar just smoked a double into right field, and now he's gonna get to third base, so we have a chance to score the go-ahead run, but unfortunately Hannah pops out. We really have a knack for stranding runners, and now Brian Reynolds is gonna let us pay for it, blasting this one over the scoreboard for a 9th inning go-ahead home run. There's really not much we could have done about that one. It's just a great player making a great play, and that 504-foot piss missile just goes to show you can't rely on luck forever. Then right after that, they made sure that we weren't gonna come back and embarrassed us with a 6-run 9th inning. I know it seems like there's no point playing games with this initial roster just because there's no way any of them develop, but I think I have a good plan to make this a little bit more interesting. If a player like Jamison Hannah, for instance, continues to play well above expectations for the entire season, then I really don't think it's fair that his low potential rating's the only reason he cannot gain a boost to his overall. To better reflect breakout performances just for this first year, I would be willing to reward a player for breaking out with an increase to their potential rating. Now obviously, I'm not allowed to change any other stats, but I feel like this storyline's a pretty good way to allow players to earn their spot on the team moving forward. Speaking of the future, we just finished up another week of scouting, and Dante Rolls, the catcher that I was looking at last week, looks like a pretty solid 3rd round option. Up to this point, we've been scouting international pitchers, and now I think it's time to move on to another region just to make sure we can scout every pitcher on this board and also discover a few more along the way. With my final scout, I'm going to keep looking at late round position player options, starting with Doug Allen, who may not look great on paper, but with this ability to hit for contact, I'm not really worried if he's a mid-70 potential. I am very glad we scouted Doug because if you watch the Pickles series, I think he has a little bit of Mason Valenzuela in him, as even though he's not quite as good of a hitter, it looks like he more than makes up for it in the field and with his athleticism. We are nearing the end of May, but unfortunately, we've only won 1 game, and while the Colorado Rockies are definitely beatable, Tovar keeps this fair down the line and scores 2 runs. We just allowed another tie game to get away from us, so my new franchise is 5-55 at the start of June. On the bright side though, I'm glad that our scouts are putting in work because clearly we're gonna need some upgrades in the coming years, and after a few weeks of going for high floor players, I think we need to balance it out by going for some guaranteed high ceilings. Checking out our stats, Jamison Hannah is still the best player on our team, which has been a very nice development, and it looks like he's well on his way to earning a potential upgrade. Aside from him though, I really can't see anybody else on this offense getting that jump, as Brian O'Keefe looks good on paper, but he's only had 36 at-bats. However, to my surprise, our pitching staff could be a completely different story, as Adrian Martinez has easily been our best bullpen arm of the entire year, and then Ryan Jensen has been easily our best starter. It may not be much, but Jamison Hannah's breakout season has put him in 9th place for the All-Star game, and even though Ryan Jensen's gonna be a lot further down the list, he has over 100,000 votes. Additionally, Hannah is in the running for Rookie of the Year, so even though he's probably not gonna win it, it's nice to see that this season may not be a complete wash. I'm also getting very excited about this draft, especially if we can uncover more gems like Jesse Moon, but with our 1st round pick, if Lamar, Werner, or Reggie Petter follow us, it looks like that's gonna be the player I end up taking. Aside from the draft, there's really nothing else to look forward to this year, as we're 8-89, so now it's time for what is the biggest moment of the entire video and our franchise's history, as this pretty much dictates the kind of success that we're gonna have going forward. We have the number 4 pick, and I've thought about this a lot, but if Lamar, Werner, or Reggie Petter aren't there, I really think our best option is to go with Kurt Guerrero, because while he's not the best hitter in the world, he's really the best one we found at this point in the draft, and even though we'd be passing up on some pretty good pitchers, MLB The Show always generates a ton of them. There are plenty of pitchers on the board and a guy like Gary Shaffer who can really hit for good power. Then later in the draft, our Discovery Scouts uncovered 2 closers who I'm very interested in Carlo Garcia along with Paul Church, but they also found another starter that I really want to take in Forrest Blackman, because if you didn't know, Discovery players tend to last until nearly the end of the draft. I feel like I've done as much prep as I really can do, so without further ado, it is time to start the first draft in Polar Bears franchise history. Lamar Werner's definitely gonna go number 1, except he doesn't, as Cleveland shocks everyone by taking Rocco Childress, and Dan Cannon goes number 2. That means we are guaranteed to take one of the 2 pitchers that we want, but the fun does not end there. What is happening? That is 3 pitchers I didn't even consider. I know the MLB draft is very random, but it is not often that the consensus number 1 player in the draft doesn't go within the first 3 picks. So even though I'd like MLB The Show to change their logic, I cannot complain because we just got an absolute beast with our first pick. Lamar Werner, welcome to the squad. Now we're faced with an interesting decision in round 2, as both of the first basemen that I was targeting are both available, and I have to say I think I prefer Gary Shaffer. So after weighing all of my options, I think Gary is the best choice for this team. I'm really excited about Gary because his overall rating is certainly being brought down by his fielding, so you know he's going to be an absolute monster. And with my next selection, I fully plan on taking Doug Allen since I'm confident he is still going to be on the board. Sure enough, with 1 pick to go, Allen is still there, and the Tigers do not take him, which means he falls right into my lap, and I get a very well-rounded, contact-hitting second baseman. This literally feels like Christmas, especially because I have another pick very shortly, and so far I could not be happier with how the cards are falling. Now we only have 1 minute to make every selection, so I really need to act fast, and for the entire break between picks, I was debating between taking Grayson Rouse or Jesse Moon, and while Moon might have a higher potential rating, I think I'm ultimately going to stay true to my board and go for Rouse, especially because he plays in the outfield. Now all we can really do is just hope that Jesse Moon does fall to 108, although given his pedigree as a prospect, I highly doubt it happens. Midway through the round though, Forrest Blackman, my favorite Discovery pitcher, got taken by the Angels, which I was not expecting, and my options for round 4 are starting to thin out with Ian Cantu and Dante Rolls getting taken back to back. Moon still is on the board with 3 picks to go, so I'm really sweating it out, but of course as I'm saying that line, he gets snatched by our division rival. That leaves just Carlo Garcia as the number 1 player on my board, which is actually really funny because in my Pickles franchise, I took James Getz at this same exact spot, so I really feel like that's the universe telling us to pull the trigger on the Discovery closer. I didn't want to risk him getting snatched up just like Blackman did, and I'm really glad I did because in round 5, there are only 3 options left on my board. I think I'm going to pull the trig on Martin Madrid, and in the final round, we're going with Carlos Cardona to close out the first draft in franchise history. Considering that every team in baseball has some misses in the draft, I feel like we did pretty well given the cards that we were dealt. And at the break, congratulations to Juan Yepes of all people for getting the All-Star nod. I really thought it was going to be Jamison Hanna, but Aaron Judge, Mike Trout, and Julio were going to be tough competition. But even then, I felt like our default All-Star wasn't even close to as good of a player as they could have chosen. Then again, we're talking about a team that only won 8 games in the first half of the season, so really, I don't think it's too big of a deal. I think the last really important thing to do this season is check out our first draft class ever, and I'm extremely nervous. If you watched the Portland Pickles series, you know just how important these ratings are for the future success of this series, but I think it's time to rip off the band-aid and jump straight into that, and I think we're in business. San Diego Studio needs to fix the broken logic that allowed Lamar Werner to fall to us at number 4 overall, because if 3 pitchers went in front of him, then something is seriously wrong with the game. This guy has plenty of stamina with 71 walks per 9 and is already coming in with 74 overall at 92 potential. He may as well just be Paul Skeens. I do not know how he got so lucky on that, but I am not complaining. At first look, 78 potential on Gary Shaffer doesn't look all that great, but what you have to understand is none of that matters because this guy can absolutely mash. He is already 71 overall, and that is always going to be dragged down by his crappy defense, which is a stat that's really not important in MLB The Show. So Gary's already the best hitter on our team and has plenty of room to grow, which is exactly why I took him. Then after that, there's Doug Allen, who is easily the biggest gem in the draft, coming in at 74 overall. Let me reiterate that he has the same overall as Lamar Werner, and we took him came nearly 2 rounds later, and on top of that, he is completely balanced hitting lefties and righties and is a great athlete. Our scouting department owes a lot of credit for that one, along with Grayson Rouse, who's a lower overall and definitely a lot more raw, but once again, he is a high ceiling contact hitter. However, in the decision to draft Rouse, we did lose out on Jesse Moon, and as you can see, he is gonna be a nightmare to play against in future seasons. Honestly though, we have a first baseman, so I feel like that was the right decision for us, but even though they only had 5 picks in this draft class, Houston dominated, taking 3 of the players I had on my board. We also could have selected shortstop Ryan Freeman, but I decided to go with Carlo Garcia instead, who at least came out pretty good at 69 overall, but it's also a little frustrating to see that he was just as good as the other closer on the board, who is 4 years younger. I don't really draw that up as a loss because I just trusted my scouts' ratings, but it kind of stings in hindsight to see that we could have screwed Houston over and gotten ourselves the same closer in the 6th round. It definitely wasn't perfect, but I am glad that Carlos Cardona was on the board at the end of the draft as kind of a developmental prospect, as overall, I am very pleased with the first draft in franchise history. We ended the season 19-143, which actually was better than I was expecting, but in a season that was pretty bleak, Jamison Hanna was one of our lone bright spots, putting up a 769 OPS, so it looks like he is going to be the one player who earns a potential upgrade. He did finish on a cold streak though, so I think it's only fair that we only put this up to about 75, but nonetheless, this was a breakout season and he deserves the upgrade. That is a great way to end season number 1, but remember that we still have another one to play through, so strap in because we have some brand new reinforcements on the roster. At least for now, I'm not making a single offer to our pending free agents, but that could change later in free agency as a guy like Ross Stripling or Ben Gamel both had pretty decent years. The big problem with this offseason though is while it would be very easy to just go out and sign a bunch of players to stack the team, we really did not generate enough revenue from that 19-win season to do so, and on top of that, why would any big free agents want to come to Alaska? We basically have no leverage to add any new players, and on top of that, there's really nothing to trade, so this offseason gets off to a very quiet start, mostly with me just extending some minor league contracts. It is not going to be easy navigating free agency with such a limited budget, so unsurprisingly, we were not very active in the first stage, but that all changes after the arbitration deadline. Every single player that you see on this list did not agree to arbitration with their previous team, and therefore they are not asking for a whole lot of money, which is perfect for a team like us just trying to fill the roster. There are some pretty interesting players in this group, like former American League Rookie of the Year Kyle Lewis, and a couple more prospects that just didn't work out, like Austin Meadows, Yu Chang, and Joe Adell. Along with those guys though, I want to make one more addition, bringing in one of the most electric players in baseball, Dairon Blanco, because I really feel like we can get something out of him. Out of all the free agents I could sign though, the most important thing of this offseason is the draft lottery giving me good luck, because if you've watched this channel for a while, you know that it loves to screw me over. I am begging for this series to start out strong, and there we go, we're actually gonna hold on to the number 1 pick. The Rule 5 draft is really the last chance and the best option for us to grab players, and since we have plenty of space on our roster, I am going to take advantage of it. The Polar Bears did exactly that, selecting 8 players, which was 6 more than any other team, so while we did improve our roster quite a bit, our drafted rookies are still the best players on this team. Even though we won't be playing these guys straight out the gate strictly because of service time manipulation, it is very cool to see that we have 4 top 100 prospects after not having any last season. After that offseason, we are no longer 30th in every category, and most notably, we added a lot of speed in the offseason, which I think could be the key to winning a few more games than we won in season 1. I also feel like our pitching rotation has taken a huge leap forward alongside our offense, so I think this season is going to be much better. It is opening day against the Baltimore Orioles, and they are certainly not going to make this easy for us as Adley Rutschman goes yard in the first inning. That is a harsh reminder that we're still very bad, but there's no need to panic because we still have plenty of time to get it together. A huge part of this series, especially early on, is going to be trying to revive the careers of former high potential players. And between guys like Bubba Thompson, Michael Chavez, Joe Adell, and Bobby Dahlbeck, we have quite a few. If we can turn even one of those guys into a good player, it is such a win because they could either be a part of our future or trade bait for later. But right now, we definitely need one of our bats to show what they can do because we're only down 1-0. Dairon Blanco is probably the player I'm most excited about just because of his his blazing speed, and I want to see if he can become an on-base machine, but that strikeout doesn't help. On the bright side though, our new ace Zach Plesac has done more than enough on the mound, even though this blooping single gets 2 aboard. But even then, this is a massive improvement from what we saw on opening day last year, even with this 2-run double. It's kind of tough those big plays happened with 2 outs, but it might not even matter because we are still hitless. I don't care if we lose on opening day, but I definitely don't want to be shut out, as Blanco nearly had our first single of the game there. One of my biggest questions in season 2 is how Jameson Hannah is going to follow up his breakout year, because he played way above his ratings in 2024, and now he's up to C potential with a huge opportunity. Just like with any brand new franchise, we have a lot of questions that need answering, but thankfully this is not going to be a no-hitter, as we're now looking to avoid the shutout, and for just a second, I thought Juan Yepes was going yard. However, that will become a sacrifice fly to get runners at the corners, and Joe Adell is able to beat out the double play. That is exactly why I prioritize speed in the players we acquired in the offseason, but now one of these slower ones, Luis Torrens, just doubled. I know that if Dairon Blanco just makes contact, he's gonna get on base, and there we go. He is able to sneak this single back up the middle and score our 2nd run. Once again, we're gonna lose on opening day, but this was only a 2-run defeat, so I will definitely take it. Just the fact that I'm thankful that our ace went 5 innings shows we have a long way to go, but at least our offense started waking up towards the end, and I feel like there were a lot of good things to build on. There was never a chance to beat Baltimore, but I'm feeling like our second series of the year could be a little different, as we are taking on the 2nd worst team in baseball, the Chicago White Sox. After leaving the bases loaded in the 7th though, we're still down by 2 runs, so we're down to our last chance, but our first round Rule 5 pickup, Tyler Locklear, singles. The 24-year-old from Seattle is definitely a prospect I feel like we can build our team around, because as you saw, there is a lot of pop in his bat, but we might not score him. Luis Torrens is his last chance, and that was a meatball, and he fouled it off even though the PCI window said there was good contact, but this game is not over. The tying run is officially on base, and burnout prospect Joe Adell's our last chance. So far so good, as he's ahead in the count against Matt Foster, but we got a little bit greedy on that inside pitch, and that is how the White Sox take us down. We are officially 0-5 to start the year, and the frustrating thing is we should have won this game because we out-hit them 14-11. That is so unfortunate, but I'm still confident one of these games could be our first win of the season, and Game 3 looks like a deja vu scenario. I say that because this is the same exact score and situation we were in Game 1, but this time we are not going to blow our opportunity. We are now tied at 7 apiece, and we're looking for more, as this one is not going to drop. Some range in the outfield stopped us from scoring the go-ahead run, but here's a hit from Joe Adell, and even though his steal rating is not very good, he has plenty of speed, so I'm taking the chance, and that was the worst jump I've ever seen. The go-ahead run is no longer on base, but have no fear, Jameson Hannah says I can do this myself with a no-doubt shot into right center. That was beautiful. I know it's just the White Sox, but this is a lot of offense, and I know we're still in the first week of the season, but if we keep this up, there's a chance we're not the worst team in the league this year. We are so close to earning our first victory of the season, but first we have to close them out, and that's what I'm kind of worried about. That single already gets a runner on first base, and now this sacrifice bunt is gonna advance him, so we can no longer force them into a double play, and this one is going to get down. Are you kidding me? That scores the tying run. We just drafted a closer, and I really cannot wait for him to get up, because this one just blew the lead. So in a very fast turn of events, we're the ones getting closed out. I cannot believe we're about to waste Jameson Hannah's monster home run, as there is out number 2. So Joe Adell is now our last chance, as this chopper goes straight to Colson Montgomery, who ends a very frustrating game. We were able to put together 8 runs in that game, but even then, it was not enough, so we officially start the season 0-7. On the bright side, we do have the number 1 overall pick, and just remember that one of you lucky subscribers is gonna get to name whoever we select, although I'm a bit concerned about this draft class if the number 1 projected player is a reliever. It looks like there's only 2 position players projected in the top 10, which is absolutely brutal, but on top of that, just from looking at their profiles, I'm really not impressed with either prospect. If Mario Mota can be anywhere near the upper range of his potential, his athleticism would be such an asset for this squad, but as you often see in this game, I have a great feeling he's gonna come up short of that. Even though we're 0-13 to start the year, there were so many of those that could have gone either way and were actually close competitive games. So regardless of what our record is right right now, I'm still seeing a lot of encouraging progress. This is especially true of our top farm system guys, as players like Doug Allen and Lamar Werner are performing as well as expected. So after a bit of more development time, aka service time manipulation, maybe we'll have no choice but to bring him up. I am holding out for the day we have our first victory of the season, but there's a very good chance that comes today, as we have a 1-run lead in the 8th inning, but we're gonna have to close them out in the 9th. We're keeping our best bullpen arm, Joe Barlow, in the game, because as we saw against the White Sox, we really cannot trust the rest of our bullpen. Arenado did get aboard, but we're one double play away from ending this game. However, that is not gonna happen. After another single, the tying and go-ahead runs are on base, but after striking out Jordan Walker, we're down to our last out, except Lars Nootbaar keeps this one on the ground. We are unable to get it, and the game is tied. It is so frustrating to be 1 out away from a victory and still not get it, so we're going to extras unless we can walk it off in the bottom of the 9th. There are 2 outs, but this one is not over yet, and with the winning run on first, we are pinch running Bubba Thompson. He has plenty of speed, so I'm gonna try to steal second, and even though they pitch it out, he is more than fast enough to get in there. So now the winning run is in scoring position, and Luis Torrens makes great contact, but it's gonna be run down. After that, I am really doubting our chances to win this, because I really don't think our bullpen is good enough to win this, and right on cue, Tommy Edmonds smokes this into left center, and that is not coming back. Ryan Jensen missed the spot on his changeup, hanging that one up over the plate, and I fear that's gonna make all the difference as we advance the runner at the cost of an out. I feel like Joe Adell's always put into these very clutch situations, and this time at least he gets a sacrifice fly. But of course, we still need another run, and Blanco's fly out into center field is gonna seal our fate. That is another blown lead in this 0-15 start for the Polar Bears, and the bad news is only gonna continue as Mario Mota is nowhere near where he needs to be. There's honestly no point in having the #1 overall pick, as it really feels like no players at the top are worthy of the selection. I really want to move things along this season, but I feel like before we can do that, we absolutely need to get our first win of the season, and we had a chance in this 1-run game against the Cubs, but Cody Bellinger just drove in 2. Before the season started, I was sure I was going to call up some of our rookies this year, and even though guys like Doug Allen and Lamar Werner are both ready, I really don't want them to spend a year of their service time on a dumpster fire squad. Obviously, I knew we weren't going to be a good team, but opening the year 0-20 was not on my bingo card, and at least for me, the biggest surprise of all of this is our offense really has not been bad. Jamison Hanna just drove in a very clutch game-tying RBI in our first game of the series against the D-backs, so we definitely are scoring runs, but our bullpen screws us over every time. I would really like for this time to be different though, and Joe Adell's getting this inning started with a deep drive into right center field, and while it stays in the yard, it is an automatic double. I did learn my lesson about trying to steal bases with him, but fortunately Nasim Nunez drives him in 1 at bat later, so I don't want to jinx anything, but this might be the one. For once in our life, it seems we actually have a rally going, and Luis Torrens is already 3 for 3 on the day, but make it 4 for 4 with another RBI. With a bullpen this bad, maybe the best defense for us is more offense, but given our history, I'm a bit nervous with the tying run at the plate, but finally we get a double play. After scoring 3 unanswered runs, we are so close to our first victory of the year, and after having a rough time last time out, Joe Barlow's trying to redeem himself. This has been a long time coming, but finally after 20 losses in a row, the Polar Bears have their first victory of the season. They have taken down a playoff team in the Arizona Diamondbacks, and all I can say is thank God the losing streak is over. Hopefully the first one is all we need to get out of that slump, as we just beat Seattle, and now we have a chance to go back-to-back against the Giants, but that sacrifice bunt failed miserably. I was trying to go for the safe play to tie the game, but clearly that backfired on me. But fortunately for us, our bullpen holds strong, so we have another chance to tie the game. Dahlbeck delivers a double, so it's up to Joe Adell, but here's a flyout, which means we're asking our bullpen to hold a little longer. Steven Wilson is one of our best relievers, as he's showing why we made him one of the highest paid players on the squad. Of course, with the state of our organization, that only means he's making a little over $1 million, but if players like him can help us win more games, that means there's more money to spread around. After a walk, we have a runner on first base, and Blanco's easily gonna steal second, so the tying runner is in scoring position, but this Luis Torrens flyout brings us down to our final out. With the game on the line, here is a full count for Sam Haggerty, but unfortunately that goes right to second base, and we were unable to win another game. We go back to our old ways, losing another close game, but on the bright side, I think I found the player I'm taking at #1. After scouting, George Villafuerte Villafuerte is the second player on my board, and that combination of decent speed and really good offense has me very excited for the 18-year-old. This series against the Nationals could be a great opportunity to get our season back on track, as we just took the lead in the 6th inning, and Torrens is going to add another run. We took advantage of 2 breaking balls left down the middle, and now this double from Barrero is going to get 2 more aboard. So the rally this inning has been absolutely insane, and Dairon Blanco is not ready for it to end, clearing the bases with a double. That is another victory for the Polar Bears, and after our first month of play, I'm actually very excited about how these stats are looking. Our best player has definitely been Bobby Dahlbeck, who leads the team in home runs and RBIs, and the most exciting thing about him is he's still 29 with B potential and has a lot of room to grow. Along with him, Dairon Blanco has become the on-base machine that I dreamed he could be, and even though he's 31 years old, he has a lot of team control left. All I can say is if him and Joe Adell continue this success, we could have one of the most electric outfields in baseball, and that doesn't even include Jamison Hanna, who may be off to a rougher start this season, but I still believe in him. As you can imagine though, our pitching rotation is going to hold us back from having any success for a while, and to be real, the only positive here is Joe Barlow's playing pretty well in his brand new closer role. Beating the Nationals is one thing, but the Rangers are a whole different beast. But lately, we've had a lot more momentum, so maybe there's a chance to pull off the upset. Unfortunately though, with runners at the corners, Haggerty couldn't get that to drop, and here's a ground out to end the inning. So we're now relying on our bullpen to keep us in this, but here's Evan Carter. This is just another reminder that while we're improving, we're still not where we want to be, although we might just have a chance with runners at the corners, and here we go, Joe Adell smokes this up the middle, and that scores a run. Joe Adell comes up clutch once again, and with 2 outs, Tyler Locklear continues the rally, scoring Bubba Thompson from second base. I cannot believe we just tied this up, and now a game that I really thought was over is in extra innings. Once again though, there are 2 outs, and we're relying on Dairon Blanco, who's been our best offensive player this season, and he once again shows us why. That is not once, but twice that this team has rallied in a 2-out situation, and now this is somehow gonna get down as Garcia cannot handle it, and here comes Blanco scoring from second base. For some reason, I did not get punished for chasing that high fastball upstairs, and this game keeps getting better and better. The Rangers bullpen is really throwing this one as they continue giving us breaking balls, and this time it's their former player Bubba Thompson capitalizing. We scored 4 runs in the top of the 10th to take an 11-7 lead, and I'm really glad we did because Josh Young just hit that one to the moon. That is a rare mistake for Joe Barlow, who's having a very good season, and I think it just goes to show that you can never have too much run support. That come from behind victory was definitely our best of the entire series so far, and even though 9 victories midway through May is not good by regular MLB standards, I will certainly take it. I think my biggest goal this season is to not be the worst team in baseball, and honestly, we might not even be the worst team in our division, but just like against the Rangers, we need to pull off another rally to get it done, and Jamison Hanna drops us into left field to score the tying and go-ahead run. I just want to point out the only reason that could happen is because Blanco stole second base, and it's a bit unfortunate I had my game pause while simulating because Joe Adell put his team away with a home run to right. At least for our standards, we've been kind of on a roll lately, as we are already halfway to our win total from last year. The huge reason for that is basically our entire offense is on a hot streak right now, and compared to the rest of the league, we're actually in the middle of the pack, which is a huge surprise. Checking out scouting once again, I think it's very important to play to the strength of your class, and honestly, this position player class isn't offering much of anything outside of the second base position, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because we already have Doug Allen, but I feel like having a lot of good talent's a pretty good problem. By the way, Doug has been absolutely raking at AAA, so I'm very excited to see him next year, and I'm even more excited to see what his new name is gonna be. I do not know what's going on, but the Polar Bears just keep winning, and I think it's fair to say that we found at least a few players on this year's team that we can build around moving forward. Meanwhile, it looks like Fernando Rodriguez has the potential to be a pretty good player, but I'm not going to stop the scouting there, as Robbie Hendley is also very intriguing. Alaska continues to prove that their 20-game losing skid to start the year was just a fluke, because just a month later, they're looking like one of the most promising young teams in the league. However, they're trying to keep their hot stretch alive against Toronto, and right on cue, here is Dairon Blanco doubling the other way. From here, the game plan is very simple, as I'm going to steal with Blanco, but that did not work the way I was thinking it was. That is very unfortunate, especially because Jamison Hanna Atlanta would have just scored the tying run, but instead, Toronto executes the pitch out beautifully and wins this game. That was really the first time that Blanco hasn't been a complete glitch, and now in the 9th against Boston, we're trying to make up for it. Normally, I would try a suicide squeeze here, but the luck has not been on my side, and thankfully that error is gonna allow the tying run to score. Right as I say luck is not on my side, we get the luckiest play of the entire season to keep us in this game. So right after missing the chance against Toronto, we are going to extra innings against Boston. With Blanco on base, my plan is simply to end this as fast as possible, as he's gonna be able to tag up from second base. And it's been a while, so I'm gonna test my luck with the suicide squeeze, except we can't seem to execute it. Make no mistake, it definitely helps to have some players who can actually lay down a consistent bunt, but from my experience playing this game, you usually don't need it. So the fact that we haven't had any success with it so far in this video is pretty concerning. On the bright side, Boston didn't score, but it's only a matter of time before they end this game, so we need a hero here, and while Hannah makes good contact, that is not going to get down. We need Steven Wilson to get out of this inning, but that is easier said than done when a single can basically end the game, and that is exactly what Yoshida does, smoking this back up the middle, and there's no chance. We are still falling short in these close game scenarios, and we missed so many chances to win that game, but at least we take the next two. I am also very glad we scouted Robbie Hendley, because he's really looking like this year's Doug Allen, and I would really like him on this team. On June 1st, we are already so close to last year's win total, and with the way we've been playing, I'm actually pretty curious if we're going to have an all-star that's not by default this year. There's a good chance our offense could have a couple representatives, because as you can see, we just got our 19th win to tie our win total from last year, and this was not a small victory, as we won an extra inning shootout against the Astros. On the scouting side of things, I thought our last second base prospect was very good, but I think I found the gem of the class in Frank Wellington, and there's no way I'm gonna not take him. The second base position alone might be making up for the entire rest of the class, and between taking George Villafuerte at number 1 overall and Frank Wellington later in the draft, I think we're setting ourselves up very well for next year and beyond. Obviously, we're still a bad team, but if you cut out those first 20 games, it looks a lot different, as we are 33-64 on draft day, and all I can say is if these players continue developing, good luck to the rest of the league when we finally bring up our draftees. This might be the least stressed I've ever been for an MLB draft, and that's because I not only know who I'm taking at number 1 overall, but there are a lot of other gem players down the board who I am very excited about. We have the very first pick, so there's no need for suspense. We are starting this draft, and George Villafuerte has been my favorite player on this board ever since I scouted him, so he's going to be our first number 1 overall pick of hopefully a few in this series. George Villafuerte, welcome to the Polar Bears. After that, I kind of just thought this draft was going to be a breeze, but I'm definitely a fool for that, because my favorite two options for the next selection, Danny Thayer and Terrell Denton, went way earlier than I thought. Unfortunately, that does happen in this game, but thankfully, we have back-to-back picks, so we at least have a chance to make an impact, starting with Max Berg, who's at least a guaranteed high-potential pitcher. Time is ticking down, so we're gonna go ahead and select him, and then we're gonna double up on pitcher with our next selection. At least one of those guys has to be worth our time, and now we are taking Frank Wellington, so we just got the number 5 player in the draft at like pick 76. I could not miss passing on another amazing middle infielder, and I'm really crossing my fingers that this catcher is gonna be there in the next round, because he might be our future. Sure enough, we get to the 4th round, and he is still available, so without further ado, I'm wasting no time pulling the trigger. Unfortunately, in round 5, we are down to just one player left on our board, so I have really no choice but to go for Gustavo Chavez, and let's just hope that he's good, because after this, I have nothing up my sleeve. Making a long story short, everybody here completely sucks, so let's just end the draft with Ken Murdoch and move on to our next adventure. We're gonna have to wait and see, but even though I feel like it could have been better, we put together another really good class of players that I really feel is on par, if not better, than our first draft class. Speaking of that first draft class, I feel like everybody except for third baseman Carlos Cardona has a chance to play next year, and I guarantee that we're gonna see Lamar, Werner, and Doug Allen next episode, along with possibly closing pitcher Carlo Garcia, and more than likely Gary Shaffer. It may take a bit longer for third round pick Grayson Rouse, but he's definitely coming along, so I'm very excited about this series, and I'm very invested in the development of these players. As you probably know, every single team is required to have an all-star, which in a series like this usually leads to one of our players getting selected by default, but this year that is not the case. It turns out Bobby Dahlbeck is having such a good year year that he was selected as the #1 first baseman, and even though he's our only all-star, a lot of guys like Tyler Locklear placed in the top 10, while basically our entire outfield of Joe Adell, Jamison Hanna, and Dairon Blanco each had quite a few votes. That definitely makes sense, as those 5 players have all really carried our offense this season, especially while just as many, if not more, key players have struggled. Our pitching staff has also been complete garbage, so basically those 5 guys are carrying our entire squad. We're still pretty bad, so I'm gonna go ahead and simulate to what we've all been waiting for, as just like the first one, this draft class is gonna be full of players we're gonna see throughout the entire series, so all I can say is I really hope I didn't mess this up. Let's take a look, and oh my goodness, George Villafuerte, I did not realize he was gonna be generational. Somewhere in the middle of the game cycle, MLB The Show put out some sort of update that better disguises the players that are generational, and I knew Villafuerte was gonna be a good player, but I was more expecting low 90s potential, maybe low 70s overall. I never even considered that as an option, but I'm glad it worked out the way it did, especially because our next selection, Max Berg, is a little lackluster. He's got decent potential, but the overall's kinda lacking, and with that walks per 9, it's gonna take a while for him to get to the show. And I think the most painful part of this is the Cardinals and the Orioles both took players that I would have definitely preferred, starting with Terrell Denton, who already comes in with 72 walks per 9 and probably would have been in the rotation by next season. Then there's Baltimore, who took one of my favorite players in the entire draft in Danny Thayer just because of this power output, and I would have loved to have him. It's a bit of a bummer that their scouting department actually did its job, but we doubled up with another high potential pitcher. And then of course, with our 4th selection, we got the steal of the draft. Frank Wellington might not be the same overall coming in as Doug Allen, but he has an even higher ceiling, and I already know I'm gonna have to find a way to get both of them reps. Then in the 4th round, we got a player in Steven Raimo who's actually even better than I expected, already coming in with plus contact and plate skills, and while we definitely need time to work on that power and his defense, I think he's gonna be a really good player. Gustavo Chavez was the final player left on our board, and to be completely honest with you, it could not have worked out any better, as he's already coming in at 75 overall. Once again, while it could have been better, we got a generational player at #1 overall, and then grabbed a bunch of other players to develop who have high ceilings and could be on the squad sooner rather than later. We finished our draft and have already doubled our win total from last year, so without further ado, I think it's time to simulate to the end of the season, as we would finish 55-107. That is great improvement, but my big question is it the worst record in baseball? And as you can see, the Rockies are 1 game worse than us. Dairon Blanco or Bobby Dahlbeck had to have been our offensive MVP, as Dahlbeck hit 26 home runs and 91 RBIs, but on the other side of that, Blanco became an on-base, base-stealing machine. Not all of our offseason moves worked out last season, but the ones that did certainly made up for the rest. Also, one of my favorite stories of the season was Tyler Locklear, who we selected in the 1st round of the Rule 5 draft last year, and even though it took him a while to get some at-bats, it made a huge difference in our season, and he nearly won Rookie of the Year. Since we're still pretty bad, and our roster is basically full, this is going to be a quieter year in free agency, but there's one player I'm very interested in who I did not expect to be here. Malcolm Arneson was one of the last players on my draft board, but he got taken in the 6th round, but for whatever reason, he did not sign, and because he's now here in the free agent poll, I am going to bring him in. Last year's draft lottery went very well for us, so all I'm asking for this time around is to not get screwed over, because it certainly has happened many times before. It is all up to the odds now, but unfortunately, we're going down to number 4. We might have baseball's worst roster on paper, but I really feel like this squad can surprise a lot of people because so many players experienced breakout years with the Polar Bears. For example, first baseman Bobby Dahlbeck became an all-star in his first season with Alaska, collecting nearly 100 RBIs, while Dairon Blanco emerged as one of baseball's most electric players. Of course, though, there are still many question marks on this team heading into our 3rd season, which is exactly why we're starting this season in spring training. In a shocking turn of events, it seems that every draft pick in Polar Bears history decided to change their name, and I'm not sure if this is just some weird team tradition, but Lamar Werner now becomes Griffin Judd, and last year's first overall pick, George Villafuerte, will now be referred to as LJ Morales. I have truthfully never seen anything like this, as here's Doug Allen, now to be called Doug Forsyth, but if you want to see all 14 player name changes, I do plan on putting that in the description. To start spring training, none of our prospects are on the 40-man roster, roster. And to be completely real with you, that is all because of service time manipulation. I'm a terrible GM for coming straight out and saying that, but at least I'm honest, and here's a home run for Bobby Dalbec. He is the biggest slugger on the Polar Bears, and so much of our success is gonna be on his shoulders. But he's definitely not alone, as Tyler Locklear is certainly still mad about getting snubbed for Rookie of the Year. He doubles against the organization that drafted him, but Adele cannot score him. So now it's time to see our pitching, and first up is Devin Smeltzer. The Rule 5 draft pickup may be getting the first start of spring training, but as of right now, I really don't know who our opening day starter is going to be, especially because we have a lot of AAA level talent. That was certainly a good first impression though, as he retired the side, and now here's Dominic Smith, who we signed last year, but he spent the entire season down in AAA. Even though he's 30 years old, he could be this year's Bobby Dalbec just because he developed so much at AAA last year. However, like anybody, he's gonna have to earn a spot on this team because there is a logjam at his position and only 26 spots on the roster. Spring training actually feels important because of how much competition we have on our roster, and I think that's what I like about series like this, because on a team this bad, no one's job is truly safe. Right after facing George Kirby, here is Blake Snell. So even though they're now up 2-1, we're getting some great experience against quality major league arms. Spring training's very important because if you remember last season, we started the season 0-20, so I really hope that we not only find success, but also carry that into the regular season as well. Coming out of the gate, I really feel like Tyler Locklear's rookie year was only the tip of the iceberg, as his bat especially has so much untapped potential, and with this power profile, you cannot go wrong. I told you guys that there are no draft picks on this team yet, and while that is true, there is one undrafted free agent that I am very excited about. Formerly known as Malcolm Arneson, Freddie Talieri Jr. did not sign with the team that drafted him, and therefore elected free agency, and I'm very thankful he fell into our laps because he is a much better catcher than Luis Torrens. He just put runners at the corners, and now Dom Smith scores Joe Adell, so even though it doesn't count, this game is tied. It is the 9th inning, and Bobby Dalbec's already gone yard once today, but that is a great play from the shortstop to prevent hit number 2, so now there's one away and make that 2. Unfortunately, we lay a goose egg in the 9th inning, but lucky for us, our bullpen, which is usually our Achilles heel, is gonna keep us in it. There are runners at the corners with none away, and this time Barrero scores the go-ahead run, and if you can't tell, I really want to win this game just because Seattle's pretty solid. Now the bases are loaded for Bubba Thompson, and of course, this is when we decide to rally. All it really took was extra innings to inject some extra life into this offense, and if Bobby Dalbec hits a grand slam here, I'm gonna lose it, and right on cue, that is exactly what happens. I did not see that coming, but they left the changeup right over the heart of the plate, and that was an absolute gimme. Bobby goes yard for his second dinger of the game, and the rookie Talieri adds another one as we blow out Seattle, and I really hope that energy transfers to the regular season. I don't want to waste spring training stats too much, but I really feel like Dom Smith has earned his way onto this team, and as far as our rotation goes, it looks like Devin Smeltzer is gonna be the ace. Of course though, this entire roster is gonna be subject to change once we bring up our top prospects, and even though pitching is our weakness right now, bringing up James Nanook, Tristan Rodriguez, and of course Griffin Judd should make a difference. It is time for opening day against the Pirates, and as you can see, we're gonna give up 2 singles to start the day, so our new ace Devin Smeltzer is already off to a bad start with the Polar Bears. I am still very fortunate we only gave up 1 run in that rally, and I'm feeling pretty good with Dairon Blanco on first base, but hold that thought because he got gunned down. To be fair, it did not take a genius to know he was gonna take off, but if we had scored him, we would have gotten this game right back in our favor. We really need Smeltzer to get his head in the game, and that was a crazy swing and miss. And now here's a full count against Davis as he retires the side. That is very reminiscent of what we saw in the spring, and now here's another guy who played well in the preseason, Dominic Smith. He's gonna double for our first extra base hit of the season, and now there are runners at the corners, so we have a chance to score him with 2 outs, but we pop up. We miss another chance to get on the board, and now they make us pay. So rather than having a potentially tie game, it is 2-0, but here we go. Bobby Dalbec drives this one deep into left center field, and that is not coming back. It is not a shocker to see our all-star first baseman mash the first homer of the year, so we are right back in this one at the end of the 3rd inning. If we want to win this game, we cannot give up another run, and here we go. That is a beautiful double play. Obviously, we have a lot of range in our outfield, but finally we see some solid defense from the infield, and here's Dom Smith continuing his great day. Once again, though, there are 2 outs, but this time Jose Barrero smokes this one down the the line in left field, and that is gonna tie the game. We are back in this game, and now Smeltzer's in a groove, so it really feels like all the momentum is in our favor, and right on cue, Jameson Hanna, are you kidding me? He turned on that pitch, and it was not gonna come back, as we have scored 3 unanswered runs. If you remember, Hanna was on the original roster, and I'm definitely shocked that he's been as good as he's been. That is our second dinger of the season, and now Tyler Locklear's gonna get going, so there's another guy in scoring position, but unfortunately, the inning ends right here. Regardless, it feels great to be in the driver's seat of a game that was once not looking very good, and you've gotta be kidding me, Dom Smith. To be fair, they left that curveball right over the plate, but Dominic Smith might be our best hitter. Another player who's looked great today is Jose Barrero, and I think that's his 3rd double of the day, but despite his great success, we have not scored him so far, at least until now. Our bullpen still is not very good, so I'm kinda nervous for Smeltzer to exit the game, and early on, my fears are very justified as Dre Jameson just gave up an RBI double. Dre's supposed to be one of our best relief options, but I really can't trust that because right now he is getting shelled, so it is very clear to me that our bullpen will not let this be a decisive win. It's the bottom of the 8th, and our last chance to cushion our lead going into the 9th inning as Barrero doubles again. We have a chance to put him away, but we strike out, so it's all up to our closer, Joe Barlow. I'm confident after that strikeout, but here is a huge double down the line, so I'm a bit nervous with O'Neal Cruz at the plate, but thankfully he grounds this right to first base. Now Barlow needs one more out with the tying run at 3rd, as opening day comes down to this, and there's a swing and the miss at the curveball, and the Alaska Polar Bears win it 5-4. What an amazing game as Devin Smeltzer goes 6 innings, only giving up 2 runs, and of course our offense was on fire today. Stop the count, we are winning this division, but of course there's still 161 games to go, and we still lost this series. We're trying to recover against Boston, but we're down 1 run, and we're in danger of stranding the tying run at 3rd base as we do exactly that. Winning this type of game would be a great indication of how good we're actually gonna be this season, but things are not looking too hot after that double play in the 9th. Dairon Blanco's our last chance, and he draws a walk, so there are 2 aboard for Jose Barrero. If there's anyone who can get us out of this, it's gonna be him, but unfortunately I spoke too soon as we stranded even more base runners and lost this game. That drops us all the way down to 1-5, so I think that's a sign it's time to move on to scouting for the MLB draft, and as you can see, it's looking like there could potentially be not 1, but 2 generational players in the class. If we want to turn our season around, we're gonna have to do it in division play as Dom Smith gets a hold of this one into right field, but it's caught. That was so close to a lead-taking 2-run shot, but we're gonna lose this one. So even though our offense is not doing terrible to start the year, we're just losing too many close games. That is so disappointing, but now in the next game of the series, we're looking for a redemption. However, the Mariners just tied the game at 2 apiece, and now Stone Garrett launches this into left center field, and that is not coming back. The season might seem pretty bleak right now, but remember that at the end of the month, we're gonna be able to call up so many of our top prospects, and hopefully those reinforcements will be enough to make us a decent squad. Even though we're faced with 2 outs, down 1 in the 9th inning, this is not over yet as Talieri keeps this fair down the line, and here comes Bobby Dahlbeck rounding 3rd, and I think he has decent enough speed to just barely beat this out to score the tying run. Our undrafted rookie catcher saves the day, so after a bit of drama, we're going to extra innings. Right off the bat, we have 2 runners on and make that 3, so we have the bases loaded with 0 away, and we're trying the suicide squeeze, which fails miserably and turns into a triple play. This is usually a bread and butter play for me, but in this series, I have had no success with it, and I think this is an all-time low. It is classic Polar Bears to have this game in the bag and find the craziest possible way to blow it, as this is going into foul grounds, and what a catch. Don't get me wrong, that was an incredible play, but the winning run was able to tag up to 3rd base. So no matter what, we are in a bit of trouble, but fortunately more gets out of it. No matter what happens here, I certainly will not be trying another suicide squeeze, because I don't want to risk it, but a deep fly out does advance the go-ahead run to 3rd. While that ground out could not score him, here's Dom Smith, who pulls this into right field and makes that triple play look a little better. We are now just 3 outs away from finishing up a very tight game, and we need Barlow to hold on to secure our 3rd win of the year. It looks like they're gonna try the suicide squeeze, and I'm glad it didn't work for them. So now there are 2 outs as they tried it again, and that is not gonna wait. Our catcher is waiting for him, and that is how this one ends. That was truly chaos fastball until the very end, and I think the most encouraging thing about these games is our offense is really producing. After our first week of scouting, Adrian Santos does not look very good, but right now I'm not worried because this game really likes to make you think these guys aren't generational. I do want to finish his profile, but first things first, we're going to scout Mustafa Martinez because as you can see, this guy is a pure hitter. I would love to see us turn our season around against a very good Philadelphia team, and Chavez is going to get in safe. And with no one away, I'm trying the suicide squeeze with one of the best bunters on the squad, and it finally works. However, we are not done because Taylor's bunt rating is also pretty good. So once again, I'm taking the calculated risk, but that time it did not work out so good, and they double us up. I am so surprised because prior to this series, I never had bad luck with that play. So for whatever reason, this game loves to screw me over. We could not take advantage of having Bubba Thompson on base, so we're gonna have to settle this in extra innings, and right off the bat, Talieri delivers an RBI. Considering his high floor, even as a rookie, I kind of expected better numbers than this, but of course, there's still plenty of time left in the season for him to turn things around. Tyler Locklear also has pretty similar numbers on the year, but unlike Freddie, he cannot deliver. That means we stranded 2 runners, and with this team, you really need as much insurance as you can get as they launch this, and while it's gonna be caught, their runner advances to third. Considering everything, I'm glad that stayed in the yard, and we're even luckier that our second baseman was in position to make that play, as Barlow might have scared me for a second, but we're able to get the victory. That was not pretty, but we're closer to 4th place in our division. But going back to scouting for a second, the game really tried to convince us that Santos was not generational, and it looks like they're doing the same exact thing with Mustafa Martinez, who falls to the 30th rank in the class. Unlike most drafts, there's actually a lot of very intriguing position players, one of them being Frankie Jowers, and my interest in him is entirely because of that power. Unfortunately though, after a week of scouting, it's very clear he's not going to be a target. After another rough start to the year, it seems we're positively trending more and more towards mediocrity, and another extra innings win against a playoff team would definitely boost our confidence as Taylor dribbles this up the middle, and in a very short affair, we win our 10th game. I can definitely see the improvement from even our first week of the year, as these are our numbers at the end of April, and I have to say, they could be a lot better or a lot worse. If anything, I feel like our offense is underperforming where it was last year, but also sort of in a trade-off, it looks like our starting rotation's been a bit better. To my surprise, we're actually more towards the middle of the pack when it comes to ERA, but of course, there is a trade-off to that, being that we're a bottom 3 team in runs scored. However, I did reveal there is going to be a huge shakeup in this video, and now that we're a month into the season, I think it's finally time to bring up our first wave of prospects. To no one's surprise, the first draft pick of the series, Aaron Judd, is ready to make the move, and even though his stats have not been great at AAA, I truly believe he can become one of the best pitchers in the game. Without further ado, we're calling him up, but he's going to have to earn the title of our new ace, especially because Tristan Rodriguez and James Nanook are also pretty close. I am very interested in adding Avi Tick to the bullpen because he offers a lot of strikeout upside, and for a unit that's been so inconsistent, that is going to be a big deal. We have the #1 farm system in baseball, so clearly there's a lot of talent in this organization, and for my last call up, I want to bring up a big bat, and I really thought it was going to be LJ Morales. There's no doubt in my mind that he is a superstar level talent, but as you can see, he really needs to work a bit more at getting on base, so even though the power is definitely there, I'm going to hold off and elect for a more seasoned option at a position of need in Doug Forsyth. That is only 3 out of 10 players who I consider to be very close to MLB ready, but obviously I don't want to rush any prospects, so each of these guys are gonna have to earn their stripes. Griffin Judd is making his MLB debut against the Cleveland Guardians, but before we get to him, here is Doug Forsyth, who flies out to center field. You guys have no idea how excited I am to add some prospects to a core that's already pretty decent, but I do want to remind you that while the future does look bright, there's gonna be some growing pains. As you can see, Judd does not have a lot of energy right now, so maybe I'm setting him up for failure, but I at least want to see what he can do. I think being left-handed already looks like a pretty solid advantage for him, and just from his first couple batters, he is not looking like much of a strikeout guy at all. His fastball only tops out around 95 miles an hour, so I'm really interested seeing how well he holds up. Just like we did on opening day, we have to get some run support against the Guardians, and this is a pretty good start because Locklear just put runners at the corners, and now Barrero's gonna finish the job with a sac fly. Not much would feel better than getting Griffin a win on his debut, and for a split second, I thought Forsyth sent that one. With power in the 40s, I feel like we're gonna see that a lot. But of course, we have a lot of other guys who can hit for power, and Bobby Dahlbeck just doubled. That is gonna put another runner in scoring position, but Joe Adell cannot capitalize. So we are not wasting any time putting our brand new pitcher to the test. He does not have a flashy arm, but instead, I see a lot of George Kirby in his game, as so far he's shown very good ability to pitch to contact and not allow walks. Right now though, he is definitely wishing for more run support, and Tyler Locklear delivers. So Griffin's on his way to a shutout debut. That was his first career strikeout, and the slider rings up another. So by the looks of it, our first ever draft pick is paving the way for the rest of our young prospects as Hannah doubles again. It really feels like we found our footing, especially as Michael Chavez goes deep to left field. That was the first pitch we saw against their bullpen, and he obliterated it. So now we're really cooking with gas, and this is a 4-hit day for Bobby Dahlbeck. We are so lucky Judd fell to pick number 4, but now that his day's done, I do want to check out Avi Tick. If he wants the closer role, he's gonna need to earn it, but right now he cannot hit the plate. It is his first game though, so maybe he's shaking off the nerves, as there's his first strikeout immediately followed up by a ground ball double play. Not only did we debut 2 rookie pitchers, but they earned a shutout, so I really think it's arguable that this was one of the most exciting games in franchise history. That feeling is only going to continue going into scouting though, because I think I found one of my favorite players in left fielder Kurt Key, because as you can see, that potential combination of power and speed could be deadly. However, I definitely want to see more games because we've won 7 out of our last 10, and we're going into a make or break series against Houston. This is a very good team, so it's not going to be easy to win. However, we do exactly that as we shut them out 14-0 with 24 total hits. Most notably though, rookie Doug Forsyth hit 2 doubles for a 4-hit performance. So even though it took a while to get going, May is off to an excellent start. I can't believe we have a chance to win this series 3-1, but it all comes down to this final game. However, Forsyth got caught stealing, and now the inning is over. That means our backs are against the wall as they're trying to close us out in the 9th inning, and we just need 1 run. Unfortunately, Dahlbeck flies out, and while Locklear is going to get on board here, you always have to worry about the double play, and that was a meatball we should have crushed. We did lose this game, but splitting the series is kind of a win, as we just gave our loaded division leader a huge run for their money. Last week in scouting, I was very excited about Kurt Key, and while I still think he's going to be a good player, I would not take him at number 4. So just being realistic, we might have to settle for another starting pitcher. However, I think Sean Fisher more than makes up for Kurt Key, as I just scouted him and he was the number 5 player in the draft, coming in with amazing power. I know we're absolutely loaded at first base with Bobby Dahlbeck and William Trout coming up, but remember that Bobby is very close to free agency, while Dominic Smith only has this year left on his deal. Even with William Trout very close to making his debut, we're gonna need a new DH, and I really think Fisher can be that guy. Of course, remember that every single drafted player in this series will be renamed based on your submissions in the comments below, so be sure to do that for a chance to be on the team. It feels like we are slowly but surely climbing out of the division cellar, as depending on who's pitching, we're actually competitive, as we just tied it up against the Diamondbacks, and Joe Adell gets a hold of this one, but unfortunately we leave 2 runners stranded. The reason I wanted to show that play is because it feels like whenever we're watching, Joe Adell just does not play good, but that really could not be further from the truth, as he's having an even better season than last year. That is probably the biggest reason we have not called up LJ Morales, and now in the 9th inning, Jamison Hanna goes deep. His power in this series has been so impressive, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he's the only polar bear from the season 1 roster still on the team, as Corbin Carroll just tripled in the bottom of the 9th. With 99 speed, I know that pretty much any deep flyout is going to score him, just like this one will, so our closer Joe Barlow blows the lead. After 14 solid games, maybe it's finally time to consider Avi Tick for the role, especially because they are the same overall, and Joe Barlow really is not a closer. We're in extra innings, and here is Doug Forsyth, who's definitely had his moments off camera, but now, even though we were late on this pitch, we're gonna retake the lead. I just hinted at this, but we're bringing in Avi Tick in the bottom of the 10th to close it out, and of course they lay down a perfect bunt. That is very unfortunate, but at least it doesn't go down as an earned run, and he gets out of the inning, and he's definitely gonna get another chance in the bottom of the 11th for hopefully a save. Unfortunately though, we could not score, so we need Avi Javi to lock in, but that is not gonna happen. They go Oppo Taco, it stays fair, and they walk it off. Of course, this has been a very positive start to his career, but clearly he's not ready to be the closer, as we lost a very close game, but we're looking for redemption as Freddie Taglieri, the rookie catcher, is going yard. The very next game was tied 0-0, so I decided to jump in, and I'm very glad I did. I still cannot believe we got a 75 overall undrafted catcher, and his numbers this season have been more than serviceable, as that 3-run homer was his biggest moment of the season, and I'm very curious to see how long Freddie can hold off Frankie Turner, who's the guy we actually drafted. Our 4th round pick is playing very well in his first season of AA, which could earn him a AAA promotion very shortly, and even though Freddie hits for a lot more power than Frankie, his ceiling is infinitely higher. Catcher is just one of the many logjams on this roster, and that brings me to the next player I want to bring up, and if you were wondering, William Trout is in fact related to Randy. Randy Trout was the first draft pick of my Portland Pickles series and developed into one of the most beloved players in channel history, and I really think that William, aka Willie Trout, is the next in line for your affection. He is definitely ready to come up, but the problem here is we have 3 first basemen on the roster, and at some point this season, I think it would be wise to sell high on Dom Smith to be able to clear that roster spot. Meanwhile, after a few weeks of coming up pretty empty in scouting, I finally found another gem in center fielder Arnold Ishii. On paper, he's not super impressive, but that power really impresses me, and while I already feel pretty confident with the selection, I wanted to get one more option, and I think Ishii is just the guy. We are very close to the MLB draft, but first we're looking for an extra inning sweep against the Colorado Rockies, and I know it's just Colorado, but honestly, a sweep is a sweep, and I think it's an even bigger deal for a team that's really struggled with consistency. We're trying to walk it off, and that is just bad luck straight to second base, so we're in danger of stranding the winning run at third base, but there we go, this one drops into center field, and we're able to bust out the brooms. It is finally time for the MLB draft, and my plan for the number 4 selection is either going to be Adrian Santos, Mustafa Martinez, or Manny Esposito. I'm really hoping that one of those players falls to us because we've had pretty good luck so far, but in the event they all get taken back to back, we're going to be kinda reaching. I still think a guy like Arnold Ishii can be a more than serviceable center fielder, and I would even accept this very high floor for Elvis McKee, but the most important pick of this draft may be our second one. Sean Fisher might be one of the biggest gems I've ever found, because I don't think I've ever seen power like that, but of course, I'm also banking on other teams not knowing about him. I'm going to be very upset if someone overdrafts him in the first round, but unless I take him at number 4 overall, which crazy enough, I've actually thought about, there's really nothing we can do. Martinez and Santos are both going to be very, very good, and I just need one of these first 3 teams to mess up. Not to my surprise, Mustafas goes at number 1, followed by Esposito, so unlike when Griffin Judd fell to pick number 4 in season 1, we do not get lucky this time. That is very unfortunate right off the bat, and all I'm thinking is if we do not get Sean Fisher, which I think we're going to, but if we don't, I'm going to be very upset. Our scouts are really liking Arnold Ishii from Japan, and I can definitely see why, with plus speed and fielding ability, along with pretty decent power for a center fielder. After losing all 3 of my top targets, I really think this is the best we can do, so let's hope we can at least develop him. Now the wait for Sean Fisher begins, and while I'm still very hopeful, I've seen players like him get snatched up in the top 5. For example, this second baseman is ranked 81st in the class and just went number 5, and then just 2 picks later, a starting pitcher ranked 90 went at number 7. It is all about luck, but of course the game's gonna punish me as he goes number 20, and honestly I should have known better. Just for position value, I think I prefer Ishii, but that still really hurts, as not only Fisher, but both of my backup options for the very next pick are off the board. My draft board is really not in good shape after this, but there's one player that I cannot afford to pass on, and even though it might be a reach, David Suzuki's actually the number 1 player on my board, so we're gonna take him. That's a guaranteed good potential player. Our situation is not getting any better, so this is on pace to be our worst draft ever, and honestly, just to make the safe pick, I'm gonna go for this guaranteed high potential center fielder. I know he's 23 years old, but hopefully the contact and speed combo can help him develop fast, and we're minimizing the risk in a draft that really has been a nightmare. After drafting a couple players with high ceilings, I'm gonna bring it to the floor, and at least on paper, Eddie Bruno looks like pretty solid trade bait to maybe bring in another prospect down the line, I'm just gonna do it. I am living a nightmare in round number 4 as there are only 4 available players left on my board, and 3 of them are discovery pitchers, with 2 of them being relievers. At this point, I'm gonna go down the board, starting with Houston Rodriguez, and lucky for me, both of my bullpen arms are still available. Usually in this spot, I would prioritize the position guy, but this shortstop really does not look very good. But on the other hand, Pedro Rodriguez looks amazing. He's my pick. At least we got the number 4 player on my board in round 5, and now in round number 6, we are gonna take the shortstop, ending a very forgetful draft. I would not be surprised if that became the worst draft of the entire series, but we're trying to forget about it against Seattle as Dairon Blanco launches an easy triple. It would be really nice to secure a win going into the All-Star break, and thankfully for us, this late rally was enough to get it done. We're likely not making the playoffs this season, but we're 40-56 at the break, so that means we're already 15 wins away from last season's win total. Funny enough, our offense is actually playing way worse than it did last year, as we may be a little bit more balanced across the board, but definitely less explosive. To my surprise, our pitching, led by rookie sensation Griffin Judd, is keeping us in games, and dare I say, we might actually have the best bullpen in baseball. Honestly, the success is definitely noticeable as we've won more close games than ever, and I never expected this team to be top 10 for ERA. I really want to start the second half strong, calling up another starting pitcher in James Nanook, and while he's only 76 overall, I feel like he's going to surprise people, especially because his name literally means polar bear. Just for realism, I do think we need to sit LJ Morales a full year, but of course, there is another bat that I want to call up, and I think you already know who it's gonna be. It is time for William Trout to follow in his older brother's footsteps, coming up to the show at 20 years old. In order to bring him up, we do need to clear a roster spot, and I hinted about trading Dominic Smith earlier, but I think I'm finally gonna do it, and just because this is the final year of his deal, the Diamondbacks are gonna trade him for basically nothing. First baseman Fisher Clark is probably not gonna make the majors for us, but could be some trade bait down the road, so I do feel like this is a pretty good move for both sides. As far as the All-Star game goes, Bobby Dahlbeck made the game for the second year in a row, but the other big surprise here is Tyler Locklear sneaking in with that .235 batting average. I want to say this has been a sophomore slump for him, but actually looking at the numbers, it's pretty close to last season, so I'm really glad that no one from last year's core has really regressed, and James Nanook's career is not off to a good start. There's a leadoff home run for Willie Castro, and while it's really cool that this guy's fastball can exceed 100 miles an hour, I really need them not to hit it. Apparently in this universe, the Royals have Juan Soto, and I don't know what couch cushion they found that money in, but that's ridiculous. At the rate things are going, we really need our offense to come together, and how about this? Doug Forsyth helping out the fellow rookie. That is the first home run we've actually seen him hit, and it felt really good, especially because it's gonna tie this game, and now Nanook cooks with 3 strikeouts. At least to this point, Tyler Locklear is not deserving of an all-star nod, but even then, I still consider him one of our top prospects, and we just loaded the bases. We definitely have to be careful of the double play in this spot, but in a huge act of generosity, they left a breaking ball right in the zone for Hannah, who's gonna clear the bases. Even on Hall of Fame, this game might seem easy, but at least in my opinion, it really just goes to show that overall ratings don't matter. By the way, that was an 11 strikeout debut for James Nanook, so whether he stays a starter long term or switches to the bullpen, I feel like we have a solid foundation piece. We're still not winning very consistently, but we did just beat the Yankees 14-5 in a game where William Trout led the team in RBIs. This was also James Nanook's second start, and he added another 6 strikeouts and 2 earned runs, so just like we did in season 2, we can blow last year's win total out of the water. To no one's surprise though, after dominating the Yankees, we're trailing by 2 to Toronto, but maybe not for long as Forsyth sends this deep, going back to the wall where it is not far enough. That was so close to a game-tying nuke, and there's a pop-up. So even though this season has been a ton of fun, we are still a long way from where we need to be. We're not going to be able to fix all of our problems this season, but it is never too early to start daydreaming about next season, and the first step of that is viewing our brand new draft class, which I may or may not have messed up. Our first 2 drafts were good enough that I am not asking for this to be perfect, but at least give me a couple good players and I'll take it. First and foremost, I need to point out just how hilarious it is to me that the final player on my draft board ended up being 99 potential, and I gotta be real, I had no idea this was coming because I think when I initially scouted him, his range only went up to like 92. As you can see though, aside from a couple stats, he's just a really terrible baseball player. So being completely real, that 99 potential's fun, but it doesn't really hold any real weight for me. I wish that Arnold Ishii was just a slightly better player, but I cannot complain about a center fielder coming in with plus power and very good athleticism at only 18 years old. This guy's gonna take a little longer than the other first round picks we've had, but I'm excited to see what he can do in the future. However, I do need to address the elephant in the room because there were 3 players I wanted in the first round instead who all went back to back. The first one, Mustafa Martinez, is indeed generational. And then at number 2, the Giants took Manny Esposito, and honestly, I kind of thought he was going to be better. However, out of everybody, the one guy I really thought I was going to be able to land was Adrian Santos, and as you can see, there was not one, but 2 generational players in this class, and that really breaks my heart. I'm glad we got Arnold Ishii, but that's a prime example of getting screwed over by the draft lottery, but I really feel like we did our best to make up for it, getting not one, but 2 high potential pitching options. Then I grabbed another high potential guy in 23-year-old center fielder Harold Hunter, and honestly, I think he's got a good shot to develop into a starting caliber player. The same goes for Eddie Bruno, but even though he's a really good player, he's not even the best overall one in this class. That title goes to reliever Pedro Rodriguez, and I gotta be real with you guys, I almost never scout relief pitchers, but when I do, they're gonna look exactly like this. At 21 years old, he can come into our bullpen right away, and honestly, that makes up for pretty much the entire draft. By the way, I can confirm that the Padres broke my heart taking Sean Fisher, as I've never seen power numbers look quite like this. Entering August, we are tied up with the Tigers in the 7th, and William Trout just popped up what I feel could have been a grand slam. It is moments like those where I really want a true superstar in this lineup, but just 1 inning later, Luis Torrens goes the other way, and Adele scores all the way from first. However, there's still a runner on second base, so we are not done yet, and Jose Barrero gives this one a ride into the gap, and that will one-hop the fence. The Polar Bears are on their way to another win, but first we're going for the save, and we're giving Avi Tick another chance. He had no problem putting them away 1-2-3, so we are 56 and 72 approaching September. As you know, the rosters expand in September, so that could be a great opportunity to finally call up LJ Morales, because even though he's not dominating, we all know he's ready to go. Before we can get there though, we have a big series against the Astros, but they broke a 7th inning tie, so as you can see, we're in a bit of a pickle, but James Nanook gets us out of it. Now all we need is 1 run to tie it back up, but even though our offense has improved a lot since the call-ups, that is not going to be easy. All-Star Hunter Brown's still in the game, going for the complete shutout, and as the scoreboard can tell you, we have not had a lot of success, but here's a double for Doug Forsyth. Despite not starting the year at the MLB level, Doug Forsyth could be in the running for Rookie of the Year, which is always great to see, as he is already hitting 3rd in the lineup, and Bobby Dahlbeck's gonna send him home on a no-doubter. He just turned on the very high pitch to give us the lead, and the Polar Bears always seem to find magic at the very end. Next year is gonna be the last of Bobby's deal, and since I could not draft Sean Fisher, maybe I should extend him, because just looking at the stats, you can already tell that this year's very similar to his breakout 2025 season, and he was also born in Washington, which is not too far from Alaska. After this game, I'm definitely checking out what he wants, but if we can't afford him, I'm gonna trade him at peak value, as here's a pop-up with 2 outs, and Avi Tick's gonna close another game. We're still not a good team, but beating the Astros is a huge deal, because we knocked them out of the division lead. It is the start of September, and time to expand our roster, and while I did think about adding LJ Morales for the last month of the year, it really doesn't make sense, because all this is gonna do is waste a month of service time, which we cannot afford. However, I'm 99% sure he's gonna win American League Rookie of the Year, and since that would reward him a full year of service time anyways, I definitely want to start him on opening day and potentially earn a draft pick. I know those rules can be a little convoluted, but I do promise that this is really the best thing for our team at this point, as there's no point wasting rookie service time with a month left in the year. With all that being said, I feel like we've really done everything we can this season, so I'm just gonna rip off the band-aid and sim the rest of the year. Now that I see that we won 69 games, I really don't think this season could have gone any better, and I was really not kidding when I said that all of our prospects were gonna make a big difference. William Trout may have been our last call-up of the season, but he played well enough to earn an increase to his potential, and also put up a really really good 931 OPS. His career is definitely off to a better start than his brother Randy, and getting up to B potential could make a huge difference down the line. It is no surprise to see our dynamic duo of Bobby Dahlbeck and Dairon Blanco have another solid year together, but unfortunately, other key players like Tyler Locklear and Jamison Hanna kinda fell off. However, to make up for that, I was very pleased with shortstop and utility man Jose Barrero, who like William Trout played so well that he earned an upgrade to B potential. Out of everything though, our pitching rotation was definitely the best story of the season, as we certainly were not good, but the call-ups of Griffin, Judd, and James Nanook made massive differences. This was the first time of the series that I've really been able to trust our rotation, but that is not even the best part, as we had the best bullpen in all of baseball. I've mentioned a lot of rookies, but quietly, maybe our best one was Avi Tick, who I said was gonna have to earn the closer role, and he did exactly that, earning probably more upgrades than anyone else on the team, including a very elusive boost to A potential. Ever since he got called up, Griffin Judd was in the Rookie of the Year race, and even though it sucks he didn't win it, that means that he's not rewarded a year of service time, which is a huge deal. When you have a team that's this poor, you really need to control your contracts as long as possible, and as you can see, we're doing exactly that, offering Bobby Dahlbeck an extension. I'm definitely grateful we made more money last year because we have a lot of guys hitting arbitration, so we're gonna need every penny, and once again, I'm making the choice to not go after any top free agents. You could make the argument that we need to get to the next level, but personally, I think we're doing just fine developing players. Although I am making our biggest signing yet, bringing in Colby Allard for 2 years, $6.9 million. That is not a lot of money in the grand scope of baseball, but for us, it is a fortune. So I really hope that bringing him in can help our rotation out even more, as they took a huge step last year, and if they take another, we could make it to the playoffs. We're one of baseball's best up-and-coming teams, but I can't help but feel we could be even better if the draft lottery hadn't shafted us. We picked at number 4, and my favorite 3 players went right in front of us, so I am very relieved to see that this year's gonna make up for it. On paper, we've been about as bad as you would expect for a team that started with a roster full of scrubs, but even though it might sound crazy, I really think we could make a playoff push this year. The biggest reason for this is last season, we called up a lot of young players who still have not played a full year, and we saw guys like Doug Forsyth, Griffin Judd, and Avi Tick completely change this team, but there's still a lot of talent on the way. After a year of seasoning, former number 1 pick LJ Morales will be an opening day starter, and then aside from him, our system is loaded with 15 top 100 prospects. Most importantly, all of this is following up a very nice 69-win season, so the future is certainly right now for the Alaska Polar Bears. Spring training has become one of my favorite parts of these videos just because I love seeing what we have, but unlike previous years, I feel like this roster is pretty set. This is also our new ace Griffin Judd's first spring training, because if you remember, we didn't call him up until after the season started. He was awesome as a rookie, but we need him to keep improving, because without him, our rotation is certainly not good enough to make a playoff run. And here's another sophomore, William Trout, going deep. His older brother Randy was a legendary Portland pickle, so he's already a fan favorite, as he was a late call-up last season, but made our offense even better, and Joe Adell makes it back-to-back dingers. Not only did we do that, but we did it off of George Kirby, so I really think if this one gets any crazier, the hype train is gonna go off the rails. I think the polar bear I was most disappointed in last season was certainly Tyler Locklear, and while he did make an all-star game, he went backwards the rest of the season, so I'm really counting on him and his power to come back. We have so much raw talent, but we're so young that the cards seem to always be stacked against us, so if we're gonna defy the odds and make the playoffs, that's gonna have to be a full team effort. However, shutting out our division rivals in spring training would be a big deal, and that's home run number 2 for Trout, as it stays fair down the line. As you can see, off-season training with his brother and cousin Mike are paying off, and even though he showed it at the end of last season, I think he might be the real deal. It's also very interesting to see Joe Adell showing out so far, because his spot's sort of in jeopardy with LJ Morales on his way to the show, so I don't know what we're gonna do with him, but that's a pretty good problem to have. Usually I'll play more than one spring training game, but clearly there is no reason for that, because if the polar bears are gonna play like this, I'm going out on top. This may not be an official game, but it certainly sets a winning culture in Alaska, and with the offensive explosion, I have not even mentioned that we've only given up 2 hits up to this point in the game. I've seen enough to be very excited excited about our future, as our starting pitching and offense was undeniable. Here is our starting lineup entering season number 4, and while I'm very excited about our offense, I think our pitching is going to be a little more problematic. It is time for opening day, and we're up against the Toronto Blue Jays, and they are not a good team on paper, so this is a great chance to show our stuff. Griffin Judd was lights out in spring training, and even though he allowed 2 singles in a row, he makes up for it with a double play. That is going to put the ball in our offense's court, and there's no way that is the first pitch we see, and Dairon Blanco swings on it and belts it into right field. Welcome to Polar Bears Season 4 as he blazes that one 420 feet, and just like most of you, I really did not expect a Blanco home run to start it off. Despite some inconsistencies, this guy's become one of baseball's most electric players, but as you can see, his power is not really a strong suit. That is a very fun start, but Morales pops up his first at bat, so in inning number 2, Blanco's solo shot is our only hit of the game, but I spoke too soon, and Talieri's gonna go deep. Our second-year catcher turns on the inside fastball, and that is very good for him considering we brought in a bit of competition in Reclamation Project Corey Lee. If you're enjoying this video, please leave a like because the MLB offseason's so hard on creators like me, and as I'm saying that, Doug Forsyth goes over the fence. That is a bit surprising because he is not normally known for power, but at the same time, he really worked on it last season. If you had the Dairon Blanco and the Doug Forsyth home run on your parlay, you're now very, very rich because I never expected either of them, let alone both of them to homer, and they're making Judd's life very comfortable. I gotta give credit where it's due though, Griffin has held it down despite getting lit up at times, and all things considered, so far so good as finally an actual home run hitter goes deep. That is gonna give us 5 runs on 4 dingers, and the only thing that can make this better is if LJ Morales adds another in his debut. I know the comments are gonna be flooded with player name submissions, but also comment who your favorite polar bear is and why. But back to game action, Joe Adell just went deep. To be fair, that was an absolute meatball as they left a curveball right over the middle of the plate, and I promise you guys, I'm playing on Hall of Fame. Maybe it needs to go to legend. There's no other way to put it. This is a blowout, but before we end it, we're gonna try to see LJ's first hit. This could easily be a big part of our history because Morales is 99 potential, and although he hits into a double play, that is gonna score a run. This 11-2 victory is the best possible start to our year, and while our 5 home run performance may not be sustainable, our offense is certainly turning the corner. LJ Morales was the only player in our lineup who did not record a hit, so we're doing a player lock game with him, and right off the bat, he is gonna homer. How fitting is it that his first major league hit is a dinger, as he tied the game against Toronto, and now he's gonna do it again. 2 hits, 2 dingers for LJ Morales. Welcome to the show. I don't think it's too early to call us one of the best power hitting teams in all of baseball, and our offense helped us surge to a 6-2 record going into our first divisional series of the year, and the Angels will not tie it on our watch. That was an incredible throw from Blanco, and in a game like this, it might make the difference. Jensen's in a bit of trouble in the bottom of the 7th, and for once, we're the team that leaves the slider in the zone as that is belted and they take the lead. Our pitching remains my biggest concern of the year, but I never expected those problems to come from our bullpen because it was one of the best units in baseball, and that went right to the first baseman. We're off to a good start this year, but we need to win this series because unlike previous seasons, I feel like we actually have a chance to make the playoffs, so our division is very, very important. For now though, we're gonna check out scouting for the first time this season, and as you can see, we're picking at number 2 overall, so unlike last year where my favorite 3 players went right in front of us, maybe we have a chance at a blue chip prospect. As far as position guys go, Orlando Mercado looks insane with that contact, but after having 3 generational prospects in last year's class, it looks like they're not going to reward us a single one this time around. As our farm keeps developing, I'm going to be looking to move to a brand new stadium, and I have no experience with stadium design, so this is where I'm asking for your guys' help. You know you're a poverty franchise when your stadium's max capacity is the same as the Oakland Athletics average attendance, and it's really hard to celebrate great wins like this one with no fans. We officially rebound with a series win, and then to my amazement, just 2 games later, we put up 20 runs against the New York Mets, so our home field advantage is definitely real. After 3 weeks, we're on top of the AL West, and given that nearly our entire offense is on a hot streak, including LJ Morales, who's nearly batting 400, I am not surprised. Right now, the number 1 offense is a toss-up between us and the Cardinals, and I really thought thought that our ERA was going to be a lot worse than it is, as we're actually in the middle of the pack. Checking out scouting, I think I just found the #1 player in the class in Greg Duke, and while it's not a shocker that he's #1, I don't think I've ever seen a potential and an overall this high for a pitcher. There is no way he makes it past the #1 pick, but then again, that's exactly what I said about Griffin Judd, and we are very lucky to have him. We're leading our division despite having a bit of a Mickey Mouse schedule, but now we're being tested against the Brewers, and LJ Morales just went deep. I don't think there's any question this guy wins AL Rookie of the Year, but the question is, by how much? And last season I talked about our lack of a superstar, but we finally have him. Our lead did not last long though, as Milwaukee immediately tied it, so I'm begging our bullpen not to give this one away. This will turn into our first extra inning game of the year, and not long after hitting a 3-run shot, Morales gives us the lead again. Morales will be so mad if the bullpen sells him out yet again, but Avi Tick is not like other relievers, as our second-year closer gets the first strikeout. I know bullpen guys can be a little forgotten, but Avi Tick is trying his best to stay relevant, putting up a 0 ERA so far, and so far, all this guy has done is strike people out. Now he just needs one more, but right on cue, that is dribbling right up the middle, past Tick, and that will score the tying run. Every single time I try to glaze a player, he lets me down, so despite 4 RBIs from LJ Morales, we may lose this one, but here's a sac fly. We're giving Tick the second chance he deserves, and what a pitch, as we're right back in the same spot we were, but this time that's a swing and miss for strike 3, and the Polar Bears beat a playoff team. Not only is Morales the Rookie of the Year frontrunner, but if we scroll, he would also win the Hank Aaron along with the MVP if the season ended right now. That is completely absurd, as he's still only 19 years old and a long way from his ceiling. Despite all of these wins, the team that we mashed in spring training is right on our heels, so even after an amazing start, we are not being rewarded with any breathing room. To make things worse, all of this comes right in time for our first series of the season against the Astros, and William Trout just went deep. Home run number 11 ties him for the team lead with Morales, but shortly after, Houston's offense gets back into it, and very shortly after, MVP runner-up Yordan Alvarez puts them up 2. It is so frustrating because now that we have the firepower on offense, our bullpen's letting us down, because after William Trout took the lead for us, they rallied with 6 unanswered runs. I hate to say it, but we just got exposed by a better team, not once, but twice in a row, so our consistent trend of really only beating bad teams continues, and that's very concerning for our future. On the bright side though, I think I finally found a scouting gem in catcher Billy Schmidt, because as you can see, he is now ranked 48th in the class, and while a first round pick like LJ Morales or Griffin Judd are very important, these later round gems like Doug Forsyth and Avi Tick are really just as significant. This series against the Rangers could be make or break, because we're in danger of losing more and more ground to Seattle, but here we go, Bobby Dahlbeck at least tied it, and now the go-ahead runner is gonna score. After last week's showing against the Angels, I'm glad our offense came to play, and I don't want to jinx anything, but I feel pretty good about a 2-run lead with Griffin Judd on the mound, but immediately he's gonna get pulled. Now I'm honestly a little bit scared, especially because I had no idea they signed Vlad Jr. For the good of our season, we need Mike Baumann to lock in, and there we go, that's popped up, and if he somehow gets out of this, I'm giving him a statue. We're going for a changeup against a 1-2 count, and maybe that wasn't a good decision. Adele racing in from center field, and thankfully it's caught. There's a very good chance that just saved our bacon, but Doug Forsyth is gonna eliminate that doubt with a deep home run into straightaway center, and then Trout added another run, so we won by 5 runs, and Griffin Judd's race for the Cy Young Award continues. However, maybe the more interesting thing is William Trout and LJ Morales are both 1 and 2 for MVP, and to be completely honest with you, I didn't even realize that Trout was in the running for the award. Very quietly, Trout managed to pass him in home runs and total RBIs, so even though they were just drafted a few seasons ago, we have 2 superstars on offense. That's awesome, but right now, I'm more concerned about this series, as we've won each of the 2 games so far, and we're looking for the sweep. Trout put runners at the corners, and Dahlbeck's gonna deliver an opposite field shot. Stay fair, it is not going to. Bobby almost put them away, but he fought back to make it a full count and strikes out. You can't win them all, but I really want this one, and we do have a chance to end it with a 9th inning walk-off, but how about a double play instead? That means we're going to inning number 10, where Joe Barlow is still in the game, but maybe he shouldn't be because he gives up a run immediately, so now our backs are officially against the wall. There is already already one away, and now Doug Forsyth flies out into right field, except it's still going back to the wall, and there is no way. That is home run number 11 on the year for Doug, who is definitely not a power hitter, but this time apparently that didn't matter because he just went to opposite field. That is going to perfectly set us up for the most important series of the year against Seattle, and I want to show more scouting, but right now I'm just trying to find later round prospects that I like. The number one player on my board is still Greg Duke, because unless he's injured, he's going to come in with probably high 80s potential and a mid 80s overall, as he's a guy who could realistically start for us right away, but even if we don't get him, Eduardo Velazquez is guaranteed. Don't get me wrong, there is so much to be excited about for our future, but at this current point in time, we are not quite good enough to consistently beat teams like Seattle, Texas, and even Houston. Good pitching is pretty easy to come by in the draft, but it takes years to develop, and since we're a low market team, the best we can do are kind of these see potential stopgap type of guys, so maybe if we see the right fit, we add another starter in a trade. I am very committed to winning this year, and I am not happy that Seattle just retook the division lead, and in game 2, the Mariners have the lead and just extended it another run. Devin Smelter had only given up 1 run coming into this inning, but now he gives up 4 in a row, and while I am disappointed, you kind of get what you pay for. The very unfortunate reality of our situation is I really feel like we're not good enough to win the division, and after the very hot start that we had, I feel like it could be all downhill from here. Another tough loss to Seattle has me questioning this entire season, and it's not like we're doing bad, but a team with 2 MVP finalists and a Cy Young finalist should be pretty good. We just got swept by Seattle, so after leading in the division, we're back by 3 games. The Polar Bears' confidence is at an all-time low, so this is a very important rebound series against the Texas Rangers, and we just tied game number 2. For some reason, Texas has not been very good, and just from looking at their roster, I really fail to see why, as they are completely loaded at every single position. While I'm not complaining, they could catch fire as the season goes on, and if that happens, it's going to make winning our division even more complicated, so every single one of these wins counts. In the top of the 8th, we are neck and neck at 5 apiece, but here's MVP favorite William Trout. If you watch the Pickles series, then you know it took his brother Randy a much longer time to find his groove, but even though his brother was a top 5 draft pick, he is leaps and bounds ahead of him. On the other hand though, Tyler Locklear certainly has had a rough go the past couple seasons, but right now he's trying to make up for it, as this is going to drop in right field and score the go-ahead run. The bases are now loaded for Freddie Talieri Jr., and I'm actually faced with a pretty tough decision here. On one hand, we can go for the grand slam, but also he has a 73 bunt rating, so after weighing the options, I am going for the suicide squeeze, and my runners thought it was going to be caught, so they went back, and that was a bad move. With auto base running on, there was nothing I could have done about that, as my seemingly safe decision turned into an absolute nightmare. Because of that, our lead is only 1 run, but I believe we have a true secret weapon in closer Avi Tick. They just snuck one up the middle on him, but I have no reason to be concerned because he has an ERA and a whip under 1 and is the front runner for reliever of the year. I'm a bit more concerned after a walk, but honestly, the only reason he was struggling is because I didn't warm him up as we recover from the Mariners series with a sweep of our own. We're responsible for one of the most backwards divisions of all time, and just keeping it real here, I wish I could feel bad, but I kinda live for the chaos. Scouting has been very interesting this season, as I'm already done scouting first round prospects just because I know I'm taking one of these pitchers, so even though it's still pretty early in the cycle, I'm already looking for late round gems. Just a side note, one of the many things that I want MLB The Show to fix are all of these prospects who have higher overall than potential, because it doesn't make any sense to me that they would only regress at the major league level. I cannot even tell you how many good players this takes off my board every single year, and to be fair, I guess I understand why they do it, but if we're talking about realism, they're basically saying those players never have a chance to develop despite having a ton of raw talent, which doesn't make sense. We're now trying to win back our division against Seattle, but as you can see, our offense is completely dead, so we're really counting on a shutout from Griffin Judd, and while he's been good today, he just allowed a walk, and here's contact into the right center gap, Joe Adell going after it, and I'm so glad our outfield has range. It seems like every time they go balls deep, we're right on the receiving end of it, as I think in last episode, I compared Griffin Judd to George Kirby, but at this point, George wishes he was Griffin, as that's a nice catch. I am satisfied with that performance, but let's get another run, and after throwing at LJ, they're facing Trout. 2 MVP candidates is not what you want to see, and on the second pitch of the AB, Trout is gonna gonna go deep. That is number 19 on the season, but certainly one of his biggest of the year, as he got the exact pitch he wanted and did not hesitate. Even though they won the series, we finally beat Seattle in a regular season game, and so much of that credit goes to Griffin Judd for an 8-inning, 3-hit performance. He has definitely carried our rotation with ace-level performances, while James Nanook started out slow, but after that, cover your eyes because there are a lot of snowflakes and no one else is doing good. I really don't want to imagine where we'd be right now if it wasn't for our offense, but even more specifically, LJ Morales and William Trout. While other guys like Bubba Thompson, Doug Forsyth, and Joe Adell are carrying their weight, Bobby Dahlbeck, who we just signed to a 3-year extension, is not performing up to his standard. On the bright side, we do have a pretty nice cushion in the wild card race, but obviously that is not what we're chasing. However, Seattle's division lead just grew to 3.5 games. We also just dropped a series to Colorado, who literally had the #1 pick last year, and now we're in danger of losing to another wild card hopeful in the Minnesota Twins, and they just bail us out with a wild throw. We have been gifted a second chance, and Bobby Dahlbeck, who I was just criticizing, comes through with a dribbler up the middle. Losing this game would not only set us back in the division, but also in the wild card race, so I'm very glad we just saved ourselves, and now LJ Morales, looking to walk it off, goes deep where it is caught. For just a second, I thought we won, but as you saw, he was just a few inches away from full satisfaction, and here is the go-ahead double in the 10th. That is Avi Tick, who just gave up the go-ahead run, and even though I just checked his stats a week ago, his ERA and his whip have both taken kind of a hit, so out of the games I played, this could be the first one where he actually cost us a win, but we just bailed him out. We were able to tie this game back up, and now Ryan Jensen holds it down, so we are closer than ever to this walk-off, and Blanco advances the winning run. Learning from my mistakes, I will not be going for the game-winning sacrifice bunt, but instead we're doing something a lot cooler, hitting this deep, and this one is finally over. We rebound from a series loss to Colorado with a signature win, but at the end of June, we are still behind the Mariners. I'm actually perfectly fine with this because the advantage with our team is we're so young that we're only going to get better over time, and honestly, right now, our offense has a lot of room to grow, which I'm very excited about. Moving forward, though, I certainly need to make a move in our rotation because Devin Smeltzer is not cutting it with a 6 ERA, and in the bullpen, it is the same story with Mike Baumann. Thankfully, there is one player who I haven't called up yet in Tristan Rodriguez, and even though he doesn't necessarily fit the high walks per 9 mold that I'm looking for, we really have no other options. I am going to pull the trigger, sending him up to the 40-man roster and the 26, and at this point, I really don't care what happens to Devin Smeltzer because he's been straight cheeks. I do consider this to be an upgraded rotation, but I think the biggest player we've taken for granted this season is not even a starter, but Jose Suarez, who's first out of the pen. He was one of the only free agent signings I made in the offseason, and it has been certainly worth it so far, and to make things even better, he's locked down for the next 5 years. It is time for the MLB draft, and while I do plan on taking Eduardo Velazquez at number 2, in the very slim chance that Greg Duke falls, he is absolutely my selection. After that, though, there's a lot of uncertainty, as this might be one of the worst position player classes I've ever seen, but in the second round, I plan on selecting Alberto Villa before taking really the only other good late round position option in Billy Schmidt in round 3. There's also a lot of discovery pitchers who I'm really banking on falling to the later rounds, but aside from that, we're really just taking a piss in the dark and hoping that we hit the bowl. No matter who the #1 pick is, I'm happy, but it's gonna be Eduardo Velazquez. Are you serious? After missing out on all 3 of my favorite players in the first round, Greg Duke, who's probably gonna be like 85 overall, is not the #1 overall pick, and seriously, I cannot believe this. Obviously, I'm glad when it works out in my favor, but this game needs to fix their stuff, as not only is Velazquez the clear inferior player, but he's also 23 years old and has injury concerns. For our next pick, though, Alberto Villa is not guaranteed to last until the next selection, so another starting pitcher might be our best option in that range, or maybe a closer. Sure enough, that's gonna have to be the plan because he goes number 12 to Cleveland, and if we've learned anything throughout this series, draft rank has no impact on where you're taken, and my options for pick 40 are really limited. Omar De Jesus is the #1 player on my board, and I know we have Avi Tick, but we could use another developmental guy at the closer position, so why not bring him in? I do feel like he's at least going to be a good developmental guy, by, and lucky for us, my third pick is still available, and I'm not going to waste any time taking Billy Schmidt, because this guy's one of the last position players I'd actually consider taking. After that though, my board is pretty thin, and even though Clinton Iverson won't have a high ceiling, I love that power from a shortstop, and we could use some more competition at that position. Unfortunately, my highest ranked discovery pitcher did go off the board early, and because I don't want to take that risk again, I'm bringing in Dustin Granger. That is going to leave 4 players left on the board in round 5, and after some consideration, I don't want to take another pitcher, so I think the right move here is left fielder Buster Barden, who at least has a pretty good chance of having good potential. Make no mistake, his floor is going to be very low, but given that we've taken a few pitchers over the years, I'm perfectly okay with it, and now we're ending our draft with another one. I just drafted 2 closers for maybe the first or second time ever, but like I say, every draft has its own strengths and weaknesses, and my job as the GM of this make-believe team is to stack the cards in our favor even in the worst drafts. We officially made it to the All-Star break, and I think this is the first year of the franchise that I'm actually interested in seeing who's representing us, as LJ Morales and William Trout both deserve to be there, but after that, it could really be anybody. If I had to take a guess, it's gonna be him, William Trout, Griffin Judd, and Avi Tick, but on second thought, what on earth happened to Avi? He was so good to start the year, but it seems he's fallen into a bit of a slump, but checking out the voting, it looks like he did just enough to make it in. Much to my surprise though, I am seeing no Griffin Judd, as sure enough, he has fallen out of the Cy Young race. It also looks like the same goes for LJ Morales and William Trout, so aside from LJ's race for Rookie of the Year, we may not have a single award winner. It's insane to me that William Trout's not just getting snubbed from the All-Star race, but looking at the numbers, every single player that came in front of him is not nearly as good. I guess it makes sense that the media bias is really not with Alaska, but Doug Forsyth makes the game instead. So clearly this is completely rigged, as LJ Morales comes in third at least, but we had 3 All-Stars this season, and arguably 2 of them didn't even deserve it. After that, I'm really just trying to move on to the second half, but one thing worth noting beforehand is Tristan Rodriguez is completely killing it. He's only pitched in 2 games, but he's only given up 9 hits and 1 run in 15 innings, so there's a very good chance that he was the starting pitcher we needed all along. We better hope that's the case, because right now I'm looking at the trade block, and there are really no players worth bringing in. Casey Mize sounds great in theory, but his numbers this season really haven't been good, and it's the last year of his contract, so instead of overpaying for an average rental, I really feel like we should just move on. I still have a couple of weeks to decide if I'm gonna make a move at the deadline, but if I do, it probably won't be anything monumental, because even though there's plenty of ammunition in our farm system, I don't want to blow it up just for a mediocre rental. Our first game of the second half is against Houston, and their MVP frontrunner, Yordan Alvarez, may have just ruined our comeback attempt. We got lucky enough in the first half, so this is not the way I want to start the second, and if we keep this up, I might have to make a trade. Unfortunately, Houston would go on to sweep us, and I did not realize that would drop us to 4th in our division. That also means that we are out of the wildcard race despite leading the AL West at a point, so even though we started the year with 2 MVP frontrunners, we are suddenly in danger of not making the playoffs, but we can redeem ourselves against the Rangers. Our backup shortstop, Nasim Nunez, just put us up by 3 runs, and even a guy who's not a home run hitter is gonna take advantage of that slider left right over the plate. Griffin Judd has to be disappointed that he got snubbed out of the All-Star game, but he's recovered nicely with a 3-run start, and while that's technically not a quality start, we'll take it against an offense like this. Just a reminder that they have Vlad Guerrero Jr., so no matter what the score is, we're very lucky to be in the lead. Avi Tick is in to close it out, and his season's been on a backslide for a little while now, and Vlad Jr. just went deep on him. I was ready to call him the best closer in baseball, but it's very clear he's still young and has a long way to go. At least he's gonna get another save while Griffin Judd gets a big win. So now we're trying to win our first series of the second half, but we're trailing by 1 run. One player who's really impressed this year is Jose Suarez, and while he's been really good in this long reliever role, I might even give him another run at being a starter just because his ceiling is there. Suarez is able to get us out of the inning alive, so that gives us a chance to put the 1 run we need on the board. There is only 1 away with the tying run on first, but unfortunately that's not going to drop, and for just a split second, I thought it was going to, as this ground out ends another loss. Just like that, we've lost 8 of our last 10 games. So just like I said earlier, I feel like I have to make a move, and I can admit that my biggest free agent signing of last offseason in Kobe Aller did not pay off. He's regressing like crazy, and he has an ERA over 5, so I'm shipping him to the Padres for pretty much nothing. That clears up a roster spot for us to make a big move for Jairo Iriarte from the White Sox, and even though he will not be cheap, costing us 3 B potential prospects, it is so worth it. In a full season of starting, he has a 3.21 ERA and a 1.2 whip, and because Chicago is not going to be good for a long time, they're fully willing to sell him. Jairo's going to immediately become our number 3, and with B potential, he still has a lot of room to grow, along with 6 years of control. There is no doubt that was a desperation move, but now my question is it going to help our season? Because before the All-Star break, we were talking about winning this division, and now we might not even make the playoffs. We are in the final game of a split series against the Cubs, and after William Trout's home run, we're up by 1, and with runners at the corners, there's a chance to add even more where that came from, but Nasim Nunez is gonna do even more than I expected. What a clutch home run to deep center field, and as expected, we'd go on to win that game, but it's also worth noting that that was a huge win for Jairo Iriarte, who made his first start. As you can see, entering August, we are still trying to recover, but for now, I don't really care about that because it's time to view our draft picks. Honestly, this might have been one of the thinnest draft classes I've ever seen from top to bottom, so really all I need is for Greg Duke to come out as good as we think he's gonna be, because the fact that he fell to us at number 2 could make the draft on its own. Without further ado, it is time to reveal our cards. He has 92 potential with an 87 overall, which I think might be the highest I've ever seen. I was expecting a mid-80s potential with a low 80s overall, but this is so much better, and I think without question, he's gonna be a day 1 starter next season. He is the best non-99 potential pitching prospect I have ever seen, and that 95K per 9 is gonna be so fun next year. I knew that Duke was gonna make or break our class, but I never expected him to be a total god, and as for the rest of our class, it certainly doesn't look bad, but it's not what we're used to. I am very excited about Omar De Jesus, because we need more developmental guys in our bullpen, and while he's certainly not gonna be pro ready for a very long time, it's nice to know we're gonna have an option when Avi Tick probably hits free agency. I am really disappointed in Billy Schmidt because I thought he was gonna be a much higher potential than 84, just because our scouts were saying he was the 23rd ranked player in the class, and while he's definitely an okay player, I feel like this is kind of a miss. Unlike Schmidt though, I think we're getting exactly what we expected in Clinton Iverson, who comes in with pretty low potential, but also a very high floor, which makes him good trade bait. However, I do think it's worth mentioning that Jose Barrero's kind of having a down year, while his backup option, Nasim Nunez, doesn't seem to be much better, so while trading Iverson down the line might be the most likely scenario, with power in the 60s, I'm inclined to give him a shot. Then in round 5, we took Buster Barden, who is one of the only good position players in this entire class, and he's gonna take a while to develop, but I'm still glad we pulled the trigger on A potential before ending the draft with another closing pitcher who has a very high floor and also a decent ceiling at 81. Overall, Greg Duke alone makes this a very good draft, but even if you take him away, I still feel like we did a very good job given the circumstances. We're starting out August taking on the Angels, but they just swept us, so our season continues to fall apart, and now we're taking on the Rays in Tropicana Park. This is the first time of the year that we've been under 500, as we have crashed down to earth in this second half, and all that tells me is we relied way too much on unsustainable performances from guys like William Trout. There was a time when him and LJ Morales were the MVP frontrunners, while Griffin Judd seemed like the runaway Cy Young favorite, and don't get me wrong, I'm so thankful to have all of those players, but they're still very young. If we want to make the playoffs, we need to get some of that early season magic back, and at least that victory in Tampa Bay's house is going to help, along with the series sweep. However, now we're behind against a very good Baltimore team, and they're a team that we could see again if we do make the playoffs, and Joe Adele is going to give them something to play for. That is embarrassing in their home park. He just pulled a 9th inning go-ahead home run, and I don't want to jinx anything, but we're so back. We're relying on Avi Tick to close a signature win, and as you guys know, things have been rough for him lately, but lucky for us, today he woke up choosing to be his old self as we are able to get the win, and then another one gives us our 5th in a row. The Polar Bears are clawing back in this loaded wildcard race, but if they're gonna earn a spot, they have to overcome a pretty tough schedule the rest of the year. There is nothing that could boost our confidence than sweeping a very loaded team, and a sacrifice fly just broke the tie before Dairon Blanco scores another one, going into opposite field for a double as the go-ahead run scores, but they're waving a another one around. I don't know what they're thinking. He's thrown out. That is very aggressive base running, as there is a solo shot, so even though we still have the lead, I know this offense can put up a bunch of runs at any time. However, with 2 away, we get runners at the corners, so we may be able to take the lead, but Gunnar Henderson just made the play of his life. I cannot believe that one snuck through the infield, but lucky for us, our bullpen is holding them down. So just like last game, it's gonna come down to Mr. Tick unless Joe Adell does exactly what he did last time, pulling this into left field and once again embarrassing Baltimore. We signed Adell in our first offseason ever, but even though he's been one of our most consistent players, his role this season was sort of in question because of LJ Morales. However, Joe never went away, becoming our starting center fielder, and for whatever reason, he always seems to come up in big moments, helping us win our 6th game in a row. Not only did he seal the game at the very end, but he also hit another home run earlier on to give him a very nice performance. And all I can say is teams better adjust their rear view mirrors, because our win streak is gonna put us right on their tails. After another sweep against Tampa, our win streak is at 12 games, but right now it's in danger of being ended by a Garrett Cole shutout. The reason I'm showing this is to prove that good pitching can beat even the hottest teams, and even though that was the exact reason that I gave up a ton to get Jairo Iriarte, I feel like Griffin Judd's the only one we can always rely on right now. Then again, there's very little you can do when you're the cheapest franchise in league history, so if we do make the playoffs, I'm gonna be very impressed. In case you needed an update, our payroll this season is only $22 million, and that even comes after a 3-year extension to Bobby Dahlbeck, which in hindsight cost absolutely nothing. At least for me, the most fun thing about this series is definitely building a team using a very extremist view of Moneyball, and I know on this channel I've done a lot of realistic rebuilds, but ironically, I think these very unrealistic ones where I challenge myself way too much are the most rewarding. We are looking for revenge just 1 game after New York broke our win streak, and Bubba Thompson goes up the middle to break a 0-0 tie. That gives Avi Tick another chance to improve his year, and I don't think there's any coincidence that he's playing much better now that his team's doing well, as this entire squad has a lot of confidence, and just like that, they are back in the wild card. Winning the rest of the series would really help us out, but that's not gonna happen. And then in our very next series, we fell short against a good Atlanta team. This is one of the streakiest baseball teams I've ever seen, and that is especially evident when looking at our player stats, as I think we have just as many guys on cold streaks as we do on hot streaks. At the beginning of the year, it really looked like William Trout was gonna run away as one of the best first basemen in all of baseball, and while he's still been a very good player, his second half does not even compare to his first half. It is the same story for guys like Bobby Dahlbeck, Doug Forsyth, and even our closer Avi Tick, as even after a 12-game winning streak, we are still 23rd in the league in batting average, and even more concerningly, we might lose to the White Sox. Dropping a series to the worst team in baseball right after going on a massive win streak would be the most fringe playoff thing ever, but Jose Barrero's gonna bail us out with a deep home run. Giving us a fastball right down the middle was certainly not the best idea, so this one's gonna be decided in extra innings, and our reliever Andrew Moore is having a great time. He just collected his second strikeout, but now Brandon Drury caught him on a bad pitch, which he drives into right center field. The great game of baseball always finds a way to make me eat my words, so once again, our backs are up against the wall, but after Bubba Thompson stole third, we are easily able to drive him in. A late season game against Chicago should not be as important as it is, but here we are, as LJ Morales just got himself in scoring position, and just 1 pitch later, we're able to walk him off. That was way more dramatic than it needed to be, but nonetheless, it's still a victory, and here we are entering September. Our division is so loaded this season that even though we're in 4th place, we're in position to make the playoffs, but as I mentioned, our schedule is not going to make this easy, as we're already facing our first big test, down 2 against LA, but Dairon Blanco changes that very quickly. That is such a clutch play with 2 outs, and then William Trout puts this game away, as the Dodgers may have fought back, but they couldn't overcome a 7-run inning. That is a series win against one of the best teams in baseball, but next up we have the Texas Rangers, who may be last in the division, but are certainly no slouches. They just broke a 7th inning tie, and now Josh Young reads the slider beautifully and smashes it over the fence. We are now relying on another rally just like the one we pulled off in the Dodgers series, as we just scored 1 with 1 away, and here's LJ Morales who grounds to Seager, who's gonna throw, and the double play is not in time. LJ LJ barely beats that out, but it scores another run. So now it's a 1-run game, and Locklear against a full count dribbles this up the middle, and that ties the game. Right now, the Polar Bears are scratching and clawing to make their first playoff appearance ever, and starting the month with series victories over the Dodgers and the Rangers would be a great way to get there, as they're back in extra innings but give up a run. I'm a bit nervous, but as we know, these guys really like hitting from behind, but Trout hit it right to Seager, so we're down to our last out. It is time for our superstar LJ Morales to be the hero, but that's a swing and miss. So after our rally against LA, we lose to Texas, and at this point in the year, every single loss makes a huge difference. I am really doubting our chances to make the postseason, as we're tied for the 3rd spot, but the huge caveat is we're playing Seattle twice before the end of the year. These are hands down the most important games of the season, but after losing the first 2 games, we're just trying to avoid the sweep. While our season certainly is not over if we lose this game, a sweep would be completely demoralizing, and as a Mariners fan myself, I've gotten so used to being on the edge of the wild card race and not seeing them get in. They just scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th, which could very well end us, but it seems their all-star closers having a bit of trouble. The tying run is on 3rd base, but former Mariner Tyler Locklear gets underneath this one, so the very first team we beat in this video has ended up being the biggest problem. Our playoff chances must have been like 90% in June, but they've completely fallen off a cliff, as we may not be eliminated yet, but the writing is certainly on the wall. After such a promising start to the year, we finished 83-79 despite leading this stacked division for a long time, and I think the most painful thing about it is we finished 2 games out of the wild card. For a long while, we had 2 players in front of Yordan Alvarez for the MVP, and he ended up winning the Triple Crown, and amazingly, that is his 3rd straight MVP. Besides their payroll and financial restrictions, I think this team's biggest problem is they're just too young and too undeveloped to play 162 straight games. But if there was any positive for us at all, it's that LJ Morales won Rookie of the Year, which is gonna net us a 1st-round draft pick next year. If one thing's for certain though, we are just getting started, and I would really bet everything that I have that we improve off of this year. I already mentioned Morales, but him and Trout carried our offense for pretty much the entire season, and I feel like one of the biggest reasons we didn't make the playoffs this season is because Bobby Dahlbeck kind of fell off, and Doug Forsyth did not improve off of last year. I do think both of those players are gonna bounce back last season, but aside from that, on the pitching side of things, we're gonna get a full season from Tristan Rodriguez and Jairo Iriarte, and hopefully trim some of this fat off in the offseason. Without a doubt, the player who suffered most from a second half collapse was James Nanook, and if you remember, he came into this season as our number 2 starter, and that is certainly not gonna happen next year. I know this season was full of ups and downs, but you guys have to remember that we still improved our record by 14 games, which was the exact same amount we improved by from 2025 to 26. So given the amount of talent we have and how much we've improved, we need the right director for this ship, and Dave Roberts is the perfect fit. I'm gonna make a small trade in the offseason, getting the starting pitcher from the Rays, who has a very good walks per 9, in exchange for one of the first breakout players of this series in Jamison Hanna, who could use a change of scenery. I'm also gonna package in another pitching prospect, and I feel like that trade is pretty reasonable. As always, given our small market, there's really not much we can do in free agency, but there is one player I think we might be able to afford, and that is Mike Soroka. I'm gonna offer him a 5-year deal, and given the state of our team, I am perfectly happy dumping our entire free agent budget into one guy. Then on offense, we saw a breakout Rookie of the Year campaign from former number 1 pick LJ Morales, who not only had an amazing first year, but he's only gonna get better with 99 potential. However, while everything suggests that we're on the right path, there are still so many questions for this team making the playoffs, because winning this division is going to be a full team effort, and over our first few years of existence, we have not seen enough of this core play well to win the big games. Players like 3rd baseman Tyler Locklear have certainly flashed, but have not done enough to earn a future on this team, while we also need someone like Bobby Dahlbeck, whose excellent past performance did earn him a contract extension to bounce back after a rough year. There's a lot on the line entering our 5th year of existence, as many of our core players are set to start regressing, so if we fall short again, we're gonna be forced to make some tough calls. Without further ado, here are some of the name changes for this year's round of draftees, but if you want to see all 7 of them, they are in the description below. Most importantly though, number 2 overall pick Greg Duke, who I was just talking about, changed his name to Mac Badger, but he's also joined by other A potential potential prospects like Kodiak Stormwalker and Ziggy Donovan. Entering spring training, our farm system now has 17 top 100 prospects, and while many of our top potential guys are still pretty far from the majors, guys like Donovan Bear III and Nelson Wang have a chance to debut this year. However, one of those top prospects, Mac Badger, will play right away, and obviously in my franchises, it's very rare for someone to play right away, so he definitely has a lot of talent. However, there will be growing pains in his first spring training game, but he's also shown a lot of positives so far, so I'm not worried quite yet. I'm giving him one more inning as he strikes out Mustafa Martinez, and if you remember him, he was my favorite prospect in the entire draft 2 years ago, who ended up going number 1. Mac's able to go out on top, but now Griffin Judd gets shelled, so even against Colorado, our pitching's not playing well, and we have no hits. And I know it's only the first spring training game of the year, but this team really has high expectations. It is fitting that Morales got our first hit of the year, because last season at only 19 years old, he carried our offense and at one point was leading for the MVP. He just scored our first run of the year, and Tyler Locklear is going to add a lot more with a 2-out, 3-run home run. We took the lead in just 2 at-bats, and I already brought up Tyler Locklear as one of the keys to our season because he's been showing sparks ever since his rookie year, but has really struggled to take that next step. Just like so much of our lineup, he has power for days, but he's proven to be a real strikeout machine, and that trend alone has caused him and Bobby Dahlbeck to fall down the lineup in favor of guys like LJ Morales, and I would say that's paying off for this team. I've been playing a spring training game per year for the entire franchise just to get a preview of this team, but so far this one is the most exciting ever, as both sides are digging into their bench and still scoring runs. In the end though, third-year closer Avi Tick gets the save, and while it certainly wasn't a perfect win, we saw a lot of positives to bring in to opening day. Our first game of the year is on the road against Boston, and right off the bat, Dairon Blanco goes deep into left center field. That bounces off the top of the green monster, and he definitely has extra bases, but for some reason decides to go for 3, and I don't think that's gonna work out for him. He opens the year in exciting fashion, but it's a little unfortunate he went for extras, because there's no doubt that LJ Morales would have scored him. There are 2 aboard for Tyler Locklear, who strikes out, so we were unable to score a run in the first inning thanks to Blanco's mistake, and here's Rafael Devers, who has a base hit, except he's trying to go for 2. I don't think that's a good idea as the throw is in time. That is going to even out our mistake as Joe Adell goes the other way, so early on we found some momentum against Whitlock, but still have not scored a run. Even with the addition of Mac Badger, Griffin Judd's still our opening day starter until proven otherwise, as Salas lays down a bunt that actually works. It is not common to see a catcher lay one down like that, but he immediately gets thrown out, and in the 4th inning, we still have not seen our first run of the day. Judd's playing like a guy who knows he has competition, but until we get some run support, we're in danger of wasting his gem. If we lose today, we can certainly point to Dairon Blanco's huge mistake, because choosing to go to third cost us a run early on in the game that we're just now getting back. Regardless, we get it done, and now Talieri, just 1 at bat later, drops an opposite field blooper, so it seems we finally have some momentum again as Forsyth does fly out to opposite field, but that's a sacrifice fly. That was a great inning, and Griffin continues to cook, while Boston has already put in their bullpen guys, so it is very clear we have the advantage. It would be so cool for Griffin Judd to go 7 shutout innings in his first start of the year, and right now that is looking very feasible as there's just 1 to go and Dairon Blanco redeems himself. A double put 2 runners in scoring position, and we scored both of them on sacrifice flies, so not only are we up 6 runs, but we have not hit a dinger. We have been playing small ball for this entire game, and it's really working out as we were very over-reliant on big plays last season, which ultimately cost us the playoffs. Judd continues to be one of the best pitchers in the league as he just caught that behind his back for the out, so really for one of the first times of the series, it feels like this is a complete team effort instead of just a couple guys. There is no better way to start this season than with a big W as Tyler Locklear is going to make the final out, and we complete a big-time shutout win. That was a beautiful 8-inning performance from Griffin Judd, and even though the rest of our offense kind of took time to get going, it was very exciting to see pretty much our entire starting lineup get on base. It is very rare for me to play out 2 games in the same series this early on, but I'm doing exactly that for Mac Badger's debut. So far so good for the very talented rookie, but he gives up his first hit, so he welcomes him to Major League Baseball, but that is a very smooth recovery. I would love to get him a win, but our offense is going to have a rough day against Garrett Crochet, so we're counting on Badger to have a great MLB MLB debut, and he just allowed another hit. Just like we saw in the spring, he might need some time, but unlike Judd and pretty much any other pitcher on our team, Badger has extremely good strikeout ability, which is gonna make things a lot easier. We are still scoreless in inning number 3, but I spoke too soon because Freddie Taglieri goes deep for our first dinger of the year. He is not bad for an undrafted catcher, but more than anything, I feel like Crochet just made a mistake. That gives us the lead and takes pressure off of Badger, as we are seeing his strikeout ability, but now Masataka Yoshida drives this one into right field, staying fair all the way over the fence. Our lead did not last long, and here's another home run. So this has not been the game-breaking debut we may have been expecting, but Adele is rolling in the deep with a deep 2-run blast. After a shutout performance with no dingers, both sides have been going back and forth, and this one even scaled the Green Monster. After losing their momentum, the Polar Bears are right back in the driver's seat, as we've caught Crochet off his game, and there's a chance to add more runs, as there are 2 guys on for LJ. He has a shot to break this game wide open, but that's not gonna happen, so it's time for Badger to lock it back down, but Masataka Yoshida has certainly not been his friend today, as he's already homered to right field, and this time he's going to hit a ground rule double. The tying run is now in scoring position, but fortunately we get out of it. And here's William Trout, who's had a quiet start to the year, but every Polar Bear has to come out of hibernation eventually, and he does exactly that. Do Polar Bears even hibernate? I honestly couldn't tell you, but we're gonna roll with it because it sounded cool, and here's another run. So Badger has a massive cushion. It may not be a shutout, but he's still in a very good spot with 2 runs given up. However, Tristan Casas is going to change that with a deep drive into straightaway center. I know many of you already plan on commenting player names below, but also while you're at it, tell me one Polar Bear who you think is going to have a good year. This might seem like a very simple question, but consistency has been a huge issue with so many players on the squad, so no matter who it is, your guess is as good as mine. Avi Tick is one player we need to be consistent, because while he did make an all-star game last year, his second half was not nearly as good, and he took a huge fall off. However, right now, he's really locked in, so he's looking to put that second half of the season behind him by earning his first save of the new year and helping Mac Badger secure his first career win. These first couple games have really shown us a little bit of everything with this team, as after not hitting a single home run in game 1, we had 3 today, and our offense was just as electric, putting up 11 hits. It also feels like this Griffin, Judd, and Mac Badger 1-2 punch could be the future of this team, which I'm very excited about. Just like last season, we're trying to start our season out on the right note, and the best way to do that is getting as many wins as we can. And now in our second series of the year, we're looking to stay undefeated. We're tied up in the 8th on the road against the Mets, and if our pitcher's duel continues, we're going to extras. Jose Suarez is just 1 out away from sending us to the 9th inning, but that pitch was not in the right spot, and Brett Beatty's gonna make him pay for it. One bad pitch is all it takes to change this game, so now the Polar Bears have their backs against the wall, going up against Edwin Diaz. Not long ago, we were up 2-1, but New York came back, scoring 3 unanswered, and would hand us our first loss of the year. Obviously, it's early on, but our offense cannot slow down, because just like we saw last year, this division's gonna be very competitive. Now we're playing our first home game of the year, and if you look around, you'll notice there's something very different about our stadium. After playing in a literal ski resort for our first 4 years, we finally upgraded, as we're trying to win our first game in Polar Bear Park. Avi Tick is trying to close this one out, and after striking out Aaron Judge, that would be very easy to get done, as we rebound against one New York team to beat another. However, we need to win the whole series if we want to stay on top in the division, and if we can win this game, we have a chance to do exactly that, as with the bases loaded, Blanco hits this into the shallow outfield, and while I don't think it's deep enough for a sac fly, Bobby Dahlbeck is taking off anyways, and that's a huge mistake. Even though he's surprisingly athletic for a slugging first baseman, he should not have gone, so another base running mistake keeps us down by 1, and we are rapidly running out of chances here in inning number 8. I am very fortunate we just got a base hit, but it's not gonna matter if Locklear whiffs at another meatball, but he makes up for it and ties this game. We are now in such a good position as the home team, as Joe Adell follows up by smoking us down the line for the go-ahead double, but there's still a chance to do even more damage with 1 away, and Dahlbeck does exactly that. A come-from-behind 4-run rally wins the Polar Bears their first home series, and it's now time to get our first look at this draft class, where we might be picking a little later at number 18, but I feel that having 8 draft selections will more than make up for that. The reason we get an extra first-round pick is because LJ Morales won Rookie of the Year, and we didn't manipulate plate of service time. So if you were curious as to why I made Mac Badger an opening day starter, that is the exact line of reasoning. From my experience, it's a little difficult for a pitcher to win Rookie of the Year, but I truly believe he can defy the odds if he performs anywhere near his full potential. I really hope this draft class is deeper than our last one, because while getting Mac Badger at number 2 overall certainly made everything worth it, it was still probably the thinnest class we've had yet, and I do not want to repeat. After sweeping New York, our homestand continues against the Toronto Blue Jays, and up 1, LJ Morales just hit a double. So with none away, it seems our inning is just getting started, and right on cue, William Trout's gonna send him home. Just like last year, we are off to a very hot start, but the difference this season is I feel like we can actually sustain this, because if you remember in season 4, we won so many of those games off of luck and unsustainable performances, and looking at our numbers early on in this season, I feel like that has not been the case so far. We can credit so much success to our new improved starting pitching, but unlike at this time last year, where we led the league in home runs, we're only 10th, and our team ERA is 3rd in all of baseball. At this point last year, LJ Morales wasn't just leading for Rookie of the Year, but also the MVP, so with a batting average of .222, I'm a bit worried this could be a sophomore slump. While that is certainly disappointing, he is far from the most disappointing player on the team so far, as that title might go to one of the most loved players on the entire team, William Trout. A 169 average and no power will not cut it for your slugging first baseman, so it's time for several players to figure it out entering a brand new series against Boston, and you've got to be kidding me, that is a home run. That is not the first time Jose Suarez has let me down in a game this year, but on paper, he's still playing really well, so I think I'll just draw it up to bad luck. But if we lose today, this loss certainly falls on him. However, Crochet continues to walk us, so Boston is already going to their bullpen, and I think we all remember how that worked out in the first series of the year. Bobby Dahlbeck's 3rd home run of the year is a 3-run shot, and while this isn't the green monster the Sox fans are used to, Bobby went more than deep enough to make the Sox fans feel it. Unfortunately though, they tied it back up, but here's Locklear, who's had a pretty good season, and while he grounds into a double play, it will score a run. It would be so helpful to add another run, but that is not going to happen, so now we really need our bullpen to hold strong. As there are 2 outs in the top of the 8th, Doug Forsyth has to make a tough play, which he makes with no problem. Unless we score another run, it is all going to come down to Avi Tick, as here's a double play, so we're counting on our young closer again. Just like last year, he's off to a hot start, but we really need him to stay consistent, because if you remember, he collapsed down the stretch last year, and you've got to be kidding me, with 2 outs, Rafael Devers ties it up. That is the first run he has given up all season, and I think the most annoying thing about that is he threw that ball right where the catcher wanted him to. That is a rough break for the Polar Bears, but we still have a chance to salvage this and turn it into a signature win, as Dahlbeck keeps this fair down the left field line, and fortunately, we get out of that one unscathed. That walk-off hit might have been a nutsack hair away from going foul, but I'm certainly glad it stayed on our side, as Tick doesn't earn a save, but he does get the win, and we won the series. No matter what kind of hardware we do take home, we're getting an amazing rookie year from Mac Badger, as him and Griffin Judd have become one of the best pitching duos in the game, so even though my goal coming into this season was to make the playoffs, we cannot afford to blow the season they've given us. Right now, we're on pace to take another loss to Minnesota, but right on cue, Joe Adell blasts this one to center field, so this is suddenly only a 1-run game at home. The tying run is on first base, as Nunez is gonna go the other way, and the cool thing about him is he has a lot of power in his bat for a shortstop, and watches this one go over the fence. I am constantly reminded that the high elevation makes this one of the friendliest hitter parks in all of baseball, and how fitting that Randy Arozarena reminds me again. Avi Tick misses out on another save, and what a catch at third base, as Royce Lewis just saved a huge double, but it's not gonna matter as William Trout goes deep, and that is another walk-off home run for the Polar Bears. Trout's numbers have not been great this season, but he delivers when it matters, as that is his 2nd walk-off of the season, and the Polar Bears are still on a roll. And all the excitement, it's been a while since we checked out scouting, so I'm gonna do exactly that, and as you can see, it looks like we found the best player in the entire class. Usually I don't draft a lot of first-round pitchers, but to be fair, the ones that I have taken in this series have worked out pretty well, so in the scenario where Lincoln Ortiz falls to number 18, I think I'm gonna take him. After that, there's kinda just a lot of early round starters, relievers, and closers, so while I'm not surprised, this first round is looking a lot weaker than I expected, as so far there's only one position player I'd even consider drafting, and that is Adrian Barton. Don't get me wrong, I would love to take Adrian Barton, but but as we've seen throughout this franchise, usually when I want a player, they do not fall to me. And while I do think he's going to be a good player, elite offensive talent is way harder to come by. It's fair to assume that after this year, we're never going to pick this early in the draft ever again. So even though we're picking at number 18, it is so essential that we make the most of it, and William Trout is starting to heat up. It is so encouraging he's back to 700 OPS on the year, because out of anyone on this team, it feels like his performance has the biggest effect on our offense. When Trout's on his game, it feels like our entire offense just rallies around him, and that 5-run inning to sweep Chicago is even more proof, as our confidence is at an all-time high entering our first division series of the year. The Astros may be dead last in our division, but that does not matter, because as we saw last year, this entire division is loaded. Winning the series will set the tone for every other division series of the season, and down one, we're in a pretty good spot against Mason Miller, but Trout grounds into a double play. That will bring us down to our final chance, but after 2 fast outs, we need Bobby to step up. A righty-righty matchup is not ideal here, but it's already a 3-1 count and Bobby walks. So all it really takes is a huge double to score him all the way from first base, and on the first pitch he sees, Tolieri does exactly that. The Kings of Clutch have struck again at the very last moment, and we all knew this was a very important game, but right now we're looking at one of the best of the entire season as that gets through and scores the go-ahead run. However, we are certainly not done, as Avi Tick is up against Yordan Alvarez and catches him looking. Fortunately, the ump made the right call, as our biggest threat is off the board, and after a rough couple weeks, Avi Tick rebounds to earn a big-time save. Griffin Judd is on the mound for our next game, and just like he always does, he is making light work of this lineup, so we're just 1 win away from a sweep, which Mac Badger's gonna help us secure. On top of that, this guy's finally in the Rookie of the Year race, but honestly, I don't know if I trust him winning, because a 9-0 start is really not sustainable. We are finally taking on the Texas Rangers to open the month of June, and after finishing last in our division, they're now in second place. Badger's got his hands full with a very good lineup, and there's no doubt he deserves a ton of credit for holding Vlad Jr., Corey Seager, Evan Carter, and Adolis Garcia to 2 runs. However, at the same time, they've locked us down, so we're tied up in the 7th, and we're very lucky a throwing error to first keeps this inning alive, as there are 2 aboard for former Ranger Bubba Thompson, who wastes the opportunity. Then right after that, James Nanook gives up a home run, so we're officially in a bit of trouble, but have a runner in scoring position. From experience, I'm almost expecting a Trout nuke, but instead he fouls off a pitch, and now Josh Young somehow doesn't make that play. We are very lucky to have 2 guys on, and now Joe Adell is going to help us out by hitting this more than deep enough for a sac fly. So we are tied up, and as you guessed it, we're going to extra innings with another division rival. You cannot make this up, and now we're trying to end it as good contact goes straight to Garcia, so there's 2 away for Trout, who strikes out looking. So far, this is our 3rd division game that's gone to extra innings this year, but unlike the last 2, we are not going to win this one as Evan Carter puts us away. Their home field advantage gives them the walk-off win, and now I'm simulating game number 2, which ended up being a dominant win, all thanks to Mike Soroka and the middle of this lineup. That means the winner of game 3 will take the series, and right now Alaska has a 1-0 lead in the 8th inning. One more run could put them away, and while Trout does make good contact, we only have 3 hits on the game, so once again, this series is in the hands of Avi Tick. Josh Young could be his final out, and after a nasty curveball, we're gonna freeze him and pick up another victory. We have now won a series against every single one of our division rivals, minus Seattle, but first we're taking on the Angels again, and we take the lead in the 6th inning, but in the 7th, LA comes back with a huge 3-run bomb. A misplaced fastball is gonna cost us, as we're trailing by 2 runs and are running out of time. However, we're in a pretty good spot as Joe Adell just loaded the bases against his former team, and there's still none gone for batting title leader Doug Forsyth, who hits into a double play. We will score a run, but miss a huge opportunity to take this lead back, but fortunately for us, we have 2 innings to score 1 run, and William Trout's gonna start off with a double. Just like last inning, we have runners on base, but of course, here comes the double play. So we're down to our last chance, but we're facing a closer who only has an 82-mile-an-hour fastball. Let me just point out that this is one of the things that I really want MLB The Show to fix, because most real-life closers have very high velocity, and considering these are premier prospects in the draft, it's pretty unrealistic. Every single pitch is coming to us in slow motion, but even then, our runner heading home gets thrown out, so we strand another guy in scoring position, but thankfully the game is not over yet. An intentional walk loads the bases, but they were smart smart to put in a new pitcher. Unlike Nakajima, Carlos Hernandez can actually throw gas, so the game's on the line for Bubba Thompson, and even though it was an off-speed count, I swing anyways, and the Polar Bears lose. I try not to swing at bad pitches, but that time the pressure got to me, so the Polar Bears have lost 4 out of their last 5 games, which is a little concerning. Thankfully for us, we're taking a break with a slow series against the Rockies, and even though we're down 1-0 in the 7th inning, we're gonna rally back with 2 runs on this single. 4 unanswered runs will win us the series, but there's still one more game to play as we earn the sweep. What a way to bounce back as we earn our 50th win, and while our core offensive players have gotten back on track, I'm a little worried about all of these snowflakes in the rest of the lineup. However, when it comes to our rotation, I have zero concerns as we're leading baseball in team ERA, and it really feels like there's no weaknesses, as even our worst guys Mike Soroka and Jairo Iriarte would be starters on other teams. It is finally time for our first series of the year against Seattle, and they won our division last year, so regardless of what our records are this season, they are a very important team to beat. We are tied up at 1 apiece in the 7th, and we have a great opportunity with 2 guys on and now 1 out. We cannot afford a double play in this spot, but right as I'm explaining that, we swing at a terrible pitch, so continuing our trend from last game, we are allergic to home plate, but we better get over it fast because we have another 2 guys on. That is 2 hits in a row, and now make it 3 as Forsyth loads the bases, but given how we've been playing, we're gonna find a way to mess this up. I'm gonna be so mad if we blow this chance with 0 away, because while it might not make a difference in the regular season, we cannot afford to fall apart in the playoffs. That will give Avi Tick a 2-run cushion to add another save to his resume, and I'm certainly glad we have that extra run. It is such a great privilege for a closer to give up a nuke and not even care, as that is save number 30, and as you probably could have guessed, that does lead the MLB. Another victory would give us the series win, and right now we're shutting them out but have offered no run support. Our bullpen has really stepped up lately, but I still want to add one more run, and this could be our chance to do it as the bases are loaded, which will bring up Joe Adell, who goes the opposite way with plenty of power, carrying into right field, going all the way back to the wall for a grand slam. There's that Alaska elevation once again doing us favors, as there's absolutely no doubt we were late on that pitch, but in the end, it does not matter as we shut out Seattle 5-0. That will secure the series win and the sweep, as we are on pace to have the best record in baseball history. Just like we were hoping for, 5 quality starting pitchers has made the difference on a team that is completely 180'd, but I never expected the results to look like this. This is the first time this team has been consistently dominant, and even though we still find ourselves in a lot of close games, we're finally winning them. This has made all the difference, especially in our conquest of the AL West, as even though it's early July, we have not lost a single series to a team in our division. We really should have scored the first run of the day, but Thompson got caught stealing, so instead of being out in front, there are 2 outs, but just like always, we find ways to get runners on base, and we scored one of them. We grinded out another late lead, and Avi Tick secured us the victory, so we secure another division win, and while that might not seem like a big deal, our division is loaded, so it's a great test for the playoffs. This will be our final series before the draft and the All-Star break, and while the Rangers did just take the lead, we have a runner on second, but we're sending him home immediately with a deep shot to straightaway center field. They left that dead center over the plate, so Tyler Locklear sent it right back up the middle, and with our new stadium, I feel like we haven't seen as many home runs this season, so that one felt really nice. They took the lead, we got it back, and then they tie it up, so an American League West team may be finally giving us a run for our money, which honestly makes me want to win even more as Bubba Thompson is going against the pitch out and beats it. The go-ahead run is on second, but more importantly, we're immune to double plays, so we're very lucky that Bubba stole that base and kept the inning going because now he's gonna score. Now it's time for the best closer in all of baseball, and Mr. Tick may not throw gas, but his numbers back it up as he is leading the whole league in saves, and that was a beautiful top corner pitch to put him away. That was absolutely disgusting, and if we look at the stats, you'll see that that is what he's done all year long, putting together a ridiculous line. This is going to be a very interesting draft because it marks the first time of the series that we're picking sort of near the middle, so as far as my plan for the first round goes, I'm kind of just going to take the best available player. On one hand, it looks like Lincoln Ortiz is going to be a very good player, but as you probably know if you watch enough of these videos, I'm not usually a fan of first round pitchers unless they're the Griffin, Judd, or Mac Badger type, so Adrian Barton is probably my top target. Don't get me wrong, Ortiz is definitely tempting, but this is a loaded starting pitcher draft from front to back, with plenty of non-ranked options that could be there in later rounds. And on the flip side of that, position players are much harder to come by, so I'm going to value them much more. The Red Sox are going to make my choice a lot easier, taking Ortiz right in front of me. So our first selection is going to be Adrian Barton, and I really hope he's good. Now it's time to cash in on the LJ Morales Rookie of the Year draft pick. And unfortunately, just a few selections after we took Barton, my favorite option went off the board. After not taking Lincoln Ortiz, I really wanted Owen Eldridge to fall down the board, but that was not going to happen. And because these other starters really don't look that great, I'm going for the safest pick you can do in MLB The Show in a high potential closer. While losing another starting pitcher certainly stings, there's so many options left on the board, but the same thing really cannot be said for position player guys. I would not be surprised if some of these guys got overdrafted, since that's kind of just how the game works, so I'm not taking any chances, going for a high potential third baseman. Even though we have a lot less information on undrafted catcher Damian Parker, our scouts think he's going to be really good, but as you can see, he's unranked, and since he's already lasted this long, I think it's fair to say not many people know about him. Because of that alone, I'm going to draft Henry Delgadio just because of his high potential rating, as this is a very weak position player class, so I want to make sure we make the most of it. Just like you almost always see in MLB The Show, every single discovery pitcher is still on the board and probably will be until round 5 or 6. So even though Damian Parker is still on the board, it might be time to start bulking up at that position. Now in round 4, we are wasting no more time going after our guy Damian Parker. And one of the many reasons I love MLB The Show is because you can still find really good prospects late in the draft, and here is another one, Britt Hogg. It is time for our final pick, where we could take another starter, but I think there's an even more interesting option in Blair Blanchard, who might not be as valuable as a starter just because he's a closer, but he's ranked as the 6th best player in the class, so I really cannot pass him up. Once again, MLB The Show did not generate a lot of very intriguing position players, but I still feel like we made the most of this class. And aside from landing Mac Badger last year, I feel like that class was far inferior compared to this one. We have already acquired so much top talent in the draft, especially our first one, as that class gave us Doug Forsyth, William Trout, Griffin Judd, and James Nanook. But one of the players that's been forgotten from that first draft is Nelson Wang. He's already a very good player, and I feel like the only reason he's not up yet is we really don't have a roster spot for him, as Dairon Blanco is regressing very fast, but is still putting up good enough numbers and is fast enough to stay on the team. Speaking of our team, it should surprise nobody that Griffin Judd and Mac Badger are both starting in the All-Star game, along with Jose Suarez and Avi Tick. That is great news, but to my surprise, that's actually where our representation stops, because no one else on our team, and specifically our offense, made the cut. I really thought that Doug Forsyth's career year was gonna get him into the game, and if not him, at least William Trout, who may have started slow, but he has been on fire lately. He is leading our team by far with 23 home runs, but then LJ Morales tops him with 60 RBIs, so I really don't know why we didn't have any offensive players represent us. I am ready to cruise straight through the rest of this season and into the playoffs, but it should not be surprising the second half starts with a little drama. We've been in this situation many times before, so just like always, we're counting on Avi Tick to get us out of it, but this time we might not be so lucky, as runners are at the corners, but Forsyth makes a great play, the flip to second and back to first gets us the win. That victory was by the skin of our teeth, and that does make me kind of nervous because we had a huge collapse in the second half last year, and I'd like to do anything I can to prevent that. This year, the trade deadline is a huge opportunity to put us over the edge, and I see one player I'm very interested in. The Boston Red Sox are looking to sell, and Kyle Teal's a perfect candidate because looking at their roster, they have 21-year-old Ethan Salas in front of him. Teal is a solid backup catcher who could develop into something greater, and because our catching situation with Freddie Talieri and Corey Lee has been a little inconsistent, we could use a high ceiling upgrade. Because he's already 26 years old, this will not cost much, as a solid pitching prospect gets it done. I think more than anything, that's just preparing for the future, and while a lot of fans probably wanted to see a bigger splash at the deadline, that is the best we're gonna get with our budget and the fact that the rentals didn't really fit. We end July by sweeping Seattle, and while that's very exciting, I think the best part about starting the month of August is we can finally see our draft picks. Out of all the drafts we've done in this series, this one definitely had the best value picks, especially later in the draft. So without further ado, we're gonna check it out. That's a lot of blue. This is exactly why you should discuss discover players every single week because that is how I got the entire back half of my draft. And to all of you who joke in my comments that I draft better in the late rounds than the first round, this is exactly why. Adrian Barden obviously is not a flashy first round pick, but he's everything we thought he was going to be. And in a class where position players were pretty dry, this is huge. I do want to see if he's better than Lincoln Ortiz, who was my other option, and even though he got snatched right in front of me, he did not sign. Looking at the other selections, it's kind of weird to say that's the best selection we could have made in that spot, and the same goes for closing pitcher William Park. I drafted 2 closers last year, but that was not going to stop me from getting another one, and then after that, I swear this position player class was so bad on paper that I just drafted the only high potential guys I could. Don't get me wrong, these guys have a pretty low shot of making the majors with our team, but these type of players are always useful as you get further into the franchise and more into trading. The only players who stayed on my board after that were all discovery guys, and I'm so glad I hoarded up on them because they're all very good. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed in Juan Rivera, who was supposed to be a top 10 player in the class, and with a walks per 9 like that, he's gonna need a lot of development, but we certainly made up for it 2 selections later, taking Britt Hogg, who's not only a higher overall, but also comes in with 96 potential. Guys like him are the biggest reason I discover players, but maybe my favorite pick of the draft is Damian Parker because I've tried discovering position players, but he's really the first one in this series that has been good. I got kinda greedy at the end taking another closer, but I'm certainly glad I did because Blair Blanchard was the best possible way to cap off this draft class. By the way, just a reminder to not get too attached to these names because they are going to change next episode based on your submissions in the comments below. I'm also very curious to know where you think this draft class stands among the other ones of the series, because while we did go for some safer picks than normal, it really paid off. It feels like every single close game we jump into is very competitive, and I really feel like this team's resilience has the entire nation rooting for them. In just 5 seasons, the Alaska Polar Bears have gone from a laughingstock to a perennial World Series contender, and it seems their MLB best record makes them the favorite. They remind me of the real-life Seattle Mariners with a good offense, as this game against the Rays marks the first time they've been to extras in a while. I am so glad we have the speedy Bubba Thompson on base, as 2 sac flies is gonna score him, and every so often, that is all you need to win a baseball game. A lot of you have asked for hour-long episodes, but with the way we're playing this season, that really doesn't seem necessary, as it's certainly difficult to create drama when you're 23.5 games up in your division. Maybe our final goal of the year is to win 116 games, but as you can see, that is not going to be easy because a losing skid to start September sends us off our pace. However, standing on business against Houston can get us win number 100 as Kyle Teal, our brand new acquisition, goes deep, and while it's going to be caught, it does allow the runner to tag up, but he's not very fast, and that throw comes in time. Funny enough, aggressive base running might be our biggest weakness, but just as we've seen all season long, Mac Badger is absolutely cooking. He made it to the top of the Rookie of the Year race and has not looked back ever since, and now Tyler Locklear's 21st bomb of the season is gonna help us close him out. While our team's chasing 116 wins, Griffin Judd is also chasing the MVP and the Cy Young, and from the start of the year, Avi Tick has not wavered from the top spot of Reliever of the Year. No matter how we play, I really don't see those awards changing, so I'm gonna go ahead and simulate to the end of the season, and despite a great effort, we fall short of 116 wins. We missed out on the all-time win record by 2 games in what was a magical season, as we went from not even making the playoffs last season to adding an extra 30 wins and becoming the best team in baseball. Of course, there were many reasons for our success, but probably the biggest one was this pitching duo between Griffin Judd and Mac Badger. The older of the bunch won his first Cy Young award at age 25, as our closer Avi Tick led baseball with 60 saves. That is ridiculous. Then for the second year in a row, we earned another draft pick because Mac Badger won Rookie of the Year. So across the board, the Polar Bears really showed out, especially our pitching rotation. They may not be the highest overalls on paper, but Mike Soroka had a redemption bounce back year, while late round draft pick Tristan Rodriguez has very quietly been one of the most undervalued players on the entire team. In the bullpen, Jose Suarez had another excellent year, but this time he was joined by James Nanook, who was just as good. So once again, it was not just the rotation, but also this bullpen that really held it down. Pitching wins championships, but our offense was also more than capable of picking up its slack, as they may have been middle of the pack in batting average, but were way up there in runs scored. Key guys from our first two drafts like LJ Morales, William Trout, and Doug Forsyth emerged as the true stars, but also our season 1 offseason additions fail to go away as Tyler Locklear, Joe Adell, and Bobby Dahlbeck all made significant contributions. All that is just to say that we had a magical season, and now I'm looking forward to the playoffs. Our first playoff opponent ever are the New York Yankees, who have invested significantly in their rotation, and with Aaron Judge and Anthony Volpe leading their offense, this should be a pretty significant challenge. Nothing would be more embarrassing than losing our first playoff series ever after having the best record in baseball, but it's not looking good early on as they score 2 runs off of Griffin Judd, and in case you need a reminder, he just won the Cy Young Award. Right away though, there's runners at the corners for our slugger William Trout, who does fly out but scores our first run, so I'm feeling a little bit more confident, but maybe I shouldn't. LJ, what are you doing, man? That is so embarrassing, but it's time for Griffin to lock in, because while it may be arrogant, I have no doubt we're the best team in the playoffs. We just need a chance to show it. Every scoreless inning makes me so nervous, especially considering our number 1 pitchers going up against their number 3, so we need a win. So far, we have only hit 2 singles off McKenzie, so it's only a matter of time until New York scores again, and there it is. Considering how many save chances Avi Tick had, this offense really struggles to produce a lot of runs, as we're in inning number 6, and I feel like we've been watching fly balls all day. We are down by 2 and really need a hero, but Anthony Volpe just robs LJ Morales of another single, so it's now the bottom of the 7th, and we are running out of time, but thankfully that dive is gonna give Tyler Locklear a triple. That is the big break we've been waiting for, and now Joe Adell is gonna make it a 1-run game, as Tristan McKenzie is finally out of the game, so we can really break down their walls. All we need is for our bullpen to hold up strong, and I feel like our advantage in that area of the game alone could be enough to win us the series. Our bullpen won us so many close games this season, so while this is definitely nerve-wracking, I feel like we're in a pretty familiar situation, as we have a chance to win the game right here, but Kyle Teel can't make good contact. That means our first playoff game ever is going to extra innings, and we're counting on Dre Jameson, who's still dealing. We are so close to a beautiful walk-off victory, and getting Blanco on base is a big deal as he's gonna do his thing. This pitcher is now in a very high-stress situation, but here we go, Doug Forsyth. That is great contact. Giddy up, over the wall, and goodbye. That is a walk-off 2-run shot to end our first playoff game ever, and that might have been one of the most exciting games of the entire year. We really waited for that type of contact all game long, and we finally got it when it mattered. So now the rookie Mac Badger's facing Dylan Cease. Mac is one of the best strikeout pitchers in all of baseball, but there's no doubt Dylan Cease is a worthy opponent, so getting 2 guys on base early on is a big deal unless they turn the double play. Our offense waited way too long to wake up in game number 1, so I'm looking for an early score because our rookie pitcher needs some run support, but of course we are off to another slow start. I should not be surprised, but Badger is dominating this lineup, so game number 2 may very well be decided by which starter breaks first. Finally a big play as Adell doubles with 2 outs, so deadline pickup Kyle Teel can be a hero, but that changeup is nasty. Compared to the rest of his arsenal, that pitch is painfully slow, so amazingly, we are still looking at goose eggs in the 6th inning. Mac is going toe-to-toe against a seasoned vet, and if we can win this game, he may need a statue as Joe Adell's going to right field and finally rewards him with a solo shot. This man is a pending free agent who's too expensive to bring back, so I'm definitely gonna miss him, but there's no doubt he's left it all on the field today with his 3rd hit of the day, and that was the biggest yet. It finally feels like we're breaking through their starting pitching, and the elevation is gonna carry this. Kyle Teel sending it way back to the wall, and it is gone. There's a dinger for Kyle Teel, and once again, I feel like their bullpen's their biggest weakness, as that was a 3-run inning, and Badger's still holding the shutout. New York is almost on our level, but missed the mark, and throughout the year, I've constantly wondered what this team would look like without Mac Badger, and I think it's pretty clear we would be nowhere near as good. I'm gonna sim one more game, and there's the W, but our next opponent, the Baltimore Orioles, may be our biggest challenge yet. These guys are absolutely loaded with Jose Alvarado and Ozzy Albies, so unlike New York, they might have enough firepower to break through our starting pitching. So above all else, if we want to win, we gotta score some early runs. We certainly have the advantage in game 1 going up against against Robbie Snelling, who's only an 80 overall. As we already have runners at the corners with one away, William Trout smokes this to center field, going, and gone. That is easily our best start ever, and Griffin Judd is locked in, as he would go on to pitch a complete game shutout in a victory where no runs were scored after the first inning. All I'm realizing is starting pitching makes all the difference in these playoff games, even though Badger's off to a rough start, and after being shut out, Baltimore's bats have woken up. We lost our first playoff game of the season, and if our offense can't recorrect this ship, we're gonna be in huge trouble. Right now, we're being one hit by an 80 overall pitcher, and just 2 games after shutting them out, we're on the receiving end. The very frustrating thing for me is on paper, I feel like we're the more complete team, but in game 4, we just got unlucky as a very good pitcher got shelled. I really can't recall Tristan Rodriguez giving up 6 runs in his whole career, so right now it feels like elimination is very likely and our season is over. After that Yankees series and game 1, I really thought we were going to make it further, but we lost 4 straight games to end our year, and even though we're certainly going to be back, it seems like we caught a very good team at a bad time. Along with that, we're facing our most pivotal offseason yet, as Joe Adell's contract is expired and he's played his last game as a polar bear. While we solidified ourselves as a playoff team, it's going to be very challenging to take that next step, because this offseason we lost 2 of our most electric players in Dyrone Blanco and Joe Adell. These guys gave us a ton of speed on the base paths, and that became a huge identity for our offense and defense. So now that they're gone, we're counting on some young players to step up, along with a very familiar face. If you remember, Jamison Hanna was on our season 1 roster, and after being our best player his first 2 seasons, he definitely fell off a cliff and we let him go. However, now that we're down 2 outfielders, I decided to bring him back in free agency for a little reunion, and at his worst, he could be a solid player coming off the bench. While losing 2 of our best offensive players is certainly gonna hurt, I'm actually more optimistic than you'd think, and that's because this year we are finally giving the league the Wang. Many people forget this guy was a part of our legendary first draft class and was even taken right before all-star closer Avi Tick. So even though Nelson Wang is one of the last players from that class to make their debut, I feel like he's gonna shock a lot of you this year. Then there's another outfielder who should definitely make his debut this year in Chuck Clutchin, who may have a better bat than Nelson Wang, but he lacks that speed on the base paths that we like so much. I do think he's gonna make his debut this season, especially if Jamison Hanna's not playing well, but at least for the start of the season, we're gonna keep him down at AAA and manipulate his service time. Aside from losing 2 outfielders, this lineup's pretty much exactly the same as last year, with the difference that Bubba Thompson's making the start in center field while we're sliding Wang into the 9-hole. However, there's even less change in our rotation, as I think this is the same starting 5 as last year, but one of our biggest debates this offseason was whether Mac Badger or Griffin Judd would be the ace. Without a doubt, I'm going with the Cy Young winner, but as you guys probably remember, Mac Badger was the runner-up for that award, so really either one of these guys could be our ace. We're gonna start a very important season 6, but before we do, I'm gonna reveal the new names of our previous draft picks. You'll find the new names down in the description below, but as you'll notice, there's one guy who I did not change. I was not gonna pass up the chance to have a guy named Hog on the team, especially because we already have someone named Wang, so I feel like there's no going back. This is the first opening day we have ever played at the new and improved Polar Bear Park, so the stakes are very high for Griffin Judd, who's undefeated throughout his career on opening day. His first inning was not necessarily pretty, but he still got out of it scoreless, and here's LJ Morales trying to make us forget about it, sending this one back to the wall where it bounces off for a double. Our superstar is already doing superstar things, which is definitely encouraging, considering his second year was not really an improvement of his game. And while I'm still happy with 106 RBIs, this guy has Hall of Fame potential, and William Trout just sent him home. We saw it last year, but that guy is the heart and soul of this team, as when he plays well, this entire offense plays well, and we should all be very thankful he got our offense on the board early, because our inability to find consistent offense early on in the ALCS cost us our season against Baltimore, and Bubba Thompson's trying to earn us more. I cannot believe we are eating Shane Bieber alive right now, and even though Bobby Dahlbeck will fly out deep, that is a great start. There is one huge question after winning 114 games last season, as I really want to figure out if 116 is possible, and with the way this offense is playing, it certainly might be. There's a double from last year's trade deadline acquisition Kyle Teal, who ended up taking over as the starting catcher for the rest of the year and played extremely well, so that is a great sign of things to come, but unfortunately Nelson Wang cannot drive him home. He's a very similar player to Doug Forsyth, where he doesn't hit with much power, but he gets on base very reliably, and when he does, he can swipe a couple bags. It may take some time for him to adapt to the major league game, but he's been hand-selected to replace Dairon Blanco, who is extremely dynamic for us, so sooner than later, he's gonna have to prove himself to the best team in baseball. I am very disappointed we stranded 2 runners, but here's a chance for Wang to redeem himself as he's chasing down a fly ball, and that is what he brings to the table. I still want to see him produce on offense, but he doesn't need to yet if William Trout's launching his second homer of the game as he crushed that to center field 108 miles an hour. If you stop the count right now, he might just win the MVP as Cleveland just bends the laws of physics to score their first run off a Griffin Judd. But thanks to our offense's excellent performance, I'm not worried about it, but I should not speak too soon because now the game is tied. That is a rare Judd mistake as he leaves a fastball down the middle, and while that certainly stings, it's overshadowed by Nelson Wang's first career hit. Now that he's on base, I think it's time to release him, and there he goes. So we have another runner in scoring position, but right after that, the wild pitch gets him to third. Now all Doug Forsyth has to do is tap him in, and he's gonna do more than that with a huge double off the left field wall. So we're now back in front thanks to Wang's very good motor. Judd also settled down after giving up 3 runs, and while this wasn't his best outing, he does turn it into a quality start. His day is done, so he's relying on the bullpen and our offense to get another insurance run, but as I say that, William Trout launches his 3rd of the day. What a start to the year for a man who's literally looking like Hank Aaron today, as he's not only responsible for every home run we've hit this season, but also 4 RBIs. All you Randy Trout glazers can get mad at me, but he never did anything like this, so sooner than later, we need to start a debate about the best Trout brother. I can already tell Avi Tick's gonna have another amazing year, as he's not only coming off of an all-star 60-save year, but he also won reliever of the year for the first time ever. He might just be the best player on this loaded team, and that's certainly saying something as this was a very impressive win. There's no doubt William Trout was our player of the game, but this was a great all-around offensive performance, and I really hope that continues because our offense was really only slightly above average last season. After that series, I continued looking for potential trade targets to replace Bobby Dahlbeck, and that's when I found something very interesting. If you remember, there were 3 players in our second draft that I wanted to take at number 1, with my number 1 priority being Mustafa Martinez, who ended up getting taken 1st overall to Colorado. Because he's such an amazing prospect, I kinda just assumed he'd go on to have this amazing Hall of Fame career, but looking at the numbers his first few years, it is clear that has not been the case. His overall has not improved since the draft, and that might have something to do with 2 negative WAR seasons. Colorado's concerned they drafted a 1st overall bust, so they're trying to get this man off their hands as fast as possible, and as the entire league knows, we have more than enough in our farm system to make a very intriguing offer. We are sending an MLB ready pitching prospect alongside a B potential catcher, which is a very small dent in our farm system to take a risk on Martinez. That's one of those moves that if it works out, I'm gonna look like a super genius GM, but it's really not that big of a risk. But no matter what, I am very ready to give this man the shot to replace Bobby Dahlbeck. We have not lost a game heading into our second series of the year against the Red Sox, and we just erased a 3-run deficit to tie this one up, and as you can see, the Red Sox are panicking. I gotta admit that seeing Jamison Hanna back in a Polar Bears jersey is very nostalgic, and if he plays well enough for us, I might be able to trade something for him. We're trying to walk it off against Boston, and even though Nelson Wang got on base, we are going to extras, where Jose Suarez is still doing his thing. He is chasing another all-star level season, trying to get us this big victory, and for a split second, I thought Locklear was gonna get that done, but instead it's Bobby Dahlbeck, who could be in his last year with the Bears. His first homer of the year is a walk-off no-doubter, so Alaska stays undefeated on top of the AL West. 5 unanswered runs keep the undefeated season alive, and obviously in the great game of baseball, you're bound to lose eventually, but we're really pushing our luck. It feels like our entire division continues to get better, especially after the Mariners signed Ronald Acuna Acuna Jr., so there's a ton of star power, and we're never going to have a second to rest. The Texas Rangers are the first team in our division we're playing this year, and conveniently, they're actually the worst, which is really baffling because they have stars like Corey Seager, Vlad Jr., Evan Carter, and Nolan Jones, but can't put it together. Apparently, all you need to take down some super teams is an expansion roster with no budget, as we're leading 3-2 in the top of the 9th with our 11th win of the season on the line as Bubba Thompson smears a double. The former Texas Ranger has been on our team for quite some time, but with the departure of 2 outfielders, this is the first time we've given him the chance to be a starter, and it is paying off. Bobby Dahlbeck just iced the game with a massive home run, so the Polar Bears are on their way to 11-0, but Kyle Teal is going to ensure it. There is so much at stake this season between winning 116 games and winning several awards, and while many of you might think that I should be focusing solely on winning a World Series, I think a winning culture really helps us get there. Right now though, we're in danger of losing our first series of the year to St. Louis after splitting the first 2 games, but we do tie it up, so it seems we finally have momentum going into the 7th inning stretch. However, Schreiber's delivery is very awkward, so with Forsyth on second, I'm a little concerned. If anyone's gonna break him, it's William Trout, but unfortunately that's a fly out, and now James Nanook's in a bit of trouble. There are 2 guys on with 2 away, but this is smoked into right field, going all the way back, Nelson Wang giving chase to the wall, where he's gonna make the catch. Thank you, Wang. When I was first watching this, I honestly didn't think it was that impressive, but on replay, that was insane. So because our rookie outfielder put his body on the line, I want to win this game for him. However, as it turns out, he might be able to win this game all by himself, as Thompson got all the way to third base, but I just ruined the moment by being dumb. I could have just cut that from the video and saved myself from the embarrassment, but I had to show you guys that I messed up Wang's moment. So now we're in extras, and I'm really hoping we don't lose the game. With a runner on third and 1 away, all they need is a sacrifice fly, which they're easily able to get. So our backs are officially against the wall, but this is a great start from LJ Morales. Now all we need is a sacrifice fly of our own, and Tyler Locklear is gonna let that happen, so we can relax a little bit more now that we're not in danger. But why do that when you can win the game, as Dahlbeck goes to opposite field and LJ Morales wins it. The defensive heroics of Nelson Wang do not go to waste, but even more importantly, we have not lost a series. We're going into a rematch series against the very team that defeated us in the ALCS, and we have a lot of guys on hot streaks, so this is a great chance to prove that we're the best team in baseball. Thanks to a great game from Mac Badger, we're winning game 1, but we're only leading 3-2, so our bullpen needs to finish strong. There's no doubt we rely on our closer more than any team in baseball, and that all comes down to a lack of run support. So even though we've been developing a lot of sluggers down in the farm, none of them are ready, and with our very low budget, we might need to make another trade. I'm not mad about being 11th in the league in home runs, but there's definitely room for improvement, especially because, as I mentioned, we're losing 2 bats in free agency. The reason I'm bringing that up now is because we lost in the playoffs against them because of a lack of run support, and after they evened the series at 1 game apiece, it's looking like the same story, but we're able to score the go-ahead run. Every time I talk about Tyler Locklear, it seems like my opinion's changed, and that's really because he is the most inconsistent player on this entire team, as right now he's following up a career season with arguably his worst ever. Locklear has the upside to be a 30 home run, 100 RBI player, but on the other hand, it seems he hits a brick wall anytime he's about to reach his full potential. Don't get me wrong, he has still established himself as a valuable third baseman in the league, but at least in this organization, there may be a prospect that replaces him sooner rather than later. No one is safe on this team long term, especially if Baltimore continues to have our number, as they just tied the game, as they finally broke through Jose Suarez, and a sac fly gives them the lead. We went from warming up Avi Tick to close them out to being closed out ourselves, as we're down to our last out facing Alvarado, and fittingly, it is Tyler Locklear who ends it. The Polar Bears have lost their first series of the season, and somehow, even though they're 22-7, the Astros are half a game behind. The best 2 teams in Major League Baseball are in the same division, so you better believe there are gonna be fireworks when we meet up with them. I cannot believe we're in danger of losing our division despite being on pace for the best record in baseball history, as we've now lost 2 games in a row, and another one against the Pirates could knock us down to second place. Lately, this offense has been non-existent, so of all teams, we could be on on our way to extra innings against the Pirates. Right now, we could really use a signature win in front of our home fans, but with the way we're hitting, I do not count on that to happen, but maybe think again. Bobby Dahlbeck into left field, and the game is over. That is part number 1 million of the announcer's jinx as Bobby Dahlbeck saves the day, and there was no way that one was not going out. We only had 4 hits in that entire game, so we really need to be better, but I will certainly take the excitement as we hold on to our division lead and even extend it. That is a great feeling, but every team in our division has a winning record, and they're gonna be our opponents for the next 3 series. The Texas Rangers may be in last place in our division, but as we've learned, we cannot underestimate them as we just tied the game back up. So much like so many of our matchups lately, this one's probably gonna come down to the wire, but Masataka Yoshida takes it right back. Our bullpen has been the key to success in these one-run games, so that is a change of pace. But speaking of change, I had no idea Nelson Wang's stats were this bad. There is no way he's gonna become our 3rd straight rookie of the year with numbers like that, but at least his speed ties the game back up. So now our bullpen just needs to hold up for 1 more inning, but this is a little scary. Adolis Garcia back to the wall, and while it does not scale over the top, Morales cannot make the play. Their go-ahead pinch runner is at second base, and with 96 speed, there's no doubt this will advance him. So now they're in position for a suicide squeeze, but Huff misses the bunt, and we get bailed out. We can give our fans a walk-off victory, but if we do, it's gonna have to be in extra innings because we missed the opportunity. Their runner just advanced to third, and they're trying the bunt again to the same result. And with Bubba Thompson on second, I'm gonna show them how it's done, but he gets thrown out immediately. That's pretty rare for a guy with 94 speed and 99 steal. So we lose our extra inning runner on a huge gamble, but William Trout does not care, ending this one anyways. Our team leader in home runs gets one at the best possible time, and while I wish they could get a decisive win every once in a while, they certainly find a way to keep things dramatic. Thanks to William Trout, we are going to win that series, and now our next challenger in the gauntlet are the Seattle Mariners. We won the first game of the series, but now they're shutting us out in game 2, and now we're just 1 out away from stranding 2 runners on base, but Kyle Teal comes through in the clutch as we are waving Locklear home, looking to score our first run, but Clark makes an unbelievable throw. You guys heard me right, that is none other than Max Clark on the Seattle Mariners, and all I can say is an outfield with him, Julio, and Ronald Acuna is terrifying. We're trying very hard to waste a quality start from Judd, as Castillo's still in the game, and the crazy thing is we've gotten 7 hits off of him, but none of them have turned into runs. We just sent Wang to second base, and while he could have scored there, it's probably smart not to risk it, because he may be fast, but Max Clark probably would have sniped him, but it's not gonna matter anyways. In situations like that, we need LJ Morales to start stepping up, because while he's been a very good player, I expect a superstar to come up in the clutch. Bubba Thompson is our last chance, and while he makes decent contact, Julio's easily able to run it down, so we just got shut out by Luis Castillo. On top of that, they won the series, which sets up a very crucial matchup against the Astros. However, before that series even begins, we made a huge move, bringing up Chuck Clutchin to finally make his MLB debut, and after making that move, we were gonna have to send Jamison Hanna down, but instead, I'm gonna get something for him. I'm also gonna trade a guy many people have forgotten about, and that is Freddie Talieri Jr., who may have had a couple good years for us, but ultimately never became more than a backup level catcher, but maybe a change of scenery is all he needs to turn his career around. Chuck Clutchin will fill in for Bubba Thompson, who's definitely struggled this year, and I really hope he sparks our lineup going into this series. However, 3-time MVP winner Yordan Alvarez has us in a bad spot, as Mike Soroka gives up another run, followed by his 4th of the game. This is one of our starting pitching's worst performances of the year, as we need to start rallying against Zach Gallen, and William Trout at least scores 1 run. If we want any chance to come back, we need Soroka to lock in, as he does exactly that, and even though I missed Chuck Clutchin's first career hit, Wang advances him to second. Now there are 2 outs for Doug Forsyth, who's usually one of our most reliable hitters, but not this time, so at least Barrero makes up for it. It is time for our squad to rally, and while this is hit very well, it's not going to drop in the gap, and while that does advance Morales to third, we need more base runners. Locklear makes it a 2-run game, and Chuck Clutchin continues a strong debut, and he already has 2 singles and a walk, which has made him one of our best offensive players today. Him and Wang have both had great days, but Doug Forsyth has not scored either of them, so their efforts may be completely wasted. We are are running out of time in the 8th inning, but finally LJ Morales is gonna do something, launching a late home run. All I can hope is that he's taking notes from Yordan Alvarez, because he is a true superstar, and how about this? William Trout makes it back-to-back. The Polar Bears have scratched and clawed their way back into this game with 5 unanswered runs, and I really don't think Houston even knew what hit him. This is Chuck Clutchin's chance to be the hero, but he pops it up despite great timing. So we're now faced with 2 outs as Doug slaps a single, which brings up Barrero, who already has 1 home run, but is the final out of the inning. That means we're counting on James Nanook, and looking at his numbers last year and this year, I'm pretty confident. Just 1 more out can send us to another extra inning game, as he gives up a single, but he's facing their 9-hitter who clears this into the gap, and that will win them the game. I cannot believe that happened with MJ Melendez on first base, as we scored 5 unanswered runs to get back in this one and blew it at the very end. It is very unfortunate to be down 1 game in this series, but we would go on to get swept, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but we no longer are in first place. Just a week ago, we were talking about being the best team in MLB history, but now things have definitely changed as we've lost 6 games in a row. To make things worse, we're now up against a very good Royals team, so if our offense can't step up, we're gonna lose even more ground to Houston as LJ Morales nearly sends that out. We remain tied up at 2 apiece going into the 9th, but just as we've seen in the past month, this offense is really struggling to find momentum. However, now it's time for extra innings where we tend to perform pretty well, but so far we're off to a very good start after a Doug Forsyth single followed by a sacrifice fly. It's certainly been a while since Avi Tick's last save chance, and with Juan Soto at the plate, we need him at his best. He can end this with 1 swing, and thankfully Locklear's in the right spot as we get bailed out and Tick strikes out Torkelson to win us this game. It was not pretty, but that's gonna get the job done, and I'm really hoping that turns this losing skid around as we win the next game. And now for the first time in a while, I'm gonna check back in on scouting. Just like always, it seems we found a lot of really solid starting pitching options, including guys we can get later in the draft. And while position players are much harder to find, I think I found a couple guys I can scout. We have so much ammunition in our farm system, including 5 of the top 6 prospects, and last I checked, I think 27 total top 100 guys. With the way we've been playing, especially on offense, I think the entire world is expecting us to buy at the deadline, but if you remember, we already made a move this season for struggling prospect Mustafa Martinez, and so far, the change of scenery has been really good for his development. I am making a move, sending down bullpen arm Luke Enfield, and bringing up a 3rd first baseman who I believe is going to really help out our team. Starting out, I'm putting him in the lineup against left-handed hitters with Bobby Dahlbeck sliding over to 3rd base, and while we're at it, I think it's finally time to give up on Tyler Locklear and move him to the bench full-time. I've held off on this move for quite some time, but I truly believe it is the best move for the squad, as at least for now, Martinez really deserves a chance to prove himself. We're trying to get a win in his Polar Bear debut, but just like the first game of the series, we're tied up. However, this time we're trying to avoid extra innings as Trout gives us a ride, but it's not going to be far enough, which presents a huge chance for Martinez. First of all, this man has the craziest batting stance I've ever seen, but I do not care anymore as he launches an absolute moonshot in the 9th inning to give us the lead. I cannot believe Colorado gave up on this absolute monster as he sent the first pitch he saw all the way into the parking lot, and just for fun, here's Chuck Clutchin. I promise you guys, I did not set that homer up just for the storyline, as with 100% honesty, Mustafa's just that dude. That is a much needed sweep for Alaska, who's now facing Martinez's former team and has the same result, as we're back on top of the West in time for another series against Houston. This time we have home field advantage, and Clutchin starts out with a home run, so it seems just calling up 2 new players is making a huge difference for our offense. This is also a great game for Mike Soroka, as he's up against their ace Zach Gallen, who may be 92 overall, but Chuck Clutchin makes him look terrible. Coming into this game, Clutchin is only hitting .235, so I'm glad he's having a great day, but on a completely different note, I think that's the first time we've seen a Nelson Wang home run. Not only was that a home run, but it was a no-doubt moonshot, just like this one Doug Forsyth follows up with immediately. And I think the funniest thing about this is him, Wang, and Clutchin are the 3 least likely guys to go yard. While Wang is pretty small, it seems he packs a much stronger punch than you'd expect, but it seems Chuck Clutchin is also in a similar boat, coming in at 5'7", 165. As they say, it takes a village, but the MVPs were the bottom of our lineup, along with Mike Soroka for the shutout victory. This was a 4-for-4, 2 RBI game for Chuck Clutchin, and while I'm very excited to see how the rest of his year goes, I do have to mention that Nelson Wang is back in the Rookie of the Year race. Fittingly, the guy in first is not only a Houston Astro, but is also a player they drafted right under my nose in the first draft of the series, and even though Houston's probably a better place for him to get playing time at first, I'm gonna be pretty salty if he ends our Rookie of the Year streak. Game 2 of this series is tied at 0 apiece, and there's definitely something at stake, as if the Polar Bears can get the W, they win the series. However, the Astros just took an 8th inning lead, and while Tyler Locklier's gonna ground out, Peña's throw pushes him off the bag. The baseball gods have given us an opportunity, but unfortunately, we're not gonna capitalize, so we're down by 1 in the 9th, looking for a big win to redeem the embarrassing sweep that happened last week. Doug Forsyth leads off the inning, as this is good contact into deep center field, but unfortunately, that is warning track power. So even though that was very good timing, along with this hit from Nelson Wang, both of them end in the same result. LJ Morales is our last chance, and as I've mentioned, he is not good in clutch situations, as he thought that was going to be a breaking pitch, which will seal our fate in game number 2. We're not even close to the playoffs, but this series is a great test, as they're even better than the team we lost to in the ALCS, so I'm glad we got a revenge win. We are 42-16 to start the month of June, and even though the month of May was not good, especially for our offense, it seems we landed on our feet. Without a doubt, William Trout has been our offensive MVP, leading in pretty much every category, which is very good considering he's already hit his ceiling and is starting to regress a bit. While Mustafa Martinez hasn't exactly exploded out the gate, I'm still liking what I'm seeing from a power standpoint, and if Nelson Wang can turn things around, then so can he. Even though he's only played 15 games, Chuck Clutchin is on fire to start his MLB career, and I'm really looking forward to see where he goes. Moving on to what everybody wants to see though, our starting pitching is still our starting pitching, and even though Griffin Judd's hit a bit of a cold streak, he's still playing pretty well, with Tristan Rodriguez and Mac Badger picking up the slack. However, maybe my favorite story on the team is James Nanook, who started out as a pretty terrible starter, but once I put him in the bullpen, he was a completely different player, and he's having an even better season this year. Him and Jose Suarez make life easy, not just for our starters, but also for the middle reliever guys who really don't have to play that much. The final guy worth mentioning is Avi Tick, who has not blown a single save this season in 17 chances, and while he hasn't had as many opportunities as last year, if he keeps this up, he's gonna win reliever of the year again. Now we're looking to build our division lead against Houston in a series against San Diego, as we're tied up at 3 apiece, but strand 2 runners on base. Thankfully though, our pitching is still very clutch, and without them playing at an elite level, I can't even imagine how this year would look. It is the 7th inning stretch where Kyle Teal gets aboard, followed by Nunez, so once again, we have an opportunity to score a run, and this time Nelson Wang is not gonna let us down with a 2 RBI triple. Those are the type of plays he needs to make to get back in the Rookie of the Year race, as he put in work against the Padres bullpen and Forsyth scores him. That victory gets us another sweep, so after a bit of a losing skid, we are once again on fire, and I think I found a draftable player in the first round. We could really use a versatile middle infielder, and while Pablo Rios' offense is a bit far off, I really like his defense, so it feels good to find a guy I'd actually be comfortable taking, but I'm gonna keep looking because you never know what you're gonna find. At the start of July, we are 61-24, so we're quickly approaching the MLB draft, but we have to take care of some business first. We were trailing by 2 heading into this inning, but now it's just a 1-run deficit as Dahlbeck doubles, so now here's Chuck Clutchin, who lives up to his name, driving in the tying and go-ahead runs. This is awesome, and after a pass ball gets him to second, Nelson Wang drives him in, so this is a rally for the ages, and the Angels bullpen cannot stop blowing it. That Doug Forsyth dinger puts this game on ice, completing a 6-run inning that secures us a come-from-behind victory. When our offense is hot, that is exactly what they can do to you, but we still have one very big test before the All-Star break. This Baltimore team has had our number ever since they beat us in the ALCS, but this is a new series, and LJ Morales hits a dinger. That one barely went out, but I'm very glad it did, as we take the lead, and as you know, we're very comfortable in close games. It is time for Avi to get another save, but this one's not looking good. Please stay in the yard, and fortunately, it will. It is not often he gives up very good contact contact, and we're actually gonna double them up here, as that erases their double and earns the Polar Bears a series victory. Beating Baltimore is a great sign that we've made consistent progress, because the last time we played them, I don't think we had Chuck Clutchin or Mustafa Martinez, and other guys like Nelson Wang were not playing nearly as well. It is time for the MLB draft, where we're selecting a lot later, but I still think there are two guys who I'd be very happy with for our first selection. After simming ahead, Pablo Rios went off the board at number 14, but on the bright side, our projected number 1 player, Edgar Cuevas, is still there, so we are going to take him. Once again, we have 3 first-round picks, which I'm very excited about, and with our second one, we're going to select a high-potential outfielder. As always, so many of my favorite prospects were taken way earlier than expected, but I'm honestly fine with this as long as we have a solid option every selection, which has been the case. With our next pick, I'm selecting our 3rd position player in a row in shortstop Guillermo Ibar, and in round 3, we're going to continue that trend with Omar Del Villar. We are loading up on developmental prospects, so why not add another one in Alberto Manuel? And now I'm looking to close out our draft class with 2 starters. That will bring us into the break with a 72-26 record, and for the first time in the whole series, I'm going to be playing the Home Run Derby. This is a very big deal for LJ Morales, but he needs to be on his A game going up against Juan Soto in round 1. So far, he is in a very good groove, as we're already to 10 home runs and have not used our timeout yet. He would make a huge statement in round 1 with a very impressive 23 bombs, and Juan Soto's really good, but that's going to be pretty tough to beat. LJ Morales moves on to face his division rival, and this matchup's definitely personal, as Yordan is the MVP frontrunner. However, early on, he is struggling to find the seats, so he needs to get into a groove, and this shot into straightaway center is a great start. He would rally with 16 home runs going into bonus time, and with 17 bombs, he's going to be tough to beat, and here is another one. There is no doubt that Yordan Alvarez is the favorite in this derby, and with his back against the wall, he is showing why with 4 home runs in his first 40 seconds. He is on great pace, but there's a swing and miss, so his rhythm is completely interrupted as the line drives keep coming. He needs 7 bombs to tie it in just under a minute 30, but after another foul ball, I am doubting if he can get this done, as this is hit well and barely clears. 50 seconds remain for Yordan Alvarez, who has to be nearly perfect if he wants a chance, so LJ Morales is going to the finals. Of course, his opponent is Shohei Ohtani, who beat the number 1 seed, and if LJ wants to win, he needs 17 home runs. Coming into the finals, I was worried about his stamina, but he is just fine, as he's already earned bonus time and is well on pace to win. He is up to 10 home runs and make that 11, so our superstar has Japanese Babe Ruth shaking in his boots. With the finals tied up, he calls a timeout and launches the final home run to straightaway center to win the Polar Bears their first derby ever. Looking at the All-Star selections, it's a bit ridiculous that Griffin, Judd, and Mac Badger didn't make it, considering they're 1 and 2 for the Cy Young, but on the bright side, at least Jose Suarez and Avi Tick are back in the game. However, there's also a new addition in Kyle Teal, who's the starting catcher, and even though William Trout got snubbed at first base, I'm very glad to see Doug Forsyth is back in. The last guy who made it is LJ Morales, but comparing their stats, it really just goes to show how much William Trout also deserves to be there. Not long ago, it really looked like Nelson Wang was not going to win Rookie of the Year, but he's really turned things around, becoming one of our best offensive players. As a result, he is back on top for the award, and even though Griffin Judd made the All-Star game, Mac Badger's on top for the Cy Young, which is just a little ridiculous. We have so much talent on this team, but I think our weakest position is still shortstop, because while Jose Barrero's done well there in the past, he is having an off year, and Nasim Nunez is really no more than a backup. The tough thing for us is we can't just go sign somebody on the open market, and good shortstops seem to be hard to come by in the draft, but there's a player on the rebuilding Red Sox who I am very interested in bringing in. Marco Luciano has already gotten a second contract, but as you can see, it is not going to break the bank, and considering that they're rebuilding, this is a move they're more than willing to make. In order to get Marco, I'm giving them a top 100 prospect in Michael Seo, along with a 19-year-old starting pitcher who could start for them right now, and finally, to close the deal, I am giving them a young arm for their bullpen. That is our biggest trade in franchise history, but of course, now we're over the limit on the 26-man, so this marks the end of the Jose Barrero era. This guy deserves a huge shout out for being a 4-year starter on our team, but at some point, it's time to move on, and I think that's now. On the bright side, we did manage to get a pretty solid prospect in return, and I truly believe Marco Luciano Luciano is gonna get us to the World Series. We are taking on two division teams coming out of the break, and I am very excited to show the Angels and the Astros the new look polar bears as Chuck Clutchin breaks his bat and an error gets him to second base. That gives Nelson Wang a huge chance to walk it off, and he dribbles this up the middle to do exactly that. We remain the champions of close games, and as you can see, Marco Luciano wins player of the game, so he is already making a great difference. We're gonna need more performances like that if we want to beat Houston, as LJ Morales just tied the game, and here's a beautiful gapper from William Trout that will definitely score him. After a bit more chaos, we won that game and the series, so we are on a roll going into August, 13 games up in our division, and it is time to see our draft picks. While our drafts don't matter nearly as much at this point in the series, we're still going to be playing for quite a while, so I still want them to be good, and Edgar Chavez is an absolute bust first round pick. I must not have been using the right pitching scout because this never happens, and he said he was the #1 player in the class, and while we can still develop him, that pick really stings. At least we made up for it with Nathaniel Collum, so I'm very glad he fell to our next selection as he's a great athlete. Then we followed that up taking another solid player in Trey Humphries, who may be 21 years old but is already 60 overall, and after missing out on so many shortstops throughout this series, I'm very glad we landed a decent developmental guy in Guillermo Ibar. I'm also very excited about Omar Del Villar and Alberto Manuel as we bulked up on position guys, before ending our draft with two starting pitchers, including Alex Nieves, who's 80 overall. If we weren't so loaded at pitcher, this is a guy who could start for us on day one, and then the last guy we selected is probably nothing more than trade bait. Since we're on pace to win the division by a huge margin, I'm not going to show too many more series, but this possible World Series preview against the Dodgers is the exception. Down one with 2 aboard in the 9th inning, Chuck Clutchin drives in the tying run, so suddenly there's a possibility to walk this one off as Forsyth grounds this to the third baseman, who's not able to turn the double play. Nelson Wang's bunt rating is very bad, so we're not going to try the suicide squeeze, but we also don't need it. After great effort, Wang is going to finish all over the Dodgers as his race for Rookie of the Year continues, although Chuck Clutchin is also in contention. Our offense is heated up at just the right time as we have so many players over 800 OPS, and with the addition of Marco Luciano, we have another solid home run guy. We would get to 99 wins entering September, and with 27 more to go, we are on great pace to win 116. To start the month, we are looking for win number 100 against Texas, and LJ Morales is doing LJ Morales things, as the home run derby may be known for destroying your swing, but he just won August Player of the Month. We take the lead with that opposite field shot, but William Trout's trying to get in on the action, going deep to center field where it's caught. For just a split second, I thought we hit back-to-back home runs, but regardless, we take the lead late in this one, and with a man on second, we're looking for more, but Teal's late on the fastball. That means we're forced to trust our bullpen once again, and with 2 on, William Trout can ice this game, but the stop is made. All that's gonna mean is it's time for Avi Tick to get his 43rd save, and there are not many players who can stop him. I feel confident as he's facing the bottom of the order, and needing just one more strike to win it, he embarrasses Jeff McNeil with the curveball, and that's it. That is win number 100 for the Polar Bears, and just like last year, I'm just gonna simulate ahead to see if they can win 116 games, and it certainly looks like that's gonna happen. We won 118 games in a division where 4 teams made the playoffs, and I will not lie, I never saw LJ Morales winning MVP. I know the second half of his season was completely amazing, but I didn't realize it was good enough to get back in the MVP race. But as you can see, he put up 1,000 OPS, 124 RBIs, and 46 bombs. He is the best player in baseball at 21 years old, but that is not the end of our hardware as Mac Badger beats out Griffin Judd for the Cy Young. Last season, it could have gone either way, but in Badger's second year at age 22, he wins the Cy Young, as we're gathering a lot of trophies, but not the one we all expected, as Brian Abreu put together a ridiculous 64 save season. That is completely absurd, as I guess Texas was just in more close games than we were, so that is very well deserved, but now looking at Rookie of the Year, it could have gone either way. On paper, Chuck Clutchin was the better player since he played 30 fewer games than Nelson Wang, but even though this was very close, we would not have gotten an extra draft pick if Chuck Clutchin won it, so I'm glad it was Nelson Wang. With so many standout players, it is no surprise we had the level of season that we did, and that is perfectly reflected in the stats, as the offensive addition additions of Marco Luciano, Nelson Wang, Chuck Clutchin, and Mustafa Martinez made the difference. Once again, our starting rotation really earned its flowers, but I still feel like Griffin Judd should have won the Cy Young. But in the end, it's hard to go against Mac Badger's 235 strikeouts. Also, huge shout out to Tristan Rodriguez, who was in our second draft class, and he's done nothing but dominate ever since he got here. And I wanted to point this out mainly because the two guys in front of him lead to him being pretty overshadowed. In addition, we could not be the team we are without the Mike Soroka Reclamation Project, as in just a few seasons, he's up to an 87 overall and is looking great. I think the big key to success in our bullpen is that James Nanook and Jose Suarez eat so many innings, so even though we have some very good bullpen arms, it seems we never need to use them. It is time for the playoffs, where we're going up against a very familiar face, and considering how loaded our division is, I would not be surprised if we see the Astros and the Rangers. I gotta admit though, I'm a little bit worried about Houston because they have one of the best young pitchers in the game in Ramon Iglesias, who has 93 walks per 9, but on top of that, just like we've made blockbuster moves, so have they, making the deal for generational prospect Adrian Santos. If you guys remember, I wanted to draft him in season 3, but he got selected by Washington, one pick in front of us, and now plays for the Astros. This entire season comes down to this series, and in game 1, we have Griffin Judd on the mound, who's trying to prove he deserved the Cy Young. We are still scoreless in inning number 7 as neither pitcher is giving up, so game number 1 is gonna come down to the bullpens. There are 2 runners in scoring position for Brandon Marsh, who scores both of them, as we give up the first runs of the day. We're running out of time and are in danger of throwing a quality start in the trash, as Teal flies out to center field, but Bobby Dahlbeck turns on this one for a single. There's still a chance, but we have to get a rally going against Zach Gallen, so this is a pretty good start, and Doug Forsyth smacks a double that goes past the center fielder, and that is a game-tying 2 RBI triple. That is an incredible break for Alaska, as Santos almost made a play on it, so now Nelson Wang has a chance to take the lead, which is exactly what he's gonna do. This man was Rookie of the Year for a reason and has been so clutch this season, as there's a chance he just saved our season, and now William Trout's gonna add more insult to injury. So far, this ALDS is off to a very similar start as last year's, as just like the Yankees, the Astros held an early lead, but we surged right back and were able to pull away, but here's a double into the gap, except he's going for 3, and that's a terrible choice. That was a crazy risk that cost them the game, as the Polar Bears win game 1. In game 2, the Astros scored an early run off Mac Badger, but Kyle Teal saves the day with a go-ahead RBI double. So unlike game 1, we're seeing a lot of early action as Houston comes right back. Our Cy Young winner is having a terrible game, giving up 5 runs, so we need a hero, and with runners at the corners, Mustafa Martinez does exactly that with a game-tying home run. I really thought Houston was gonna run away with this game, but Martinez says not so fast, as we're tied up in the 7th, but now have the lead thanks to Martinez's breakout performance. After that, we added another run, and once again, it is time for Avi Tick to pitch. There's already one out, and even though I'm scared of Alvarez, he lines out as well, so it all comes down to Brandon Marsh, who swings through the curveball and gives the Polar Bears their second victory. Just like game 1, we pull ahead late to get the win, and now pull off the sweep, and I didn't realize that Houston beat Texas in the wild card, which means that we're gonna see Minnesota or Tampa Bay. The winning team is none other than the Minnesota Twins, who on paper are even worse than the Astros, so this could be fun. There's no doubt in my mind that we can win this and go to the World Series, but maybe I spoke too soon. That is 4 runs in the first inning, but at least we get 2 back. But ever since that big play, our offense has really been struggling as we give up another homer in the 5th, so we desperately need a big play, and Nelson Wang delivers a grand slam. Are you kidding me? I meant to jump in there, but I'm kinda glad I didn't, as we have taken a 1-run lead, but the Twins immediately tie it right back up. Right now, this is one of the games of the year, as right now the bullpens are lights out, so we could be heading to extras, but Luciano goes deep. Avi Tick has stayed busy in the playoffs, and honestly, he should be the playoff MVP. I know the game would never give it to a closer, but I have to give credit where credit is due, even though he's making me very nervous, and that should have been crushed, but thankfully we survive. The Twins threw everything they had at us, but we still came out on top, as a massive grand slam from a known contact hitter named Nelson Wang saved our butts. Now in game 2, we're trailing by 1 run, and with 2 guys aboard, we hit into a double play. So right now, we are digging our own grave, as another run puts us down 2, 2, but Wang steals third. He really wants to be the first run of this game, and fortunately Trout sends him home. So just like we've done through the whole playoffs, our offense delivers at the right moments. If we want to win, we need to break through Corbin Burns, as we just got 2 aboard with 2 away, and somehow that stays fair. It seems we have finally rattled him and score the go-ahead run, and just like we've done all season, I am trusting our bullpen. It seems no team in the league is better in late game situations than we are, and there's no doubt that dominance has continued to the postseason, where we've come from behind in pretty much every game. We're in very good shape after another run, but more than likely one more run would put this game on ice, and Bobby Dahlbeck's trying his best to make it happen with a huge double. However, it bounced into the stands to keep runners at 2 and 3, and then turn a double play after a strategic intentional walk. Since we didn't score a run, Avi Tick's streak of playing in every playoff game continues, but he needs to be careful after giving up a single. The tying run is at the plate, but he strikes out looking, as Avi put that right on the money and earns another save. He may be the only reason we're still undefeated in the playoffs, but right now Mac Badger's trying really hard to change that. It is 3-1 in the 7th, and here's an immediate double play. So for the first time in all of October, the Polar Bears go down. I'm not concerned yet, but we also lost the next game, so now the series is tied up and both sides score 2 runs in the first. Not long after that, this game would be tied again, and this time it's Minnesota that's able to come out on top late. So after winning the first 2 games, it seems Alaska has completely fallen asleep at the wheel. There's no question we're the better team, but we are falling apart right now. And just a reminder that if we lose this game, we're facing elimination. Doug Forsyth is our last chance, and here we go. This is going into the left center gap, but it is robbed, and that is a beautiful play. I cannot believe that happened, as we were robbed from a chance to tie it, and Minnesota wins their 3rd game in a row. It was not long ago that I was making plans for the World Series, but now we're here, and for whatever reason, our pitching has been completely rattled in this series. It is 5-2 in the 4th inning, and what on earth is happening to our pitching? Nanook got shelled. For some reason, our biggest strength has turned into our biggest weakness, as ever since we lost a game, our pitching cannot stop giving up runs. So unless we can pull off some voodoo magic, we're gonna lose. The best regular season team in MLB history is on their way to blowing a 2-0 lead, and considering this entire episode was about getting past the ALCS, it kinda feels like a failure. We made so many moves to improve just to lose to a team in the playoffs that was even worse than the team that beat us last year, so I gotta admit, I'm feeling pretty defeated. Leading the charge again this season is defending MVP LJ Morales, who has been nothing short of spectacular in his first 3 seasons with the team, but of course, after him, we have 2 previous Cy Young winners who lead a great rotation. Those 3 guys, along with the best closer in baseball, are the main core of our team, but in the past couple years, we've also taken advantage of the trade deadline, adding key players like Kyle Teal and Marco Luciano, who make us even better. We're returning all but 1 starter from last year, but filling that missing spot is 22-year-old second baseman Kolten Castillo, who I feel could be our 4th Rookie of the Year winner in a row. However, the biggest strength of this team is our starting rotation, and there's no change this year, so it's very fair to expect another dominant year on the mound. We are getting tested very early on opening day, going up against a Baltimore team that beat us in the ALCS 2 years ago, and looking at their roster, it seems they have just gotten better. We're certainly a much better team than 2 years ago, as Badger gets out of the inning, and now Nelson Wang's going deep to left field, and that is almost gone. Last year's Rookie of the Year nearly hit it out of the park, and last year I had a great time making jokes about his name, but one of my subscribers did suggest that I might be pronouncing it wrong. I found out that most of the time the name is pronounced Wang, but there are exceptions, so even though it's not common, I'm gonna keep pronouncing it Wang for the memes. Wang going deep would have been the best possible start to the season, but we can still rally, especially after Forsyth steals a base and Morales gets runners at the corners, so this is a great opportunity for William Trout, who hits this well and allows Forsyth to tag. Mac is also gonna stay dominant, shutting down another line of players, so Alaska has all the momentum in this game, looking for more. There are 2 outs for Kolten Castillo, who gets a hit on his first career at bat, so we have another guy in scoring position, but we cannot drive him home. However, even though we've only scored 1 run, Badger is dominating this elite lineup, and here's a double from Chuck Clutchin, who may have only played 100 games last season, but he's still placed in second for Rookie of the Year. He gave our lineup a much needed power boost, and speaking of power, Kyle Teal is gonna send him home. Our first dinger of the year is a no doubter to straightaway center. So we have a very comfortable 3-0 lead as Badger's still doing his thing, but gives up a dinger to Gunnar Henderson. That will cut into our lead, but I'm still not worried, although this one certainly changes things. It is now 3-2. That is really as bad as an inning as we've seen from Mac. So we're very lucky to have a 1-run lead as Nelson Wang's gonna add another one, making up for the first inning. His emergence into kind of a sneaky good power hitter has made such a huge difference on our team. As Doug Forsyth sends the outfield on a goose chase, they cannot get to it, and that's a triple. That puts a man on third for the reigning MVP, who will score him. So we have another 3-run lead, but that will not last very long. Mac Badger could not maintain the quality start, and now our bullpen collapses with a bases loaded double. So suddenly we're in a lot of trouble, but at least Chuck Clutchin makes very good contact the other way for a double. We have to score at least 1 run in this inning, and with 2 aboard, I'm really liking our chances as Teal has already gone deep today, but he pops this one up into foul territory. It's being chased down, and what a freaking play. That diving catch will take away a foul ball, so now it's all up to the rookie Kolten Castillo, who does sneak this through to load the bases, except Chuck Clutchin is not very fast. He did not stop at third, and that does not work out for him. He is obviously not a very good base runner, so we're still down 2, facing Jose Alvarado. With 2 outs, here's LJ Morales, who does hit a single, which keeps the game alive for William Trout. After 3 homers on opening day last year, this will be his first hit, so we are still alive, but Martinez got a great pitch to hit, which he pops up, and that is how the cookie's gonna crumble. With the way our offense played early on, I really thought we had this in the bag, but in the end, Baltimore just beat us at our own game, taking advantage of our bullpen late, and that made all the difference. It is really not common for our pitching to be what cost us games, but we do win the second of the series, as our offense scored 8 runs with 3 homers, with Griffin Judd proving he should have been the opening day starter. This could very easily be an ALCS preview between the 2 best teams in the league, so this early 4-game series is very important to decide the favorite. We have a 1-run lead in game number 3 as Wang steals a base and immediately gains another, so it won't take much for Morales to drive him in, which he does. That is going to make Avi Tick's job a lot easier as he gets a called strike 3, as the Polar Bears guarantee they'll at least tie the series. The last game of the series is another close one that the Polar Bears win, so after losing the battle on opening day, we went on to win the war. Now we're looking for a sweep in our second series of the year, and even though our offense only scored 1 run, Griffin Judd shut him out as we officially take the division lead. Now we're moving forward to scouting, which is certainly not as important since we're picking at number 28 this season, and after not showing very much last year because we're so deep in the rebuild, I think I'm going to show very little in this season. I'll be sure to show you anything that looks interesting, but considering that our farm system is completely loaded with players that you guys have renamed in the comments section below, the rest of the rebuild is going to be far less focused on development. I think the entire focus of this season is finally making it past the ALCS and getting into the World Series, and so far we're looking even better than last year. The Polar Bears' hot start continues with another series victory, as it is once again looking like the LJ Morales show. Our all-star catcher Kyle Teal is also having a very nice start to the season, and while he's put up pretty good numbers, especially for a catcher ever since we acquired him, it is unfortunately the last year of his contract. We are finally seeing core players test the free agent market, and that may expose our biggest weakness as a poverty franchise, but for now, we're gonna enjoy the team while we have it. A deep bomb from Marco Luciano seals this victory, but most notably, our pitching staff is once again on generational pace. In every long franchise I've done on this channel, I feel like there's some aspect that makes every single one of my teams special, and undoubtedly for this team, that is our starting rotation, as every single player has a whip under 1. However, now that we're in division play, we need that success to continue because our division is absolutely loaded. We're in danger of losing our lead to Seattle, but there's a punch out as our bullpen bends but doesn't break, and here's a huge double into the gap from Marco Luciano. Another run could be the nail in the coffin, but Kyle Teal's gonna do a lot more than that, leaving no doubt on the opposite field shot as we win our first divisional match of the season. It seems at some point in this franchise, every single team in our division has had success, so we cannot underestimate any of them, which is exactly why we need to start off with this series win. This is a Mariners squad that still has good pitching, plus Julio and Ronald Acuna Jr., so even though they're always a challenge to play, I think it speaks more about our division that they came in last place last season as Doug Forsyth goes yard. He was a little late late on that fastball, but it was straight down the middle. So it's 2-0 in the 9th inning, but Chuck Clutchin also goes the other way to give us another 2-run advantage. That is a big-time shutout victory for Jairo Iriarte, as Seattle only got 2 singles in this game, which was the same amount of home runs as we hit. We've only lost 3 games this season, and there is a sweep. So just like last year, we're off to an insane start, but the Rangers and the Angels are also very good. If we continue playing this well, this may be the shortest regular season I've shown yet, as there are some games where our offense simply doesn't show up, but our pitching more than makes up for it. This game against the Nationals is just another example, as we went from being shut out to putting up 4 runs in 1 inning, and that would not be possible without our starting pitching continuing to keep us in games. On another note, that was a 2 RBI double from Kolten Castillo, and I'm hoping that's a sign he can turn things around because he's really struggling early on. We're banking on Castillo to be our 4th Rookie of the Year in a row, because along with bragging rights, we would also get another first-round pick, which is always very nice. It's hard to believe with the way we're playing, but if the Rangers sweep us, we are no longer in first place, so it seems no matter how good we play, they're always going to be in our rear view mirror. We're down by 1 run in the 9th inning as Morales sneaks this through, so after a walk, we are very lucky to have the tying and the go-ahead run on base as Clutchin drives this deep where it is caught. I really thought that one had a chance, but a broken bat pop-up is how this one ends, as we lose our first game in quite a while. That puts the Rangers just 2 games behind us, and just like we're a better team than last year, I would say the same exact thing about them, as they are scary good. Now in game 2, we have the advantage, and our best reliever, James Nanook, is dealing, so we're well on our way to winning this game, especially after a 2-run shot from Kyle Teal. In a contract year, he's having another all-star level season, and if he continues playing this well, he's going to be a very tough loss. We're going to sim the last game of the series, which we win, and while our pitching staff continues to dominate, this also might be the best offense we've ever had, as the team rankings speak for themselves, and we're in 2nd in the league in runs. At the end of last year, we saw what this offense could be, but they still finished middle of the road, so it's really fun watching these players reach their potential, as the Polar Bears have still only lost 4 games. Now we're in extra innings, looking for a sweep against the Royals, as Doug Forsyth hits us well into center field, where the defender cannot get it. We have taken the lead, so now it's time for Avi Tick to pitch, but they tie this one right back up, so now we're in the 11th inning, where we have to score another run, and Wang hits this well, but not well enough. We cannot give them an easy chance to walk this off, so I'm glad Luciano singles, as that was certainly not pretty, but it's going to make all the difference as we secure the final out, along with another sweep against the Royals. We are on fire going into our first series of the season against the Angels, and in a 0-0 tie, Nelson Wang's going to deliver the first runs. Mac Badger also had a perfect game going into this inning, but unfortunately he gives up a 2-run bomb, so that ties it right back up, at least for now, but that is a huge moment for the rookie Mateo Oliveri. That is the biggest play of our reserve shortstop's career so far, as he delivers with our win streak in jeopardy. However, Avi Tick still needs to close this one out, and in a very rare showing, he blows this with a huge double into the gap. That is so unfortunate, but now we can walk it off, and Nelson Wang's already on base, and you guys know he's an elite base stealer. He has no issue getting to second base, and with only 1 away, Martinez is gonna advance him to third, so the winning run's on third base with 2 outs, but of course we cannot score him. Not long ago, we were trying to close this one out, but now our win streak's in jeopardy, at least until Bubba Thompson ends it in the 10th with a walk-off homer. He is not usually a guy to hit a home run, but I am not complaining, because we were in a rough situation, and the longtime Polar Bear delivers. I know it's a video game, but this team is ridiculous, but considering we have the defending MVP, along with the 2 best pitchers in baseball, and the best closer on our side, I really don't think our results are too absurd. Our starting rotation has been dominant for years now, but it feels like this offense is finally pulling its weight, and if we can keep giving these guys great run support, we're gonna skate to the World Series. Obviously, at some point we have to lose, but that is simply not happening until this game against Toronto, so the damage is done, and we are 9 games above Texas. It's hard to imagine being better than last year, but this year's team shows me that our best baseball could be on the horizon, especially with players like Mateo Oliveri emerging. His 2nd home run of the week will ice this game, and even though he does have C potential, a shortstop with power is certainly something to work with. We continue to win games, and I think the best part of it is it's been a full team effort, as we're going to earn another sweep. Right now, the Orioles and the Rangers are looking like the only only threats in the American League, as a late run helps the Rangers beat us for the second time this season, before we got even winning the next two. No opponent has beaten us twice this entire season, and we are not ready for that trend to die, as Doug Forsyth just gave us a 6th inning lead. Doug has very quietly become one of the most well-rounded players in all of baseball ever since starting his career as a very humble contact hitter, and between him, William Trout, and Nelson Wang, that first draft class was full of excellent hitters. Him and Trout helped us take the lead before Avitik closed it out, as we win this series 3-1, and we remain on top of a division that has been nothing short of a bloodbath. Our team is insanely good, but there's one prospect I honestly kind of forgot about, and that is reliever Donovan Bear III, who has no doubt developed very nice and finally deserves a shot at the major league level. For a squad that's loaded like ours, it's going to be very common for super good pitchers to remain in AAA, just because going down the board, we really do not have room for them. I really feel like this level of player development will keep us on top of our division for a long time, and now we're facing the Astros. And while the first game of this series was 0-0 going into the 6th, we finally scored, followed by another RBI double. Those two runs would help us win the first game of the series, but now in game number 2, we are down 1-0. But finally in the 8th inning, we have a runner in scoring position, and Corey Lee is gonna score him with a double into the gap. Just like last game, we're gonna take a late lead as LJ Morales singles, but there are still 2 aboard for William Trout, who's not letting this rally end just yet. The biggest difference between the Polar Bears and their competition is the strength of their bullpen as we score again, and our trend of surging late in games continues as Tick gets the save, and we're 1 win away from sweeping our division rival. Every game of this series has been very close, and this one is certainly no different, as we're trailing by 1 run and Bubba Thompson pops up with a man on third. That means it's all going to come down to the 9th inning, and after getting a man aboard, Castillo hits this one very well to center field, but unfortunately not well enough. In the end, we do not secure a sweep, but just being real, I cannot complain about 54-7. While several players have slowed down, our offense is still on fire across the board, but guys like Kolten Castillo, Marco Luciano, and Nelson Wang really need to step up their game. Just like any team in baseball, we're bound to find a time where we fall into a bit of a slump across the board, and even though we've won more than enough games early on in the season to offset it, I still want to be prepared, and the best way to minimize the damage is to keep developing our young players. While we've gotten great play out of guys like Kyle Teal, he still has even more room to improve as he goes yard in the 9th inning against Los Angeles. That will ice this game and secure a big sweep, and now that we're a month into the year, I'm checking out awards where we see that Doug Forsyth is in 3rd place for American League MVP. He has been nothing short of phenomenal this year with a 366 average, and while he certainly deserves credit, I don't think he has the power to compete with other AL West standouts Adrian Santos and Corey Seager. However, the Cy Young race is a completely different story as Griffin, Judd, and Mac Badger are once again going at it, but now there's a brand new addition in Mike Soroka, who is 11-0 on the season. Don't get me wrong, his numbers are good, but I think MLB The Show weighs wins way too much in that formula, so in reality, he probably shouldn't be in the top 3, but it's very good to see other Polar Bears on top for awards, including Mateo Oliveri. Our backup rookie shortstop has played very good anytime he's gotten a chance, and while there's a very good chance he is our 4th Rookie of the Year winner in a row, it would be a little bit bittersweet because for some reason he would not net us an extra draft pick. That aside, now we have a very important series against Minnesota, and if you already blocked it out of your memory, they're the team that upset us in the ALCS game, so I'm glad to see us getting revenge. A Corey Lee home run extends our lead, so we start out the series with a huge win. Now we're tied up in game number 2, but now that both teams are in their bullpen, I feel like we have the advantage, and right on cue, Luciano makes it look easy. He is one player on offense that could really afford to turn his season around, and monster home runs like that are certainly the first step, as we are back in the lead in this game, and Corey Lee once again extends it. Even though he's our backup catcher, he kind of plays all over the field, and he's having an excellent season, and on top of that, he is another guy who's in the final year of his contract. That's all to say that there are a couple of important offensive pieces leaving in the offseason, so we're trying our best to send them out on top. Winning the series would be a massive confidence boost, and we were down 1 in this inning until Kyle Teal goes deep to take the lead. That is just another example of Kyle Teal delivering at just the right time this season, as he blasted that one into center field to give us the lead, and now Castillo singles. He has not been as impressive as I was hoping, sleeping, but he's still done just enough to stay in the Rookie of the Year race. So I'm really banking on him emerging in the second half of the season as LJ Morales gives this one a ride, and that is gone for another homer. We are one win away from earning a revenge sweep, and it's tough to think that if we played like this in the ALCS, we probably would have won the World Series. In a normal video, each season takes about 40 minutes to get through, but this one could be a lot shorter if we keep winning. And in this game against Seattle, Nelson Wang just got robbed of another no-doubt homer. That one landed less than a foot outside the foul pole, so we're still only up by 1 against the Mariners, but there's a strikeout as Ronald Acuna Jr. goes down swinging and J-Rod's the final out. We've had so many win streaks this season, but this one keeps going as we've only lost 1 game in the month of June, and our current streak is 13 games in a row. Let me just remind you guys that I am simulating 80% of these games, so all this is really showing us is this team is completely ridiculous, and MLB The Show should probably fix its sim logic. We've been talking a lot about the matchups in our division and the American League, but there's a very good chance we see the Dodgers in the World Series, and right now they're giving us a run for our money. We got very lucky scoring on an error, and now Doug Forsyth is gonna give us the lead on this grounder. So we have taken the lead, but William Trout's gonna give us our 4th run of the inning. We've proven to be too much for just about every single good team we've faced all year, and even the most consistent super team in all of MLB The Show is no exception. Our last series of the All-Star break is against the Houston Astros, and to put it simply, we are trying to bury them as we're leading 4-0 in the 8th inning, but Mustafa Martinez delivers 2 more. I have not had a chance to point out just how successful this reclamation project has been, as he may not have had a great year with us last season, but this season is a completely different story, and he's up to 87 overall. He is just one of many things that have gone right on the Polar Bears' generational run, and I feel like it's completely unheard of for one team to completely dominate every aspect of award voting. Very notably, Kolten Castillo is on top for Rookie of the Year, and as you can see, he definitely deserves it as his season's really turned around. Prior to the series, I think we can all agree that the Portland Pickles are the best team that I've ever built, but this one might actually take the cake instead, because not only do we have a generational MVP level player in LJ Morales, but he's also working alongside probably the 2 best pitchers in all of baseball in Griffin, Judd, and Mac Badger. We are 88-10 at the break, and just scrolling through the team stats, you will see the Polar Bears are at the top or near the top of just about every single major category. They are simply dominant. 3 of our starting pitchers are leading the American League in votes, and just like always, Jose Suarez is in the mix for reliever, and Avi Tick is on top of closer. Kyle Teal is going to be number 2 for catcher, with Corey Lee placing 10th, while at first base, William Trout's in 5th place, just ahead of Bobby Dahlbeck, and hopefully to no one's surprise, Doug Forsyth is leading for second base. He has taken a massive step forward this season, putting up a 1,000 OPS, as him and LJ Morales are going to be the final All-Stars we have. That is all awesome stuff, but as you guys know, you cannot win a World Series for a great first half performance, so we're shifting our focus to the second half, starting with this series against the Astros. An RBI walk just tied the game, and now Rookie of the Year hopeful Kolten Castillo's gonna drive in too, so we have taken the lead, and our bullpen's gonna hold him down as we pick up right where we left off before the break. Earlier in the year, I mentioned that I wasn't really gonna pay too much attention to this year's draft class, but in doing that, I think I found the best closing pitching prospect I've ever seen, as Derek Gingerich, I think is how you say it, comes in at 95 potential with 83 overall. The reality we have to face is we're kind of like a college football program in the sense that every single one of our players is on a ticking clock, and speaking of tick, Avi Tick is no exception. Thankfully for us though, we have 2 years after this before he even hits free agency, but it's good to have his replacement in mind, and out of everybody, I think Gingerich might be best suited to do that. Then after that, we did our thing, taking high ceiling prospects in Roderick Lantigua and David Tierney, but with our 4th pick, I saw an opportunity to do something very different, picking up a backup catcher in Claudio Rosas for the sole reason that we have 2 guys hitting free agency this year. As I've mentioned before, extending our catchers is simply not an option, so next year, this is going to be 26-year-old Frankie Turner's team, and he has no major league experience. Regardless of what happens this season, we have a pretty good idea of what our team's going to look like, so preparing for the future is always a very important thing. This is the most games I've ever played in this series, because playing with a super team in the regular season's a bit stale, and because we keep winning, I feel like I've done my job and I'm ready for the playoffs. Before we get there though, we have a chance to break our own single single season win record before September, and LJ Morales just gave us the lead. That is home run number 42 for a guy who's looking for his second straight MVP, so it's very fitting that he secures the greatest season ever. After that quick game, there's officially nothing else I need to see, so just like we always seem to do in September, I am simulating to the end of the season, and right as I thought this couldn't get any crazier, we finished 139-23. In all the years I've been playing Franchise, I don't think I've ever built a team nearly this good, but in season number 7, we have challenged pretty much everything we all believe about baseball, building a legitimate super team. Last time we checked on awards, we were in line to sweep every single one, and looking at it, that is exactly what happened. We're gonna start with LJ Morales, who very much earned his second MVP in a row after a 48 home run, 153 RBI year, and while he was absolutely dominant, we also have to give a lot of credit to Doug Forsyth, who won the Hank Aaron Award. LJ was of course going for the repeat on both awards, but Doug Forsyth of all people swoops in with a 1,047 OPS year, which is notably even higher than LJ's. To have one of those players is awesome, but both of them is out of this world, and the best part is they don't even scratch the surface on how good we were, as Griffin, Judd, and Mac Badger were also 2 and 3 for MVP. As you can see, Judd won the Cy Young in 2028 before Badger took it last year, but Griffin came right back with an even stronger season to win it again. It's also worth mentioning that for much of the year, Mike Soroka and Jairo Iriarte were also in contention for the 3rd spot, but in the end, it goes to Grayson Rodriguez, and maybe that's deserved. With an absurd 355 average, Doug Forsyth also takes home the batting title, but now scrolling over to reliever of the year, Avi Tick takes it back with 55 saves. At age 27, Avi has gotta be in conversation for the greatest closer of all time, as he's made the All-Star game in every full season he's played, and also has 2 reliever of the years. It is no coincidence we've made the playoffs 3 years in a row with his lights-out performances, but now it's time to talk about someone who has not been on the team very long, and that is Kolten Castillo, who did indeed win Rookie of the Year. I told you all at the start of the year I was really hoping that this would happen, and fortunately Kolten put it together at the end of the year to become our 4th Rookie of the Year winner in a row, and a 285, 80 RBI season is a pretty solid start. Throughout the entire series, I feel like we've been waiting on this level of consistency from our offense, as it finally feels like all the pieces put themselves together. And if you remember, a lack of run support has been our biggest issue in the playoffs the past few seasons, so I'm very excited to see what this core can do. We are skipping right over to the ALDS, where we're facing off against a very familiar face, and while it's very cool to see that the Angels did make it here, I really don't think they stand a chance against us. Because he won the Cy Young Award, we're making the decision to start Griffin Judd against the Angels, who gives up a home run in the 3rd inning, and while that's only 1 run, I'm a little bit nervous, at least until LJ Morales ties it with 1 swing. We've got a duel today between 2 very good pitchers in Judd and Mackenzie Gore, and as long as each player is in the game, I'm expecting quite a bit of competition as William Trout smacks a double. Obviously, I don't want to underestimate LA too much since they did have to beat the Texas Rangers to get here, but on the other hand, we have never had problems in the ALDS. Right now, our boy Griffin is dealing, so it's time to reward him with some run support. Kyle Teal sending this deep, and that is gone. A 2-run bomb will extend our Game 1 lead, so I think this series is off to the start we all expected. After getting beat by this year's Cy Young winner, they now have to take on last year's, and as you can see, we're off to a fast start, but in the playoffs, a 1-run lead really isn't anything, especially when the Angels have a very weak rotation that we can't even capitalize on. It is very frustrating to leave 2 runners on base, but at least Badger's still dealing, and Martinez goes deep. A dominant shutout showing for Mac Badger has made all the difference today, as there's 2 homers, so we match our run total from Game 1 in a huge shutout, which means we're only 1 game away from winning on, and here's a great start. Coming into this series, our goal was to attack this very weak Angels rotation, and we're doing exactly that in Game 3, as we scored 3 runs in the 1st inning, but LA would come back with 3 of their own in the 6th. Fortunately though, we did tie it up, and now LJ Morales is able to score the go-ahead RBI, so shortly after losing it, we have regained the momentum, and now Chuck Clutchin drives in another run on this double. It seems our offense is waking up just in time for the ALCS, which we definitely need, because no matter how good of a team we put out there on the field, we are ultimately going up against a curse. Overall, overall, this was a very low drama first round, but no matter who we're playing in the ALCS, we know it's going to be personal, and you've got to be kidding me. We are taking on the same exact Minnesota team that eliminated us last year after I insulted them and said they didn't stand a chance. So I'm not going to get cocky. This is serious, and it is time for revenge. We start out very strong with an LJ Morales double, but it did not take long for them to tie it up against Griffin Judd in turn 2 to strand both runners. Out of any team, this one has our number, and right now we're really not making contact into the right spots as there is another double play with 2 on. I am not afraid of Minnesota, I'm afraid of the ALCS, as for some reason when we reach this stage in the season, our team just completely disappears. We have another man on second, but once again we blow the opportunity, and it feels like only a matter of time before we give up another run. No side has been able to score ever since the second inning, so we really need to change that, as our lack of ability to finish has been so frustrating, and of course that little blooper is gonna get it done. I don't believe in magic, but there's some serious voodoo controlling this game, as we've only scored 2 runs off of 9 hits, and Forsyth obliterates this one where the left fielder cannot get it, and that is our break. After so much frustration, this inning is finally going our way, and William Trout adds to that with a huge double into the gap, so we're getting even more justice against this team, but not so fast. Our rookie reliever Donovan Berg just made this a very interesting game, but because he was good during the regular season, I'm trusting him to clean up his mess, which is entirely because I did not warm up Avi Tick. He is just 1 strike away from saving himself from embarrassment, and all I can say is he's very lucky that we won. I'm relieved we win the first game, but there's still an entire series to play, so we're gonna give him everything we got, starting with this William Trout grand salami. We were already trailing 1-0, so that is exactly what we needed, and that is especially true as this game has been an absolute shootout with Minnesota trying really hard to come back. However, despite the blow up from Mac Badger, we do secure the victory, and given the way the last few ALCSs have gone, I'm very relieved we're up 2-0. There's nothing that would be better than breaking the curse, and that is exactly what we're trying to do, as we're already up 4-0 and make that 5. They have already pulled their starter in the second inning because we're clobbering them, and William Trout's trying to keep that going as their left fielder cannot get it, and we score 2 more. I know for certain that this win means so much to longtime polar bears like William Trout, but for someone like Kyle Teal with an expiring deal, this could be his last chance to win a ring. This was an absolute beatdown from the very start, so now we're just 1 win away from the World Series. Earning an ALCS sweep would be a monumental moment for this franchise, but we're trailing by 1 run in the 5th inning, at least until Doug Forsyth, the Hank Aaron Award winner, goes deep. That is a big-time player making a big-time clutch play in a big moment, and he might not be much of a power hitter, but he turned on the juice when his team needed it most. Now it's up to our bullpen to shut him down, and as we've seen through the past few years, they are making that their mission as William Trout is going to extend our lead, continuing his remarkable run in the ALCS, as in decisive fashion, the Alaska Polar Bears become American League champs, overcoming their hurdle in the championship series by destroying the Minnesota Twins. That really took everything that we had, but now we're taking on the Dodgers, and as I've mentioned many times before, they're definitely the developers' favorite team because their roster is always loaded. Even though we're the favorites, I'm expecting a close series as we strike in the first inning, and as he does so often, Griffin Judd is shutting him out, which allows us to go up by 2. In the 7th, Judd is still doing his thing, so Wang is gonna go balls deep for a 3-run shot, and even though Judd was 1 out short of a complete game shutout, the Polar Bears secure a major win. We still have not lost in the playoffs, but right now Yamamoto is shutting us down, so we really need our best player to make a play. There are 2 on with 2 outs for Morales, and there is no way this is launched into left field, and forget the regular MVP, he is trying to be the World Series MVP. LJ gives us the lead in 1 swing, but then we hit 3 home runs in a row, and I guess along with LJ's, that would be 4 dingers in a row, which of course I have never seen before in MLB The Show. We are closing in on an undefeated postseason as here's 2 homers out the gate, so even on our bad days, we are outmanning the Dodgers, and right now I can't see a single scenario they win the series, as our 3rd dinger of the game put us up 5-1, and this is getting ridiculous. Chuck Clutchin, get out of here, that is gone. If it wasn't already obvious, this is the greatest team in the history history of baseball, and it is nothing short of a miracle we got all these great players on the same team at the same time. Of course, we still have one more game to win, but I just want to take one last look at this roster before we play it, because aside from really Marco Luciano and Kyle Teal, every single major player on this team was drafted and developed by us. It really all started with this first draft where players like Griffin, Judd, Avi Tick, Doug Forsyth, and William Trout immediately carved names for themselves, while other guys like Nelson Wang and James Nanook did take a while to get going, but they eventually found their place. Now obviously, there's still a chance that we blow the World Series, and this sentimental moment is all for nothing, but I do want to thank you guys for sticking by me for another long series, especially as we enter the baseball offseason, which of course is very hard on your favorite baseball creators. While I do love the Portland Pickles, I have to say that this franchise has a very special place in my heart just because I got to watch players named by you guys develop into stars. Without further ado, it is time for Game 4 of the World Series, where we strike first with two big doubles. And considering we have Griffin Judd on the mound, I'm feeling very good about our chances to go out strong as Martinez hits another RBI double. Just like he's done through his whole career, Griffin is pitching his heart out as we score again. So we're just a few innings away from sweeping the Dodgers, and they are not putting up much of a fight. We are giving our first ever draft pick the final out of our first World Series victory, and there it is. After playing their first Major League Baseball season 7 years ago, the Alaska Polar Bears have climbed out of the cellar of embarrassment and into all of our hearts as they finally overcame 2 ALCS losses to put together an undefeated World Series run. The Polar Bears are coming off of no doubt the greatest season in MLB history with 139 wins and a World Series sweep, but there are still several question marks in the near future as several of their players are hitting free agency. This is really the first time of the franchise that we've lost several key contributors at once, so it is very important that we rebound in the best way we can, especially because we're not going to have the money to bring back guys like Kyle Teal. Losing both of our catchers in one offseason is certainly not ideal, as we have to replace Teal and Corey Lee, in addition to Tyler Locklear, who is a solid bench bat. While those three guys may have made the biggest impact, I'm also very concerned about replacing Bubba Thompson, as he was our primary pinch runner with 92 speed, but at least there's a few options on roster that could replace him, with the biggest being Brian McCallum. He is 79 overall at 24 years old with 88 speed, but another guy on roster who could play that role just as well is Chase Cole. Those are both very intriguing options, but for now, I want to do something a little outside the box, and that is bringing back Joe Adell, who actually has the same exact speed rating as Bubba Thompson and would be a great reunion. I'm going to give him a 1-year, $4 million deal, so that does fill one of the roles, and while Frankie Turner's finally stepping into the role of the full-time catcher, we still need a backup, and that's going to be a little easier said than done. While I do like young players like Tan and Tony and Brian Harbour, I would argue that neither of them are ready for the majors. And ironically, even though he's 64 overall, the most pro-ready guy right now is Claudio Rosas just because of that contact. This catcher market is really not great outside of the top guys, but I think I found another way to get a very good backup, as here is Fabio Estrella. He has even better contact than Claudio Rosas, and on top of that, he is buried on the Braves, so he is not going to cost much to get. I am throwing in our rookie along with Ricky Tata, and that will be enough to get the deal done. I also assumed I would have to go to the trade market to get a new bench bat, but I found a player that I really cannot refuse, and as you can see, he is not going to cost us very much money. I am giving Colt Keith $8 million a year, and the biggest thing that stands out with him is he is a left-handed bat, and that is something that our lineup desperately needs. That is almost it for the offseason, but first there is one more move that I want to make, and that is unfortunately moving on from Mike Soroka, who has been a staple in our rotation the past 3 seasons. I'm going to trade him to the New York Yankees, who really need a starting pitcher, and in return we're getting Todd Wilkinson, and the reason that I made that move is Chase Dollander is here, who's a bit younger and has more upside. Also, because he's coming off a down year, it's only going to cost us about $5.5 million a season, so right after winning the World Series, we are retooling our team pretty well. Now obviously our ownership is not happy about having $74 million on the payroll for the coming season, but that is just the cost of having a lot of talented players hitting arbitration at the same time. At least now that we've won the World Series, they're willing to spend just a little bit more, which can only help us out, and entering the new year, our starting lineup really has not changed with the exception of adding Frankie Turner. I am very excited about this guy because I feel like he has a way higher higher ceiling than Kyle Teal and Corey Lee combined. And while we did make some good additions this offseason like Colt Keith and Joe Adell, he is easily our best. The other upgrade is in our starting rotation, where we replaced Mike Soroka with Chase Dollander, who may be coming in with a lower overall to start out, but he's 29 years old and should make an immediate impact. We are also entering the year with 34 top 100 prospects, and that is not a mistake. This farm system is genuinely that good. I'm very excited for opening day, and we start off as fast as possible with an LJ Morales nuke. There is the back-to-back MVP, and at only 23 years old, I'm genuinely starting to wonder what his chances are to become an all-time great. As long as he sustains this pace, it would be criminal to end the video without simulating his whole career, as we need a conclusion on his career. We are picking up right where we left off last year, as Griffin Judd secures our first victory of the season, and we sweep the Pirates. Signing Chase Dollander was a massive risk, especially because he's replacing a reliable starter in Mike Soroka. However, he's holding pretty strong in his first start of the season, despite giving up his second run of the day, but that is still a quality start by every means, especially because our offense is playing extremely well. I'm very curious to see if LJ Morales can win his third straight MVP, and so far out the gate, he is looking just as prime as ever, and we are still undefeated after 4 games. I don't think I've ever seen a team sim nearly as well as the Polar Bears as they finally lose, and while the Polar Bears record has improved every year of their existence, 139 wins is gonna be tough to beat. If we want to achieve that, every win counts, as William Trout saves us from a loss, as we are a ridiculous 21-2 approaching the end of April. This should be no surprise looking at our offensive numbers, as Mustafa Martinez has emerged as our best offensive weapon, hitting double the home runs as the guy in second place, and has 46 RBIs with a 1200 OPS. He is the league leader for MVP, which is certainly good for us, but kinda bad for LJ Morales, as he might not win 3 in a row, but honestly, having a threat on the same team as him is a very good problem to have. Also, our starting pitching is as dominant as ever, and it's great to see Chase Dollander off to a great start. It is the start of May, and it seems that every time we're about to lose, somebody on our offense wakes us up and scores the go-ahead runs, and Marco Luciano does exactly that against the Mets before Kolten Castillo drives him in. Having the best closer in baseball also really helps, as Avi Tick is 28 years old but has put up 4 amazing seasons in a row. We start off the new month with another sweep, and now it's time to face off against a division rival, and they probably shouldn't leave changeups right in the zone. There's William Trout doing what he does best, so we're already up 2-0 in the first inning, but Mustafa Martinez gives us back-to-back dingers. He is already on pace to double his production from last year, which was actually his breakout season, so we could have a brand new MVP winner this year, as a trio of home runs helps us beat the Astros. They may be the second place team in our division, but we're in a completely different world as we sweep them, so we're off to an absurd 37-2 start. Obviously, that is not going to be sustainable through a full season, but we're setting ourselves up to break 139 wins, and right now we're in extra innings. Because we've been so good, Avi Tick has only needed to pitch about 18 innings, but now he's in position to earn us a sweep. As this stays on the ground, Forsyth rushes in, and the bare hand ends the game. We are 53-5 entering the month of June, and to no one's surprise, Mustafa Martinez is leading the American League in MVP, but he's kinda starting to slow down. It is essential that he keeps us up, because nothing would be worse than losing our MVP streak to the Astros, but on the bright side, we have 2 Cy Young finalists in Griffin Judd and Tristan Rodriguez. Then after that, Avi Tick should win reliever of the year, while we keep our rookie of the year streak going with Frankie Turner, and I know I haven't mentioned it in a while, but I think that would give us 5 rookie of the years in a row. No matter who we face, it seems nobody's a match for us, as our hardest matchup is this World Series rematch. We ended last year's historic season by stuffing this team into a locker, so now they want revenge, and we leave the bases loaded, so there's a very good chance that they could take us down. However, this will not be easy for them, as they're going up against our Cy Young contender, and LJ Morales delivers the go-ahead double. So as we've consistently seen, it's only a matter of time before our offense wakes up, but there's a nuke. We're in danger of taking a very rare loss, but LJ Morales makes good contact, sending this into left field all the way back to the wall, where it clears the fence for a go-ahead shot. This team has not been in many close games where they can really show how clutch they are, but they're showing it right now, as we put in the game's best closer who does his thing. They may have kept it close, but in the end, history repeats itself as we sweep the Dodgers and are 60-5 at the start of June. We are very much on pace to break 139 wins, which which would not only be a franchise record, but also my own personal record. Over the past year, I've played MLB The Show on these same sliders and settings, but for some reason, this team just sims so much better than any other, and at the break, we are 87-9, which is completely absurd. This offense, led by Mustafa Martinez, has been on fire, and he's on pace for over 200 RBIs right now, and while LJ Morales is having a good year in his own right, it looks like Martinez is going to take the MVP away from him. Then there's Joe Adell, who is very happy to be back with the Polar Bears, as he's playing some of his best baseball, even though he's in limited action. And then our number 4 player is Frankie Turner, who already has contact in the 90s. Just going down the list, it is very easy to see why we're as dominant as we are, and our pitching rotation is certainly no exception, as Griffin, Judd, and Mac Badger are actually having down years compared to usual, as Chase Dollander and Tristan Rodriguez are outperforming them. I have not mentioned our bullpen this year, and to be fair, there has not been any reason to, as they have been lights out. And of course, the leader of all of that is Avi Tick, who has 38 saves and an ERA of 1.54 with a whip of 0.61. That is just completely ridiculous. He is well on his way to earning another Reliever of the Year award, and I'm also certain that he's going to be an all-star, but looking at our starting pitchers, Tristan Rodriguez is the only one there, which is a bit of a surprise. I'm sure there's a little bit of voter fatigue, as Mac Badger and Griffin Judd have made it just about every single year, and for some reason it seems MLB The Show never wants to include more than 1 or 2 of your pitchers. That's a little unfortunate, but nonetheless, moving on to closer, where Avi Tick, no surprise, is the number 1 guy. But now going over to catcher, I'm expecting to see Frankie Turner, but he's getting beat out by a few guys that I really don't think are playing as good as him. There's another all-star snub for the Polar Bears, but at least Mustafa Martinez and William Trout rightfully make it, along with Doug Forsyth for another season, as I did not realize he's made it 4 times. That's awesome. LJ Morales will round out this year's All-Stars, as William Trout also made it as a DH. Due to our recent success, ownership is offering us the money to extend our franchise player LJ Morales, so we're going to do exactly that, offering him $160 million over 6 years. Obviously, there are a lot of players on the team that deserve an extension, but that was the biggest one, and keeping LJ around long-term is going to be key to selling a lot of tickets. However, while our championship window is staying open for now, it is important that we continue to draft well, because there's no way that we're going to be able to keep everybody. With the All-Star break now out of the way, the only thing left for us to do is simulate to the end of the season, but first, I'm trying to break 139 wins. We've been so dominant this season that we have 3 MVP finalists and 3 Cy Young finalists, along with the clear favorite for Reliever of the Year and Rookie of the Year. Without a doubt, this is one of the best offenses of all time, but I can't believe that despite leading us in hits and being second in RBIs, William Trout is already regressing at 25 years old. MLB The Show desperately needs to fix this issue. He should not be getting punished for having by far the best season of his career up to this point, and after years of playing this game, I still do not understand what causes these players to develop, especially at this young of an age. At least Mustafa Martinez is looking like one of the most important trades in MLB history, as he is still leading for the MVP with 47 bombs and 132 RBIs with a month to play in the year. And the guy we just extended, LJ Morales, is hitting 342 while leading for the Hank Aaron Award and hitting 36 bombs for another great season. Without a doubt, those are our superstars, but this season would also not be possible without Joe Adell, who may be playing a very limited role, but is absolutely crushing the ball. It is awesome to see his resurgence, especially on a 1-year, $4 million deal. And being honest, when I signed him in the offseason, my plan was to immediately trade him at the deadline, and his only purpose was to fill a roster spot until someone like Tim Pinkstaff or even Brian McCallum came up to the show. It has been another excellent season for James Nanook, who we drafted in the 5th or 6th round in season 1, and while he was a starting pitcher in his first couple seasons with Alaska, we moved him to the bullpen shortly after, and he's been dominant ever since. He has played so well that he's made himself a Cy Young candidate as a long reliever, and after that, all-star Tristan Rodriguez is still on fire, while Griffin Judd is looking to win another Cy Young. That would be his 3rd. He is very much on a Hall of Fame trajectory, and I've considered giving him an extension, except he's set to hit free agency at 30 years old, and I'm a little bit concerned he'll start regressing sooner rather than later. The same exact thing goes for Mac Badger, who for whatever reason is suddenly regressing at 24 years old, and just being honest, I do not know why he's regressing and Griffin Judd is still going up. That doesn't make any sense to me. MLB The Show 25 needs to fix this issue because it really ruins the long-term experience of a franchise mode, as you never know which players are going to fall off a cliff. That is a little disappointing and could affect the players that we bring back, but nonetheless, we're gonna full send to the end of the season, as we did indeed break last year's win record with 141. That is ridiculous. As we've been expecting for most of the season, Mustafa Martinez is the AL MVP, dethroning LJ Morales, who previously won 2 years in a row, and while he still had a fantastic season as the runner-up, Mustafa was simply incredible. This was the best individual season in Polar Bears franchise history, and this was his 3rd year in Alaska after being traded from Colorado, and considering he has 2 years left on his deal after this, I feel like we need to extend him while we can. Now going over to the Cy Young, we once again finished with 3 finalists, including the winner in Griffin Judd, who continues to build his Hall of Fame resume, winning his 3rd award in 4 years, and the only season he did not win it, it went to his teammate Mac Badger. Of course, Badger was also the runner-up once again, but we also need to shout out Tristan Rodriguez for finishing 22-0 as a starter, even though for some reason the game decided to send him down. That doesn't really make any sense. We have talked a lot about the greatness of Griffin Judd and LJ Morales, but out of any Polar Bear, I really think Avi Tick has had the best career out of everybody, consistently playing at a very high level as the game's best closer. This was definitely his best season yet, as he secured 58 saves and 71 strikeouts with a .68 whip, and of course, in this great season, he went to the All-Star game for his 5th time in a row and won his 3rd reliever of the year. As far as other major awards go, Frankie Turner's your Rookie of the Year, while Morales wins another Hank Aaron, but we also have 3 Silver Sluggers as William Trout wins his 2nd in a row, and even though Frankie Turner was a finalist, Mustafa Martinez and LJ Morales were the only 2 other guys. I'm not really sure what else we can say about this team that has not already been said, but if we truly want to become a dynasty, we need to defend our World Series title and win another one. We are starting the playoffs going up against our division rivals, the Texas Rangers, and if any team has a chance to dethrone us, it might be them, as they have a very strong core led by Vlad Jr. In game number 1, we are tied up in the 2nd until Chuck Clutchin drives in this sac fly, so we're leading by 1 run, and LJ Morales is gonna do his thing. It is very clear that our offense is too much for Texas, and that would only continue as Martinez delivers a grand slam. That game was not close for very long, as 2 home runs from Nelson Wang and LJ Morales, along with the grand slam, secure us a victory. That was a statement win to start October, so we're just gonna simulate the rest of the series, which we sweep, and while the Angels are the last team standing in our way of going back to the World Series, they are even worse than the Rangers. To my surprise though, we're actually trailing by 1 run, and that was a great play, as we definitely would have scored a run there, so Brady House's leaping play keeps Los Angeles out in front, as we definitely would have scored a run there, so Brady House keeps his team in front. I cannot believe we're actually in danger of losing this game, but not so fast. We're giving them the Wang, so the winning run is on 2nd base, but we cannot clutch up, and the Angels win game number 1. Obviously, this is not ideal, but given how overpowered our offense is, I have no doubt we can come back, as we're already up 3-0, and that lead is only going to grow as we score 3 more runs. After the game 1 loss, we lock back in, so just like in the Texas series, I'm going to go ahead and sim a few games as we win game 3 17-1, and that should shut down any concern about our offense cooling down. We are now leading the series 2-1, and there's the series victory. So now in the most predictable rematch of all time, we are going up against the Dodgers, who look a little bit different. Shohei Ohtani's still with the organization due to his massive contract, but he's now 74 overall, and even with that deferred money catching up to them, LA always finds a way to build a competitive roster. This team definitely wants revenge after we swept them in the World Series last year, and while game 1 was very close, Avi Tick is gonna close out a 1-run victory. That is a big win for Alaska because their ace Bobby Miller was on the mound, and outside of Yamamoto, the rest of this rotation is really not great. If we beat Yamamoto, we could very well be on our way to another sweep, and in the 2nd inning, William Trout is going to put 3 runs on the board. He may be regressing at 25 years old, at least as far as his attributes go, but he played by far his best baseball of his career, and after that, it would only get worse for the Dodgers. We are destroying them, hitting dinger after dinger, as we won game 2 17-2. We hit 5 home runs in a victory where seemingly our entire offense was cooking, so I'm just gonna go ahead and simulate to the end of the World Series as we secure another sweep against LA. We have defended our World Series title with an even better season on paper than last year, as our championship window looks more open than ever, especially considering a lot of our top prospects have not even reached the show. I think that might be the craziest thing about this team, because while players like Griffin Judd Judd and Jairo Iriarte are getting close to free agency, other young players like Evan Nightingale, Miguel Carrasco, and many more guys are very much in line to replace them. Going into the offseason, we have 4 guys hitting free agency, and while they've been great players for us, they're all over the age of 33, so we're gonna move on. In particular, I'm gonna really miss Jose Suarez, who's put together 5 very good seasons for us, and even though he's still putting up great numbers, he is really starting to regress, so I think it's time to move on. It seems we are finally a dynasty after 2 World Series wins, but there is still one more hurdle to get over, and that is the fact we are out of room on our 40-man roster, and many of our best prospects are eligible for the Rule 5 draft. It is very important that we set up this organization not just now, but long term, and that might involve trading a few players that have been key to our success. After this season, several of our core players like Avi Tick, Griffin Judd, and Doug Forsyth are hitting free agency, and while there's no way we're going to trade any of these guys, we definitely need to keep our budget in mind. I'm going to begin this offseason trading away Jairo Iriarte, who is coming off a bit of a down year, but just a year ago, he was a Cy Young finalist. In return, I'm going to grab a very good pitching prospect in James Grant, but of course, this move is all about preparing for the future and shedding our roster size, so we are also going to throw in James Nanook, who's been a great long reliever and will finally get a chance to be a starting pitcher again. That trade definitely hurts my heart, but unfortunately, we are not done, and I have to make a very difficult decision. Even though William Trout's coming off his best season ever, where he was an MVP finalist, he is regressing like crazy, so I think we need to move on from him while we still can. We are going to trade Trout, along with Mateo Oliveri, who's shown some flashes, for a very good second base prospect from the Giants in Lewis Bannister. We're also going to make this move with the Astros to upgrade our backup catcher while also clearing up 2 more spots on the 40-man. All these moves might not make a lot of sense right now, but with so many of our core players hitting free agency within a few years of each other, our future success depends on the top prospects who have not even reached the major leagues yet. We had a big free agency last year, so our ownership group is not letting us spend any more money this time around, which is a little unfortunate, as a player like Corbin Carroll or Jackson Holiday would be insane. Even though we made a lot of moves in the offseason, this lineup is really not too different from last year, and I think William Trout was the only player we lost in our starting lineup, so that is pretty encouraging. However, the same thing cannot be said for our bench, as we have 4 new guys and 3 of them are rookies. We are also bringing in 5 rookie pitchers, including Evan Nightingale, who's replacing Jairo Iriarte, and as for the long relievers, we're replacing James Nanook and Jose Suarez with Jesse Moore and Cesar Paniagua. Regardless though, I am very excited about this team's upside, and it needs to be another great season so we can send 3 of our core players out on top. It is time to start a brand new year in our quest to three-peat, and that's a great start, as Marco Luciano would give us the lead and Mustafa Martinez would later secure us the win. Just like last opening day, our offense showed up when we needed them, and even with the new additions, we began the season on a very strong note. We are undefeated going into our first division series of the season, and we waste no time getting on the board, as Mustafa Martinez goes deep. Last year, the 23-year-old became a true superstar right alongside LJ Morales, and right now, he's trying to defend his MVP, but of course, our offense is defined by more than those 2 guys, and we are on fire. It is 12-2 in the top of the 8th, as we are embarrassing the Angels on the road, and there's 2 more runs, and this performance is a friendly reminder that 7 guys in our lineups had OPSs above 900 last year. It does not get more dominant than that, as we are off to an 18-2 start, and our offense is leading in pretty much every major category. Also, we have not talked about our pitching yet, but we are once again in first in ERA. In a very rare event, we are in extra innings, this time against the Marlins, and if we want to break 140 wins just like last year, we need to win these games. Lucky for us, we have Avi Tick, and it's crazy to think this could be his last year with the Polar Bears, so he's trying to go out on top. This season is for him, Griffin Judd, and Doug Forsyth, as they are all hitting free agency at the end of the year. There's never been a dynasty like the Polar Bears, where their core players are leaving, but they have guys in line to replace them, as despite trading several players in the offseason, this team looks even better. It has been another fantastic season for LJ Morales and Mustafa Martinez, as they are in a neck-and-neck race for MVP, and regardless of who wins it, it'll be the Polar Bears' 4th MVP in a row. Then after those guys, Kolten Castillo, Frankie Turner, and Doug Forsyth have carried our offense, alongside consistent pieces like Chuck Clutchin and Nelson Wang. It is also fair to say that our rotation is not hurting from the new addition, and I would even argue that it is even better, as Griffin Judd is leading for the MVP, despite beginning his regression at 29 years old. It has also been a great season for the rookies Evan Nightingale and Cesar Paniagua, and the other rookies in our bullpen are also playing lights out. I am very curious if 141 wins is the ceiling of this team, as we're certainly going to reach a point where we cannot get much better as a team, and I'm wondering if that time is right now. I think the one good thing about having to move on from some star players, as it finally gives a chance for some of the players you guys submitted to rise up and play for the team. Guys like Evan Nightingale and Cesar Paniagua had to wait for a very long time, but now that they're here, they are playing lights out, and with so many great prospects waiting for their shot, we should easily be able to replace anybody that we lose. After simulating the rest of the season, our streak of improving every single year continues as we finished 145-17. That is obviously ridiculous, as LJ Morales takes back his MVP crown with Mustafa Martinez in a close second. And then going over to the Cy Young, Griffin Judd, in the last year of his contract, goes out on top, winning his third Cy Young award and fourth total. He might already be a Hall of Famer, but of course he is starting to regress a bit, so while we're definitely going to miss him, it helps that the rookies Cesar Paniagua and Evan Nightingale were right behind him. I would not be surprised if we swept every major award, and that is exactly what we're going to do, but holy moly, Avi Tick, 68 saves, that is insanity. Talk about another player ending his time with the Polar Bears on top, but just because of the way regression works in this game, this might be as good as it gets for Avi, as I doubt he's going to break Mariano Rivera's save record, even though he's definitely a Hall of Famer. This was our most impressive season yet, and probably the peak of the mountain for our dynasty, as Doug Forsyth and Kolten Castillo led our team in hits, while we had 6 guys who hit 29 home runs or more. I also think this was the best starting rotation we've ever had, and that was almost entirely due to the emergence of 2 budding superstars. We have built a god squad with over a page of 90 overall players, as we even have high 80 overalls in AAA, but most notably, while this is likely Avi Tick's last year, when I drafted Derek Gingerich, I called him the best closer prospect I have ever seen. Our future looks very stable, but now it's time to three-peat, and after sweeping the Astros, we're taking on Minnesota. As the years go by, nobody even compares to the Polar Bears, but the Twins are doing their best to stay competitive, spending pretty good money in free agency. Minnesota may be a good team, but the Polar Bears are on a generational run that they are not stopping anytime soon, as our offense exploded for a Game 1 win, and now we're up 3-0. We are looking for a sweep to get back to the World Series, and we're off to a good start, as we're leading 3-1 in the 7th. Our offense slowed down after a big start to the game, but we still take the W, and once again become American League champs. Even then though, the Polar Bears are going into sort of a new chapter with 3 core players leaving, and in case you were wondering, Avi Tick is asking for $21 million a year. At this point in the journey, we're gonna go a little bit faster, playing fewer games, and finding out how the careers of some of our favorite Polar Bears play out. Without a doubt, I want to see players like LJ Morales get inducted into the Hall of Fame, and at 25 years old, he is on pace to do exactly that. To start the offseason, I'm going to offer Mustafa Martinez an extension, although I probably should have done it last offseason, because this is very expensive, so I'm really hoping he accepts 5 years, 160. Griffin Judd is moving to Minnesota, signing with the Twins, who we just beat in the ALCS, and the league's best closer, Avi Tick, is now an Arizona Diamondback. Here's what our lineup looks like going into next year, with the most notable change being that Brian McCallum is now the starting right fielder, which does send Chuck Clutchin to the bench. He has been a very consistent player for us, but unfortunately has reached his ceiling, and the same thing goes for former Cy Young finalist Tristan Rodriguez, who is now our long reliever. It is natural for guys to get buried on the depth chart, so we're trading Chuck Clutchin for an outfield prospect, and we are also trading Tristan Rodriguez, who's in the last year of his contract. The final move we're making is also very much for the future, but the Mariners in this universe desperately need starting pitching, so we're going to trade them Scotty Jackson, who is 84 overall, but has not gotten a chance due to our depth. Along with him, we are also sending Sawyer Chavez, who should be in line to start at second base for them very soon, and in return, we're acquiring one of the best young prospects in baseball, Ashton Adams. This is a very good deal for both sides, so we're going to pull the trigger, and in all my time playing MLB The Show, I don't think I've ever had this many top 100 prospects. Even after losing 3 of our best players to free agency and trading a couple starters, we are still far and away the best team in the league, and I think all of baseball would be very surprised if we did not four-peat. Simming to the All-Star break, I think this graphic shows you pretty much all you need to know, as we are dominating voting in pretty much every facet we possibly can. Obviously, we're a very good team right now, but we're projected to get even better as time goes on. And even though our 143-19 record was a little disappointing, I still have a lot of hope for this team. In all seriousness, this was another amazing year for the Polar Bears, as they had the 3 finalists for MVP and the Cy Young, as LJ Morales takes home MVP number 3 after a 56 home run, 144 RBI year. This was also a great final year for Mac Badger, who without Griffin Judd was able to take home another Cy Young, and because he's starting to regress, he's almost definitely going to hit free agency. Along with the Cy Young, we also swept the batting title and had the winner of the reliever award in Carl Weezer, and I was not expecting that. He really improved this year after a great season where his hits per 9 went up 12 points, and I just remembered I completely forgot to bring up Derek Gingerich, who's 93 overall. It is great to see we are not hurting after losing Avi Tick, who did have a good year with Arizona, and this was also the 6th season in a row we've had the Rookie of the Year winner. This might have been the best offense we've ever had, as 6 guys hit 34 bombs or more, and along with that, we had 7 guys who hit over 100 RBIs. Then on the pitching end of things, we of course did not miss a beat, with the Cy Young winner Mac Badger leading the charge, so we are ready for another playoff run, starting off against Griffin Judd in the Minnesota Twins. Unfortunately for Judd, he has regressed even further in his age 30 season, but as far as the stats go, he's still playing at a pretty solid level, so I'm very curious to see how this series is gonna go, as the Twins win 1 game, but it's pretty effortless for us. Then after an ALCS sweep, we are back in the World Series for the 4th time in a row, and we're facing the Cincinnati Reds, who are a very different team than they were at the start of the franchise. They're a very good team, but likely not good enough, as we're able to win 3 of the first 4 games, and we are tied up in the top of the 9th inning, but Mustafa Martinez, goodbye, going into left field, but it's gonna drift. That nearly won us the World Series, but instead, we are going to extras, where Marco Luciano doubles, so we have a little bit of life, and Colt Keith turns on the inside pitch, and that is certainly going over the fence. The Polar Bears offense always finds a way to come up big, and that is exactly how the Alaska Polar Bears won their 4th World Series in a row, despite losing 3 of their core players the offseason before. We have created a team that can pretty much manage itself for the next decade, so now I think we just sim into the future until we reach the end of careers for guys like Mac Badger. He wants $39 million a year, so he is not coming back, and while him and Griffin Judd were considered the best 1-2 punch in baseball for years, they are both now off the team. It is not easy to find a good catcher like Frankie Turner, so I'm offering him an extension, as he's quickly emerged into one of, if not the best offensive catcher in baseball. This game needs to fix its regression system, because William Trout is a 61 overall at 28 years old, just 2 seasons after being an MVP finalist, and it is only a matter of time before Griffin Judd, along with the latest New York Met, Mac Badger, join him in the cellar. We have finally reached the point where we have 90 overalls in our entire lineup, and without Mac Badger, Evan Nightingale is our new ace and the best overall pitcher in all of baseball. This was another ridiculous year for the Polar Bears, as they continue their streak of sweeping pretty much every single major award in the books. This year, their offense scored over 1,100 total runs, which is absolutely ridiculous, and it certainly helps they had 6 guys above 1,000 OPS. One player we have not talked about enough, though, is Marco Luciano, who's now been with the team for 5 seasons, and he's developed into the best shortstop in all of baseball and is hitting free agency after this year. None of our starting pitchers were at the MLB level when we won the World Series, but even though they're young, they are even better than that group. After another World Series win, the Polar Bears are losing Marco Luciano, Colt Keith, and Nelson Wang, which definitely hurts, but while I'm willing to part with the first 2 guys, we need our Wang to last just a little longer, so I'm extending him even further into the future. He may be starting to regress, but this guy is literally Ichiro if he hit for power, as he hit 361 with a 447 on base percentage, so I think 2 years at $21 million is a steal. Another season goes by, and I am blown away by how many Hall of Fame players have played for the Polar Bears at some point in their short existence, as guys like Mustafa Martinez and LJ Morales are definite locks for Cooperstown already, but don't forget about other regressing players like Mac Badger and Griffin Judd, who is now down at AAA for the Reds. Unfortunately, William Trout retired 2 seasons ago, but Avi Tick is playing well for the Diamondbacks, and Doug Forsyth is still a great player with the Dodgers. Another Hall of Fame player we owe a lot of success to is Marco Luciano, who we developed into a 99 overall player before letting him walk in free agency, and with so many more talented young players on the roster, including his replacement Cam Walker, future, I think we're going to see a lot more players go to Cooperstown. We are one victory away from winning our 6th World Series in a row, and once again, we're going up against the Los Angeles Dodgers and their star player Doug Forsyth. By the way, Nelson Wang had another career season with the Polar Bears, as bringing him back was definitely the right decision, and I think he may be having a Hall of Fame career himself. It is all coming full circle as we beat the Dodgers in our first World Series win ever, and we shut them out to win our 6th in a row, which is pretty unrealistic, but this is a great dynasty. Kolten Castillo is our only free agent this year, and if you remember, he sat behind Doug Forsyth for quite some time, waiting his turn. The only 3 players left from our World Series team are Nelson Wang, LJ Morales, and Mustafa Martinez, but to be fair, I do not see how this lineup could get any better. Then on the pitching side of things, the only player left is Donovan Berg III, who is now in a contract year. I know I say this every season, but I have witnessed the best offensive year in Polar Bears history, and honestly, I don't think this one is even close, as we had a lot of players put up ridiculous numbers, so this was a season for the ages. Our team now consists of about 30 90+ overall players, and this year we decided to take on a 7-man rotation with everybody being at least 92 overall, so it's no shocker we won 147 games. We also have 2 closing pitchers who are 99 and 98 overall, so hopefully it is not a surprise to anybody that we absolutely decimated Griffin Judd's Cincinnati Reds, but maybe the reason they lost is because he's all the way down in AA at 70 overall at 34 years old. Him and Mac Badger are likely very close to retirement, and other guys like Marco Luciano are slowing down. However, checking on the Dodgers, I am surprised to see that Doug Forsyth is still improving, and even though they're 35 and 34 years old, Colt Keith and Avi Tick are still playing at very high levels. Unfortunately though, Tick is not going to be able to touch Mariano Rivera's save record, and with so many good closers in the league, I'm kind of wondering if he even makes the Hall of Fame. Moving forward to 2038, we are finally losing Nelson Wang, who's regressed to an 84 overall, and while our team is still very good, LJ Morales is no longer at the top of the board as he is now 93 overall. In the offseason, we see that old man Griffin Judd has finally decided to retire at 37 years old, and all I'm gonna say is something is very wrong if this man is not in the Hall of Fame, as he won 4 Cy Youngs in his career. We are gonna sim forward, and sure enough, he does not make it, and with LJ Morales rapidly regressing, I am not sure how much time we have left. He is not even on the playoff roster for Game 7 of the World Series, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, but Mustafa Martinez has passed him in career home runs by 1. This game's regression system might have robbed LJ Morales of GOAT status, and it continues to take away promising careers just like it did with Avi Tick. He would retire 2 seasons later with the Minnesota Twins, finishing out with 495 saves, and to be honest, I thought that could have been way higher. Nonetheless, he is definitely a member of the Polar Bears Hall of Fame, holding the team record for saves in a year with 68, and he's retiring at the same time as another Polar Bear legend, Mac Badger, who is down to 50 overall after 9 years in the league. To be fair, he has not played at the major league level in 5 seasons and only lasted 3 with the New York Mets, but winning 2 Cy Youngs with Alaska is certainly notable. I definitely don't think Mustafa Martinez is gonna break the home run record, although he does have a better chance than I'm giving him credit for, but over the next 2 seasons, he would drop down to 92 overall, and he is very much running out of time to get that done. In 2045, we are not as dominant as we once were, and that is entirely because the franchise has been on auto for 10 years, and the CPU has no idea how to build a team. It is so sad seeing pretty much every Polar Bear from the original draft gone, as Doug Forsyth calls it a career, and while the game will probably not put him in the Hall of Fame, I do think he deserves it because look at all these awards. However, now here's the moment we've all been waiting for. Scrolling up, LJ Morales is gone, and while he's been passed up as the GOAT Polar Bear by Mustafa Martinez, he is without a doubt the most important one in franchise history and is no doubt a Hall of Famer, as there we go, he makes it along with Doug Forsyth. How about that? Thanks to players like these 2 guys and many more, the Alaska Polar Bears went from the laughingstock of MLB to a true dynasty that ruined baseball. If you guys made it all the way through this full movie, thank you so much for watching as we close the door on MLB The Show 24, but I am super pumped to be making content for MLB 25, and if you're excited to see it, drop a like and subscribe, and also click right here to see more of my content.